Pushing this pipe, D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once, or buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and red, she say I'm her type. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Thought it from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spit on these bikes. Keep a few things inside of my Sprite. Better to sleep, you in my device. Thought I could trust you with my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Be in the dolls, we back in the lake. Making this money and stay out the way. Take when you text me, saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Don't like to dunk it, I'm shooting a J. Backing up all the things that you say. You on your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't break. Said that you down and suffer the bake. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's the shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a C8. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me. Talk to me. Can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays. Get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell them. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told them I can't keep on throwing shade and expect you to create something better. It's a shame. Had to let them know that everything a blessing if you brown me. 2 phones, mama hit me back saying they found me. Hard to understand my level of accounting. Money tucked away, put it to sleep to dream about me. Pop about the Plaza Bless. Business casual, cause I've been staying proper dressed. Sign the affidavit, fuck it, I don't keep the checks. Find an issue with me, searching for the reason check. You might not get it if I tell you that I'm more one. Yeah, it might not be good for the long run. Find a way to make $1 till they crown me. It don't matter, it's the marathon we all run. Been too long, I gotta let them know that I can't decide on the type of chick I want, cause I got options. And I try to let them know how I've been feeling. I said I can't stay too patient, cause shorty, you been fake to me. I'm just trying to let you know before I tell you. I can't see us out the plays. Get the fuck up out the game. I just need a one-on-one with you before I tell them. I can't keep on getting paid without giving up a play for my people that have made me. I swear I told them I can't keep on throwing shade and expect you to create something better. It's a shame. Had to let them know that I don't beat around the bush, I tell it straight. Ay, handle me like handling the truth. I know I'm intricate, but please, I might just need a sec. You losing every bit, you get the lessons I could teach. You made it feel like I got kids and I ain't worried about a thing for now. Unless you tryna pull up on me, then I might just get it ready. Pull the whip around cemetery. Invincible till I am in the ground. See you me shit that make me smile. Territorial, la mama. I don't wanna say that I don't want no problems. I'm trying to get it. See, I still am prone to being ready for the worst. My life ain't difficult, that's only cause I changed the car I was at first. Still got
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk showing out like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about listery. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about listery. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Beg for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it enemies. Talk about bro workout like you burn calories. Calling a bank cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Olajuwon too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Salute, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. I want to give a big shout out to all of my followers over on Newsbreak for participating in our live stream over on the embedded video on Newsbreak. You guys over there, you know, we can see you over here on YouTube, but I would really like for you guys, because you guys are the ones that asked me to do this video. Make sure you hit that link on the embedded video, come over to YouTube, comment, engage in this chat over here on YouTube. And then when I drop the link, I would really love for a lot of you guys are new subs, new viewers over on Newsbreak. I would like for you to engage in this conversation over here on YouTube. But a salute. Appreciate everybody getting in here early, man. We got a lot to get through today. Sandcastle Girl, long time no see, man. Hey, man, I was just live. I've been live like 3-4 times over the last week or so. Y'all got to start checking, man. Check them notifications. Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Professor JB. Salute to Max in the chat, man. So again, salute to everybody, man. We got a lot of information for you guys. He says DreamersPro, hateful LeBron, got to be studied. I mean, it's not even just DreamersPro. Salute to Marcus Jones in the chat. Liddy. He says, why ESPN showing highlights of Bronny? Because you need to, Liddy, that's a very easy answer. Entertainment Sports. ES. What's the ES stand for? It's Entertainment Sports News. Entertainment. They're going to give you guys what you guys are asking for, whether you guys love it or hate it. Whatever you guys are regurgitating out of your mouths, typing about the most in the chats, searching the most on Google, that's exactly what ESPN is going to give you. ESPN does not give you what you don't ask for. That's the purpose of this particular show today. Because it's just, to me, it's just odd with this Bronny James situation, right? I think for me, there was somewhat of a grace period that I was given to LeBron James haters during the NBA draft and even summer league. Okay, this is your time to really rail on Bronny James, even though many of you guys who pretend that they followed Bronny James throughout high school and college, they pretended as if they understood his game. They pretended as if they actually watched. They pretended as if their evaluation on Bronny James was completely independent of their feelings for LeBron James. They just pretended. And, I said, look, you can have it. Bronny isn't playing that well. He's just a second round pick. It's easy, low hanging fruit content for you guys. Okay, we get it. Right? These were the same people that said that Bronny was drafted based on nepotism and that there were other players who deserved that spotlight. And from the start, since we've been hearing that, we've all been saying, okay, who are these other players? If you guys, because the new theme has been that the new media on YouTube is kind of taking over the ESPNs and the Fox Newses, right? They call themselves, we're the real media. We're not bought and paid for. Okay, so if you're not bought and paid for, why are you not pushing the narratives and the faces that you beg ESPN and all of these major networks that are primarily derived from entertainment? You beg them to push these other players. You beg them to push these other narratives. But from what I'm seeing, and the oddest thing about this is that no one is literally none of them are practicing what they preach. They claim Bronny took the spotlight, took a spot from somebody else more deserving, but they don't tell you about the other players who are potentially more deserving. They're not highlighting any other second round picks or lowly names not getting as much attention that might deserve the attention. What these primarily LeBron hate channels are doing is they're just finding a new way to attack LeBron James by way of his son. And I'm going to get to some information today, and I'm not just even going to talk about it. I'm going to get to some information today that with 100% certainty proves what I'm saying. And it proves that all of the people that are overly voicing their opinions about Bronny James right now are solely doing it for their own self-serving motives. That's all it is. We're going to break it down today. Rap Guy Reloaded says Carcino hate for LeBron is unmatched. I know Rap Guy Reloaded, but so is yours, Rap Guy Reloaded. I see you in the comments. Your hate for LeBron is unmatched. Rebranded says Ticket TV been going crazy. Well, Ticket TV is a smart YouTuber, Rebranded. He knows how to chase what garners the most viewership. Salute to Tyson in the chat, man. We got Interdimensionary Artistry is the first LeBron James hater to come in and do exactly what they generally do, which is make a homosexual innuendo for whatever reason. Don't know why. We talked about that last stream. Thank you, Marcus Jones, Boogie Ellis. It's just sad to hear these people pretend to even know Boogie Ellis. They talk about him in his stat line at USC. I mean, the saddest thing to me is just even the misevaluation. Like, before I even get into the information that I got, I think the saddest thing about Bronny James is that if you look at almost any scouting report on Bronny James, literally any scouting report on Bronny James, all of the scouting reports said that Bronny James offensively is a project. He needs a lot of work on that end. All the scouting reports said that his upside, if he were ever to touch an NBA court, is about his basketball IQ and his defense. Yet when you hear these people who oversaturate their content with Bronny James, the second round pick, all they talk about is how many points he scores, even though he wasn't even pegged or drafted because of his offensive capabilities. That's the project that they're working on. That's what they're trying to develop. What they believe he can be first before he is a much better offensive player is a solid defender. And most scouting reports said that his highest upside is a role player, a seventh or eighth man on the bench. That's his high side. And it's just odd to me how all of these hate channels, every time he has a bad game offensively, turn on their channels, make a title and description saying he played poorly, he scored this amount of points, when he's not even supposed to be getting judged on his offense right now, because that's what's in development right now. He's a project. He's going to be a 2 to 4 year project. And we're going to get to some of those scouting reports. We're going to show you literally what they're all saying. Chief, they won't push other players. Chief, it's very simple why they won't push other players. Because if you talk about the other players, there is no viewership. No one cares. See, the thing is, they know, just like ESPN and all of these other major networks, that if they try to take the high side of this, if they want to play that game and go chase these lower tier players that no one's talking about, no one cares about their videos. I've done a lot of research back in the numbers to support this. On almost every LeBron or Bronny James hate channel that you can find. The numbers are significantly different when they talk about LeBron James and Bronny James versus when they try to talk about other things. The numbers. And so what they do is they look at these big gaps in numbers and they say, well, we need to keep the revenue coming in some way. So we need to continue to make up and propagate fake news on LeBron and Bronny, because it seems that our fan base loves the fake news on Bron and Bronny. And so what they tend to do is they tend to every day exaggerate a new topic, even if it means pushing the lines of integrity. Essentially knowing that you're lying, but you're just pushing the lines of integrity, journalistic integrity, just to get people to click your video. Y'all see this going on. This is all facts. Salute to Isaiah Elliott. Salute to hey, Johnny. Hey, Go James. I need you up here when I drop this link. So we got Chiefs. I mean, it's just sad. We're going to get to the fact, like the facts that I'm about to drop today are, y'all know I always come with a unique element or angle that no one else has ever given you. But the facts that I give you are 100% foolproof. Video evidence, scientific evidence, and you can't get around it. And the only way you can beat my evidence is just to huddle up a panel of people and just cry about me bringing forth the evidence. That's the closest you can come to beating me, because the information that I'm about to give you guys today is 100% foolproof. And see, I wish more content creators would just be like me and just say, I have a YouTube channel. I'm always going to chase the most trending topics. I'm not going to pretend as if talking about low-level players over here or WNBA players over there is the best way to go, because they're not getting any shine. I know that as a content creator, you have to chase. And I talk with all of the other channels that are here on, or the channels that have brought their shows over to FYF Sports. I talk with them about this all the time. You kind of have to chase it. But see, the difference between me saying it and some of these other pretend channels is that they pretend that they're doing it for the most the most credible and humble reasons, because they're trying to do God. They literally pretend as if they're trying to do God's work. I mean, and I think the saddest case of them all is the Kwame Brown one. And I'm not even going to dive too much into Kwame Brown directly, but I think he is the saddest case, because his YouTube fame was jump-started by him calling out people like Stephen A. Smith, who spammed content on him time after time after time after time again. It wasn't that Stephen A. Smith did it once or twice. It's that Stephen A. Smith repeated it, spammed it time after time after time again, making a mockery of Kwame Brown. And it's sad that Kwame Brown had to wait until after his career was over before he had the balls to actually say anything, but he ultimately said something back by way of responding to Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. He gets this YouTube fame. And then as soon as he gets his YouTube fame, what does he do? Now he's in the business of spamming critical content on Bronny James. I told you so. Bronny ain't good. He only scored this many points. This is what he needs to work on. He ain't that good. He doesn't belong. This is nepotism. Video after video, spamming it, just like Stephen A. Smith did to him. Just like he's doing to Bronny James. And when you call him out on it, what does he tell his chat? Oh, I'm just trying to talk basketball. Well, couldn't we say the same thing about Stephen A. Smith when he consistently called you a bum? Stephen A. Smith was just talking basketball. He did not do like Sally Jenkins and talk about your private life, your personal life, your mom, your IQ, your inability to do anything like a regular adult without the assistance of other adults. He didn't ever mention any of that. He strictly talked about your limitations on the NBA basketball court. Yet you say he was denigrating you as a man. Just like and I think that's the saddest case. He's kind of the face and the leader of this sorry exploitation of Bronny James. And like I said before, the sorriest thing about all of them is that they pretend that they're doing it with some type of integrity. There's a reason. There's some type of superior motive, right, to push the truth. We're about to prove all that wrong today, right? Let's start with, we're going to break some things down. Let's start by talking about Bronny James. Misconceptions, scouting perspectives, and financial impact. Let's talk about these things right here. Critics argue that Bronny James has only ascended due to nepotism. They attribute his success to being LeBron's son rather than basketball talent. And we know that that narrative is factually incorrect, and it overlooks the substantial financial and basketball success that Bronny has achieved, right? Let's just talk about the scouts, right? I got some scouts here. We got Jonathan Gavoni of Draft Analyst. He ranked Bronny as a top prospect going into college. He emphasized his basketball IQ and defensive skills, playmaking abilities. And before the heart issue, he actually had Bronny placed as a top 20 draft projection. That was before the heart incident. We got Mike Vornick, who said similar things. We got Kyle Irving of Sporting News, who's also praised LeBron's defensive strengths, but he's also been critical of Bronny's offensive bag. So again, this is a scout who early on, before he even touched an NBA floor or even a draft, praised his defensive strengths, praised his IQ, said there was a lot to work on the offensive side of the ball. Yet he still believed he was an NBA player. We got Paul Bancardi, right? This is ESPN's national recruiting director. He also highlighted Bronny James' leadership, defensive instincts, potential to carve out an NBA role as a 3-and-D player, but said it was a 2 to 4 year project because of his offensive limitations. I don't hear any lies there. Drew Holiday and Davion Mitchell, who both had previously worked out with Bronny James as a high schooler, said that they could potentially see him as an NBA player. We got Matt Johnson of Sportsnot, and then we have a host of anonymous NBA scouts that post on Bleacher Report. And they all said, multiple anonymous scouts stated that Bronny James' defense is his greatest asset, with some saying that he could see some minutes in the NBA based on his ability to defend at a high level. But the majority of scouts on Bleacher Report believed that Bronny would only last a few years in the NBA and potentially be an overseas player. I don't hear any lies there. We got Dorilla says, stop this foolishness. See, y'all say stop it because y'all hearing facts. Y'all always say stop it, but you never hit the link to tell me what I need to stop. Y'all always want to try to type, but when it's time to actually speak up for what you personally believe, you start to disappear and wane out the chat. Right, let's talk about the Los Angeles Lakers drafting Bronny James. Why do teams draft players? As I said before, there are a plethora of reasons why teams draft players. Potential, right? We've even seen teams draft a player and then send them back overseas, saying, we drafted you. We know you're not ready. We know nobody even knows you. We know that you very well may not even be ready in 3 years, but we want you to go back overseas and we'll bring you back when we think you're ready. In this particular case with Bronny James, beyond his basketball potential, Bronny's draft selection by the Lakers It's already been proven to be a significant success, right? Within days of being drafted, Bronny James sold over 500,000 jerseys, generated an estimate revenue of $50 million for the Los Angeles Lakers. And that's according to NBA Row and the Daily Scrum, right? These are businesses. NBA teams are businesses. Are you guys telling me that if you are an NBA owner and you're looking at guys at the bottom of the second round and you have a scout come to you and say, look, we have a guy, he's a project player. If we draft him, he's probably not going to be an instant impact player, but if we draft him, we can essentially guarantee at least 100 million in revenue due to jersey sales, possibly even more based on elevated ticket prices. As an owner, as a business, are you letting that go away? Right? You rarely ever get much value out of second round picks anyway. And if there's a second round pick that exists that walking in the door can help you generate $50 million, and that's going up and up and up right now. We got Michael says, Lamont, you do the same thing that Sports Business Rants do, like Ticket. Okay. Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. We're all YouTubers. We do the same thing. And Otamo, if I reach the all-time low, when I drop the link, I want you to come up here and explain how I reached the all-time low. Don't hide in the comments. That's all I ask. Say what you want. But when I drop the link, don't hide. Double E, we know that the haters can't comprehend the financial impact. Showboy says, not all you care about is jersey sales. Now, see, Showboy, all of this is just you exposing your stupidity. When did I say it was just about jersey sales? I said this is one element which adds to one of the reasons why drafting them is a success. If you know that you can draft a player and it's going to incrementally add a new fan base from social media, it's going to be able to, you can increase your tickets prices, which is what teams are always trying to do. And you can increase your merchandise sales, which is what the Lakers have already done. He sold over 500,000 jerseys already. How is that not a success already? On top of the fact that you're still dealing with a player who still, albeit a project player, still can be developed into a solid role player in the league if you actually start to develop him. Well, Tyson, All Gravy says, who cares about the money? But do you know why he says that? He has to try to make it seem like the money is irrelevant. And he has to pretend as if the value that these players can bring to a team is meaningless. It's a business. So the Lakers' decision to draft Bronny isn't just a basketball move, it's a business decision. Critics continue to harp on nepotism, but the undeniable financial windfall Bronny brings highlights the impact of his presence. His critics' relentless focus on his career only amplifies the interest and intrigue surrounding him. So one of the reasons that Bronny James was able to sell over 500,000 jerseys is because the critics who proclaim that he was only there due to nepotism, the critics who proclaim that ESPN is putting him all over the billboards and putting him up on stuff that he doesn't belong on. Well, these critics also need to understand that even though you're pushing a negative narrative, you are also adding to the notoriety around Bronny James. You are making his name rank higher and higher in Google and YouTube searches because of all the videos that you do about him. You guys are adding to his value. And by the haters significantly adding to his value, it even further justifies why the Lakers were right in drafting him. Because they knew it would trigger not just Bronny's fans, but it would also trigger more publicity and notoriety from LeBron James and Bronny James haters, who are also now spending a majority of their time creating content on who? Bronny James. That's what they're doing. What they're doing is a lot of these haters already are looking at the Lakers schedule. When is his next game? This is just preseason. Imagine the multiplicative effect that this is going to have when the regular season hits. And Danny Mac, it doesn't matter why Bronny James is sold 500,000 jerseys. If I'm an owner and I know I can draft you and you're going to sell 500,000 jerseys and it's still going up right now, 50 million walking in the door, who turns that away? The little contract that they gave Bronny James is not even close to being 3 times his worth. Critics often argue that Bronny James receives undue attention. Yet, they themselves constantly focus on Bronny James, driving even more attention towards the very person that they claim is overhyped. This is self-contradictory. It's self-contradictory behavior that exposes these detractors. They are inadvertently contributing to Bronny's rising profile. Their focus on Bronny and LeBron amplifies his presence, his popularity, and it fuels the very spotlight that they claim he doesn't deserve. These are all facts, you guys. These are all facts. And there's another element of this that I want to talk about, right? Because there have been times when I've said, look, Bronny is a bona fide prospect. There have been times when I said he was an elite high school player in Ohio and California. He was a 4-star recruit. He was a McDonald's All-American. And when I say this, and hey, Johnny, you know this all too well. When I talk about the credentials that he was able to attain independent of LeBron James, the haters all say that it was clutch sports behind the scenes, pulling strings, orchestrating all of this stuff. Or they paid off the people that vote on the McDonald's All-American. They paid off all of the high school ranking agencies, Rivals, 24/7 Sports, ESPN. They paid them off to rank Bronny James much higher than he is. That's what they claim. They claim when they see anything good, they what do? They start saying, "Oh, it was clutch." Well, let's just talk about that. So let's look. So there were multiple independent sources. Let's just break this down. And what we're going to do is we're going to break this down scientifically. There were multiple independent sources. Bronny was ranked as a top prospect by ESPN, by Rivals, and 24/7 Sports. We know those are the 3 major ranking sites, right? He was ranked on all of those. Those are all independent. And he was ranked similarly in all of those ranking sites. So according to the LeBron James haters, Clutch Sports had to pay off a multitude of people in ESPN to make sure Bronny ranked high. They had to pay off a multitude of people in Rivals to make sure he ranked high. And then they had to pay off a multitude of people in 24/7 Sports to make sure Bronny James ranked high. And then we talk about the selection process for the McDonald's All-American game, right? Because a lot of people say, oh, he only made it there because of LeBron James, right? There's a board of multiple people across the U.S. that vote on McDonald's All-Americans, right? It's overseen by a committee of voters, independent of any sports agency. Essentially, the goal was to make it impossible for a single entity like Clutch Sports to manipulate the outcome. This is crazy right here. And so what we're going to do here, y'all, is I'm going to show you guys something. We're going to break this down mathematically, y'all. Let's just break this down mathematically. All right. And let me remove this comment from the screen. And I know that a lot of the LeBron haters I know that you guys, just like A Johnny said, are high school dropouts, are deadbeat fathers. I consistently call you guys stupid. I know that this math is going to fry and scramble your brain up a little bit, and you're gonna have to maybe go to your 13 or 14-year-old kid somewhere sitting around for the child to explain the math to you. But it ultimately makes sense. If you need to use ChatGPT or anything to understand it, let's just look at the mathematical probability for Clutch Sports to pull off all these things to ensure that Bronny James is looked at as an NBA prospect. This is even before the draft. And we got it on the screen right here. So we got some critics go as far to claim that Bronny's ascent as a McDonald's All-American and a 4-star recruit is a combination, is a result of manipulation by Clutch Sports, LeBron's agency. This theory collapses under scrutiny for several reasons. As I mentioned before, multiple scouting agency, right? He was ranked as a 4-star recruit by ESPN, Rivals, and 24/7 Sports. These organizations have their own processes and idea. And the idea that Clutch Sports could bribe them all is unrealistic. Also, with the McDonald's All-American selection process, it involves a committee of independent voters, and the notion that Clutch could influence all of these individuals is even more far-fetched. So let's just get to the math of it. All right. Let me remove this real quick. Let's just get to the math of it. So let's assume the probability of bribing a single organization or scout is 1%. And in the sake of percentages and statistics, that 1% is a very generous assumption. So to manipulate these decisions, the decisions of 50, and I just said 50 people, it would probably have to involve far more than 50 people, but I think 50 is just a well-rounded number. But let's just start with 50 people. For Clutch Sports to manipulate the decisions of just 50 key individuals, scouts, reporters, coaches, committee members, the probability of success, obviously, so what do? We take that 1% to the 50th power. Right? That's going to equal 1 times 10 to the 150th power. I want you guys to type this into your calculator. I want you to type that into your calculator. If you type that formula into your calculator, do you know what you're going to get? No, Double E, you're not even going to get that. It's, if you type that into your calculator, you're going to get 0.0000000000000000000%. And then there's going to be a few numbers at the very end, percent. The odds of Clutch Sports just being able to successfully bribe 50 people, the improbability of it, right? The ability to even control and then also stymie the people that say, no, I don't want your bribe, and I'm going to go tell on you. I'm going to report you to the police for trying to bribe me. I'm going to report you to the NBA or the NCAA for trying to bribe me, to manipulate this stuff. The haters just assume that everybody, as soon as they see Clutch Sports knocking on their door, everybody's just going to be all in on this big collusion. Yay, let's just rank Bronny James much higher than he is. So based on the mathematical probability, we're just talking about 50 people. The probability for Clutch Sports to successfully bribe just 50 people involved in the process of ranking, scouting, reporting on Bronny James is essentially 0%. It's slightly higher than 0%. It's impossible. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, it's literally a statistical improbability for clutch sports to be that involved in manipulating all of these strings. Don't get mad at me. That's just what the math says. That's just what the math says. Let me take this off the screen because we got more for you too. We got more for you too. And so, y'all know another thing that I noticed? And this is what I'm noticing too. LeBron has been kind of silent to a certain degree. Amidst all, there have been reports of LeBron said this or he posted a tweet here and this is what it means. But essentially, for the most part, LeBron really hasn't given these hate channels much to work with regards to what he's saying, what he is saying, or what he isn't saying. He's just been kind of mum on it. He's just stepping on the court and playing. And so while LeBron has been kind of quiet, what have these hate networks been trying to do? So what now they're doing is they're trying to dig up anything negative and trying to reconnect it or make it relevant media. And they're trying to connect it all back to LeBron James. Kwame Brown's attempt was with the steroids. Somehow, in the midst of talking about Bronny James, Kwame Brown thinks it's a bright idea to go on Twitter and go harass Chael Sonnen, begging him for an interview. Saying to him in a message, hey, you might not know me. I'm a former NBA #1 pick. That's how he leads his message. I would love to have you on my drama-filled channel to talk about these allegations on LeBron James. And Ray Brandon, you're right. And also, now we're seeing, even with Ticket TV, now we're seeing this odd connection or want to connect him to Diddy. I have never heard LeBron and Diddy talked about in the same sentence together so much until Diddy was charged. And now people can take whatever friendship or connections they might have had in the past and completely warp it and mix it into whatever Diddy had going on in his personal life. We'll get to both of those things, but let's just start with the Chael Sonnen fabrications. I've done a whole video, multiple whole videos on Chael Sonnen's fabrications. Right? Chael Sonnen, a former UFC fighter known for his outrageous statements. I've shown you guys he has made multiple baseless claims about LeBron James, most notably accusing him of using PEDs. However, Chael Sonnen's credibility has been repeatedly called into question. He has a history of fabricating stories. That's well documented, right? Like the ones I showed you, where he was fabricating so many stories on LeBron James while he was a fighter that the UFC, I believe, basically said, you need to stop talking about LeBron James so much. You need to stop making up these lies. You are ruining our reputation. Right? So he has a history of fabricating stories. It's all well documented. And then also, for example, he once even claimed on a late night show that LeBron flirted with his wife, only to later admit that he made it all up. Right? And he did this. This was an admission that he made during an appearance on the Jim Rome show, solidifying Sonnen's pattern of dishonesty. right? Sonnen's PD accusations are equally unfounded, despite repeated claims. LeBron has never tested positive for PEDs throughout his career. He's passed over 160 different drug tests. He's undergone during the 20-year tenure investigations by the NBA, the U.S. Olympic Committee, even the DEA into biogenesis found no evidence linking LeBron James to any PEDs. But when we go back to Chael Sonnen, I have a clip right here. I want you guys to listen. Like when you talk about somebody's credibility, because it's people like Kwame Brown, and salute to One Cool P in the chat, one of the top moderators. It's people like Kwame Brown who like to, remember, they love to chase even the most least credible in the world. I'm going to listen to this clip. I want y'all to listen to this video. This is Chael Sonnen. And this is going to showcase to you how much of a liar that this guy Chael Sonnen is. I want you guys to listen to this clip right here. This is going to amaze you right here. This is Chael Sonnen speaking with Jim Rome. And this isn't even about LeBron James, because Chael Sonnen has done this with a multitude of other athletes. I want you guys to listen to how Jim Rome calls him out. And I want you to listen to how Chael Sonnen tells a bold-faced lie, even when Jim Rome puts the proof right in front of his face. Listen to this right here, you guys.
Chael Sonnen joining us on the program. So, Chael, what happened? Did you or did you not make the statement that Lance Armstrong gave himself cancer?
I did not, and Lance Armstrong called me about that. We are teammates on the Nike team together. I work out in the Lance Armstrong building 3 days a week at the Nike campus, the world headquarters of Beaverton, Oregon. I have never spoke of Lance Armstrong or anybody else that doesn't have a contract in the middleweight division with the UFC.
So what did Lance Armstrong say to you when he called you?
He said, "I heard your interview. What are you saying about me?" I said, "Well, that was the first I heard about it." He broke the story for me. I thought he was kidding, and I didn't even think it was him. I've only talked to him on the phone a couple of times. I didn't really know what was going on. He blindsided me, and now you're the third person to bring it up. Somebody asked me about it yesterday too, but I assure you, Jim, you will not see any footage of any such interview, complimentary or derogatory, on that topic.
Joe, there's actually, though, audio on the internet of, if it's not you, it's somebody saying it. Is it not you who made the statement?
Look, it's not me. There's 5 MySpace pages for me. They're not me. There's 5 Facebooks and there's 2 Twitter accounts. And I'm not even on the internet on a daily basis. So I can't say it any clearer. I told Lance I made peace with him yesterday. That's not me.
Joe, let me ask you something. For instance, I know what you mean when you say there's 5 MySpace pages. Even I've got those imposter MySpace pages. But there's a link of audio that went through Yahoo. I mean, I could play this for you. Can you tell me if I play this for you that this is not you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can play it for me.
Let me play it for you, Chael. Go ahead.
When you screw up and take Lance Armstrong. Lance Armstrong did a number of things, and he gave himself cancer. Okay, Lance Armstrong cheated. He did drugs. He gave himself cancer. Well, instead of saying, "Hey, listen, I cheated. Nobody else should cheat or you could get cancer," he actually made himself the victim, and then went out and profited like $15 million.
Chael, I could be wrong. That sounds a lot like you.
Jim, that doesn't sound anything like me. Have the callers call in. There's no way anybody will think that sounds like me.
Chael, honestly, because I mean, respectfully, it sounds exactly like you.
Sounds like a guy with a Hispanic accent to me. Maybe I had a bad connection, but I thought you were kidding around with that voiceover. That's certainly not me.
All right, so you're telling me that's not you, Chael.
I can't say it to you any clearer, brother.
Okay. All right. Final predictions on the fight.
I'm leaving there with the World Championship, and Anderson Silva is leaving there unemployed.
Okay, you got it. What I'm going to do, Chael, you're right. I should leave it to the callers. Listen, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good to have you on.
Look, this is the guy that all of these oddball LeBron James haters want LeBron James to respond to. Chael Sonnen said this about you, man. You got to respond. Did y'all listen to that? This dude, throughout his entire professional career, not only has become disgraced in his own sport, but he is known as a habitual liar, man. This isn't the first incident. He's been called out about lying on LeBron James, completely fabricating and making up stories. And he's made up so many stories, and he keeps making them up until he thinks he finds one story that can stick. He lied on Lance Armstrong, right? Because he was fishing for some other story to give him some type of notoriety. And then when Lance Armstrong calls him out, he denies it. When Jim Rome calls him out and then plays the audio, he says, that's a Hispanic dude. That's not me. This is the guy that all of these LeBron hate channels are swearing by. This is who they're putting their channel reputations and credibility in. This is who Kwame Brown was running around begging for an interview. Chael Sonnen, the habitual liar, lying on everybody he can until he gets something that sticks. And then when Jim Rome calls him out and plays the audio, says, that sounds a lot like you. He lies to your face and says, that sounds like a Hispanic man. Do you know? And so Kwame Brown, to answer your question, because Kwame Brown did a video, he says they get mad at me, but they don't get mad at Chael Sonnen. Well, Kwame Brown, you just don't watch when we do the research on Chael Sonnen. If somebody can clip this and send this to Kwame Brown to make sure he knows we do our research. We vet people's credibility when they say things like that. You've been caught. You got caught out for lying on Lance Armstrong about PEDs. And when you were addressed to your face, you lied, even with 4K proof. Hey, Cho Boy, when I drop the link, just come up here and tell me what I lied about. Don't hide. Cho Boy, you've been hiding for like 2 years now. You used to come on the panel. When I drop the link, don't hide. Well, number one, Ruddy Hood Sports. Networks stopped booking Chael Sonnen because he hasn't been able to they haven't been able to factually vet any of the things that he says. And so you're rarely going to see Chael Sonnen on major networks because, so when it comes to lawsuits, you guys, it's never worth it to fight downward. If you are a billionaire, it's never worth your time or money to sue somebody underneath you. It's just a waste of your time and money. And when you are a billionaire, the number one thing that they're going to tell you is most valuable is their time. And suing somebody underneath them for your own pride is a waste of your time. So all of these people claiming that LeBron James needs to sue Chael Sonnen, it's a waste of LeBron's time. He gets nothing out of that. And people bring up the Cardi B situation. Well, Cardi B, who essentially has stopped making music, had the time to go be petty with Tasha K. But she's consistently having to go to court days here and there and here, just to be petty to prove a point. Most people, most billionaires like LeBron, especially if you're actively playing in NBA, don't have the time to do that. It's not worth your time. It's all you low-level people at the bottom who think that lawsuits are the solution to everything. If it's defamation, go sue him. Sue me, sue me, sue me. No, that's not how that works. Judah says, I don't believe he's a billionaire. Okay. You don't have to believe it. Let's just say multi-millionaire. I don't care how you want to label it. It's a shit ton more money than you will ever see in your lifetime, Judah. It's a shit ton more money than Chael Sonnen will ever have in his lifetime. Whatever it is, it's a lot of money. But the Chael Sonnen thing is all fabricated. And if you want even more evidence to support that Chael Sonnen is just a liar, just go watch the video that I did on Chael Sonnen, where we really laid out all the evidence and information. But similar to the Bronny James element, you guys, similar to the Bronny James element, I want you guys, let's just use statistics and facts from WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency. These claims that Kwame Brown wants to push, or any of these haters want to push, that LeBron James is on some form of PEDs. Well, let's look at the mathematical probability of LeBron James passing every single drug test that's been placed in front of him ever. How probable is that? Let me remove this comment off the screen so you guys can see. One of the key accusations against LeBron has been using performance-enhancing drugs through his career. However, the odds of passing every single test while doping are astronomically low. Let's do a breakdown of this. Testing frequency. LeBron James is subject to 8 drug tests per year, 6 during the season, 2 in the offseason. His career length, over his 20-year career, this amounts to, at a minimum, 160 tests. Now let's get to the probability. The probability of passing just one test, right, according to WADA, right? So according to the World Anti-Doping Agency, let me show you this right here. According to the World Anti-Doping Agency, the probability of passing one of their tests if you are doping is 5%. This is generally used assumption in anti-doping studies. This estimate comes from several factors, including the timing of drug use, detection windows, and the randomness of testing protocols. However, it is important to note, according to the World Anti-Doping Agency, that the exact probability can vary depending on specific drugs used, the athlete's body, and the testing methods. But the general percentage to beat any doping test is going to be around 5%. So let's continue this breakdown. So the probability of passing just one test based on assumptions commonly used by anti-doping agencies, the probability to beat one test is approximately 5%. Now, the probability of passing all 160 tests that he's taken, Olympic, NBA, DEA, the probability of passing all 160 plus tests as calculated, that's 5% to the 160th power. That's going to equal 6.84 times 10 to the negative 207th power. I want you guys to type that into your calculator and tell me what you get. I want you to type it into your calculator. Tell me what you're going to get. See, Judah, you're all in the chat talking about Savannah and all of the other stuff that was clearly explained in the DEA report. But because you want to mingle up that information and not tell the truth about it, you can kind of finesse it. We already talked about it at another light. Right now, we're just talking about LeBron James. He plays in the NBA. NBA players get tested 8 times a year, 6 times in season, 2 times in the off season. This isn't counting all of the Olympic tests, right? Because I was listening to, what's her name, Sports Tea Talk, and she's talking about how LeBron James avoided the Olympic testing. Every U.S. Olympic athlete is tested. Every U.S. Olympic athlete that goes to play in the Olympics is tested. See, but Judah, you want to say he's juicing because you just want to say he's juicing. What I'm showing you here is that this is the bare minimum amount of tests that LeBron James has taken, 160. It probably far exceeds that with all of the Olympics that he's played in. But we're just going at the base number that we know is the base number, which is 160. Is a 5% chance to beat one test if you're doping. The odds to beat 160 tests and to beat every test, you have a 5% chance of beating it if you're doping it. This formula right here is in front of you. This means that the likelihood of LeBron James passing all 160 tests over his career, if he were doping, is essentially 0. Such a scenario would also require massive conspiracy involving multiple agencies, which is both unrealistic and logistically impossible. When the DEA came out and said that LeBron James has no connection to PEDs, the first thing that odd people like Judah said was, oh, LeBron and Clutch paid the DEA off. When LeBron James goes to the Olympics, he doesn't shy away from the Olympics because he's using some type of compound supplement that's in his system. He never shied away. He's in the Olympics. He plays at a high level. He doesn't shy away from any of the Olympic tests. He passes them all. As I just said, for LeBron James to pass all 160 tests while doping, and let me fill you guys in on something. Doping is compound. If you're using PEDs and steroids are a compound supplement. What does that compound mean? It means for it to have any effect, you have to take it over time. It needs to stay in your system over time for it to work. So the fact that LeBron James is randomly tested and he goes through 6 tests during the season and he has Olympic testing, the odds of him not getting dinged for 1 test is crazy. I'm just giving you guys the math behind the silliness that you say. I mean, it's people like Judah that try to convince us that LeBron is doping. All I did was just tell you guys the math. So who do you believe? Now I want you guys to ask yourself, gun to your head, and you have LeBron James right in front of you, and you have a WADA agent ready to pull LeBron James' blood and test it, and it's a gun to your head. And if you have to tell the man with the gun, does LeBron James test positive or negative? Do you follow the math or do you listen to what Judah just told you? I'm going to follow the math, especially if the percentage is 0.000000000, some more 0.00000s, and then a few numbers at the end. The likelihood of LeBron James passing all 160 tests in his career is essentially 0 if he were doping. I know you guys get mad when people actually come at you with arguments that you just can't. The math is not something that you can argue. This is not something that you can actually argue. It's just a fact. I know Judah wants to come in here and talk about what the DEA said about Savannah. Talk about it. but talk about it in truth, just like I did. The DEA was not investigating Samantha for PED use. She was a very vague connection to someone else. But y'all don't want to talk about the truth. Okay, so what's the source of my information on the screen? Okay, y'all asked that. Luckily, I always source these things. So when we talk about testing frequencies, you can find that on NBA.com. Go to NBA.com, pull up the NBA CBA. It's going to talk to you about the testing. 8 random tests per year, 6 during the season, 2 in the off season. That can easily be found, right? Just based on that number alone, you can get to the 160. His career length is 20 years. If you don't know LeBron James's career length, well, go to NBA.com and count the years that he actually played. If you want to know the probability of passing a single doping test, just go to WADA.com. Go to WADA reports. You can go to WADA.com and it's going to tell you, just like I put on the screen. It says right here, this is according to WADA, that passing a single drug test, if doping, is 5% is generally used as the assumption. That's what WADA said. You can go find that on WADA's website. That's all we need to come up with the probability. Math is simple. So based on the facts that we have, LeBron James played 20 years. That's a fact. LeBron James undergoes at a minimum 8 random drug tests per year. That's a fact. Not even counting the Olympic drug test. It's a fact that he's taken at a bare minimum 160 drug tests for his career. We have those facts to work with. Now we just have to, how do we now come up with the odds of being able to pass all of those tests? The math tells you it's essentially 0% when you're dealing with compound steroids. Y'all think steroids is like Tylenol. You can pop one pill and get results. It's not. I know, Judah. I know you have an agenda to push by saying that. But again, this is just you pushing against sheer logic. Like I said, astronomically small probability makes it clear that LeBron James has not been using PEDs. The idea that he could have avoided detection across 160 tests is mathematically impossible. It's just mathematically impossible. Right? This is the hypocrisy of the real media critics from channels like Ticket TV, DreamersPro, frequently accuse ESPN, mainstream sports, of overhyping LeBron James. However, these very critics, again, just like with Bronny James, rely on LeBron-centric content to drive views, demonstrating blatant hypocrisy. A review of Man Down Sports Channel shows that videos focusing on LeBron and Bronny consistently outperform content about other subjects. Just go look. That's a fact. The so-called real media creators, right, who claim to oppose ESPN overhyping of LeBron, they ironically depend on LeBron-related content to sustain their viewership and relevance. Furthermore, these critics frequently fail to vet their sources, often relying on false claims of figures like Chael Sonnen without questioning their credibility. By repeating, just like Judah's doing in the chat, by repeating these baseless accusations, people like Judah are just perpetuating a cycle of sensationalism and hypocrisy. These are facts. Because the math and the science is right in front of you. The DEA report exonerating LeBron James is right in front of you. You guys will shy away from the most credible sources to go to the least credible source in Chael Sonnen and tell us that Chael Sonnen is right. That tells us a lot about you, Judah. You're going to the lowest of the low. I mean, essentially, Judah, you're You remind me of D.A. Love and Hilton down there in Georgia. Y'all don't have a real case. So what do? You go find the most low, bottom of the barrel witnesses you can find to try to convince a jury that these guys over here are guilty of a crime. So you bring a little Woody on the stand who's sitting up there saying anything, doing anything. You bring a guy on the stand like little D up there leaning back, just sitting back, just. This is the mindset that y'all in. The fixation on people like Judah and all these LeBron James hate channels, the fixation on tearing down LeBron and Bronny can only be understood through psychological concepts like confirmation bias. These critics latch onto any information that supports their negative views while ignoring credible evidence that validates LeBron's accomplishments and Bronny's potential. Their bias is often rooted in envy, and as many critics struggle to accept LeBron's historic success both on and off the court. Additionally, y'all, these detractors have even propagated conspiracy theories, claiming that agencies like the DEA, agencies like the CIA, the U.S. Olympic Committee are protecting LeBron James. These accusations have never been substantiated by any credible evidence, but they continue to be pushed by critics seeking to discredit LeBron's legacy. Detractors similarly demand that LeBron address these baseless rumors, such as those connecting him to scandals involving P. Diddy, despite there being no credible evidence. This is the saddest part about it, y'all. This is the saddest part about it. Before I drop the link, let's just get to a quick conclusion. These are some of my foundational points. The conclusion is the impossibility of the hate-driven narratives. The one thing that you cannot deny when the Lakers drafted Bronny James, there were basketball and financial reasons. Obviously, multitude of scouts talked about Bronny's defense and playmaking abilities. This has been validated by top scouts. And his jersey sales demonstrate that his presence is a major financial asset to the Lakers. Over 500,000 jerseys sold, generated an estimated $50 million for the team already, and that number is skyrocketing. The Lakers made the right decision in using that number using that second round pick to draft Bronny James. Let's talk about LeBron's clean record. Despite repeated accusations, LeBron has passed every one of his 160 plus drug tests, making it mathematically improbable for him to have been doping. We broke down the numbers and the science behind those numbers. It's just basic statistics. You either can believe Chael Sonnen, who, when I just played that clip, y'all see he's a habitual liar. Or you can believe the numbers, that it just doesn't make sense to accuse LeBron James of PED use. Let's go to the critics' hypocrisy. The same critics who claim Bronny is overhyped are the ones who focus on him disproportionately, amplifying his spotlight and further contributing to his rise in popularity. All publicity is good publicity. If you guys don't think Bronny James deserves the spotlight, then go put the spotlight on another second round pick who deserves it. You guys don't care about any of the other second round picks. You don't care about any of the guys that didn't get drafted. You only care about Bronny James because he's connected to LeBron, and that combination gets you more views. Talking about the guys who didn't get drafted or are fighting for spots in the NBA, like an Adonis Arms, doesn't get you any viewership or views. You guys don't care about them, nor will you even talk about their games. They tried to use Boogie Ellis as the guy, but no one's talked about Boogie Ellis. No one cared about Boogie Ellis. No one knows where Boogie Ellis is right now. No one has went to go watch a preseason game where Boogie Ellis might be playing. No one's talked about the G League team that Boogie Ellis might be associated with, or the overseas team that he's going to. Y'all don't care. Y'all just use these names to push narratives. That's a fact. And then lastly, let's get to the collusion theory, right? What did LeBron James haters say the most? Oh, you're paid by Clutch. You're paid by Clutch. Is Clutch paying you? Is Clutch paying you? The idea that Clutch Sports manipulated every step of Bronny's basketball career is, as I've shown you, mathematically impossible. It's mathematically absurd, with the probability of success, even in trying to do that, close to zero. And that's with us just using 50 people, which we all know with all of the multitude of people that would be involved in some type of orchestration like that, you're probably looking at 500 people, which makes that even more improbable. This is just simple math. This is just me breaking down the stupidity of the concepts that they put out. When LeBron James haters get backed into a corner and they don't know how to answer, they don't have anything to say, what they say is, oh, you're getting paid by Clutch. When you're making too much sense and they don't have a reasonable comeback to anything that you say with facts supported by data, they say that you're getting paid by Clutch. I'm sure after I'm done with this video, there are going to be a multitude of people that are typing in the comments, Clutch, you're getting paid by Clutch. They say this is about Gilbert Arenas. They say this about anybody that says LeBron James either might be in the GOAT conversation or is the GOAT. They claim that everybody that says LeBron James is the GOAT is getting paid by Clutch. It can't be their own independent opinion. They just have to be getting paid. Are y'all now starting to see the stupidity in their logic? And now do y'all realize why I use the word stupidity so much when talking about them? Now do y'all see why people like Danny Mac, Judah, don't click the link when I go live? People like Michael, don't click the link. But see, Willie, I know that awful coaching calls it down the line, because awful coaching has a platform where he evaluates talent on a game-by-game basis. And as he's done in the past, Willie, if you actually watch this content, when Bronny plays well, he gives him his flowers. When Bronny plays bad, he talks about what he did wrong. That's real basketball breakdown. The problem with people like you, Willie, is that even when Bronny plays well, you don't give him his flowers. You still find a reason to tear it down. Awful coaching, very eccentric, but he does call it fair down the line. And he'll tear Bronny down, but if Bronny comes out the next game and starts to improve on some of the things that he highlighted, he will call that out and call it fair. And he will do a video title saying that Bronny James' defense is great, just as quick as he'll do a video saying that Bronny James' defense was bad. That's real film breakdown. That's why I can always respect awful coaching. That's why I don't put awful coaching in this particular category. Because the thing is, we all know, just like y'all showed us in Summer League, if Bronny James plays well, y'all won't care. And realistically, you shouldn't. Because Bronny James is a developing player. He's a 2 to 4 year project, as what most scouts said. But y'all are expecting him to step on the basketball court and perform like a 10-year vet, when you are not putting this expectation on any other second-round pick. You guys, the expectations that you have for Bronny, you're not giving to any first-round pick. Rob Dillingham played out of his mind versus the Lakers. Nobody talked about Rob Dillingham. And he's a first round pick with higher expectation. And all gravy. 2 to 4 years. Let's see how Bronny pans out. I don't think Bronny's going to be a really good NBA player. I don't think he's going to be a great pro. He's a small guard that can't shoot. That combination right there just doesn't lend to you having longevity in the NBA. Can they develop it over time? Maybe. Is it likely? Probably not. But that doesn't mean, based on that assessment, that I then start doing a Bronny James hate video every time he has a game where he doesn't score 10 to 15 points. Because in that first game that he played, being a guy that's been pegged and tabbed as a defensive player, nobody talked about in that first game that he played the fact that as a small guard, he had 3 blocks. Nobody talked about that. 3 blocks as a small guard, as a defender in the NBA, is a hell of an accomplishment in limited minutes. But the haters chose to focus on his ability to score, even though he was drafted for his ability to potentially defend and be a great team player. Right? This is how you know these people are stupid. I was listening to the Sports T talk, and Sports T said, you know how she talks like she's holding her throat or something, and she's like, I hate this notion that LeBron makes all of the players around him better. He played with Kevin Love and he wasn't better. He played with Chris Bosh and he wasn't better. That's because she's stupid. And she thinks that a player getting better or worse is embedded in his stat line. I believe that Kevin Durant was better when he played with the Warriors and Steph Curry, even though his numbers weren't the same in OKC. It's called sacrifice. She claims to have played sports, but she must have been on the sorriest team in basketball history where everything was about numbers. Because when you're on a good team, everybody sacrifices. You sacrifice playing time. Your numbers go down. It's hard to replicate. For example, with Jordan, when Jordan was losing, getting his lights blown out every night, he could average 37 a game. When he was winning championships, he was down to 29 to 30. He sacrificed. When he was losing, he could go out there and try to push for triple doubles. When he was winning, he delegated tasks to other people like Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, Dennis Rodman. He allowed Phil Jackson to coach and be coachable. Well, Willie, Pippen and Grant's numbers went up because they were rookies going into their prime. Kevin Love, Chris Bosh, and D Wade were already in their primes, and they joined a team where they had to sacrifice. But their numbers going down doesn't mean they were worse. Because as Jordan fans say, it's about the results, and it resulted in championships, right? So don't, in one sense, tell me about the players around LeBron James' numbers going down, and that's why they were worse players. But you never give LeBron James credit for his stats, because you only say that LeBron James' stats are because of longevity. And then when it comes to LeBron James, he's only judged by winning and losing. So you judge the role players by their stats, not winning and losing. But you judge LeBron not by his great stats, but by winning and losing. Hypocritical. Of course, Judah. Yes, all great. Jordan didn't win until Pippen established himself as a great player, and Horace Grant established himself as a great player. Jordan lost when he lost that established player in Horace Grant. They didn't win again until they got an established player in Dennis Rodman. The Bulls consistently brought in established players like Ron Harper, a guy who was essentially an all-star level player, even though he never made an all-star game. The only way you win championships is with established players. You don't win championships with young players. The Boston Celtics were a team full of great young players for the longest time. They didn't win until they all became established. They were drafted, yes. That's just one way. See, Judah, drafting is just one way a team can acquire talent. They didn't draft Dennis Rodman. They didn't draft Ron Harper. They didn't. There's a lot of players they didn't draft. And there's a lot of players that the Bulls drafted that they just got it wrong on, who were top 10 picks. So it took a lot of trial and error. So Ron Harper is on the level of AD. No, it's not. It's not about that. You just said established. You see, now you're moving the goalpost, Judah, because you literally just said established players. You didn't say all-star level players. I know at that stage, the stage of Ron Harper's career, he was just an established player. He was no longer an all-star level player because of the injuries. But he was a vet that understood the game. The Bulls didn't go draft a guy and throw him in the fray and say, go be great. They went and got an established player in Ron Harper because they knew we need established vets to win. Teams are put together in a plethora of ways, just like when the Boston Celtics were putting together their super team. Did they draft a Robert Parrish? Or did Robert Parrish publicly come out and say, I don't think I can be a number one, even though Robert Parrish was arguably a top 3 center in the league with the Warriors. Great numbers, but couldn't win. So he requested a trade to the Boston Celtics. That's not organic. Not everybody can get lucky to do what the Los Angeles Lakers did in the 80s, which is finesse a team out of all their first-round picks so they can draft all of the perfect players. You put your teams together however you put them together. Free agency, draft, signings, trades. However you need to craft your team, craft your team. But the stupidity that you believe that the only way to build your team with integrity is through the draft is stupid. When you LeBron fan, when not LeBron, you Jordan fans, every time you see a player play bad, all y'all do is say trade him, trade him, trade him, trade him. And then in the same breath, you talk about how these players aren't able to stay on one team. So a player can't leave on his own and build a legacy in one place like Derrick Rose wanted to do, like Kyle Lowry wanted to do, like DeMar DeRozan wanted to do. These players, just like we just saw with Karl Anthony Towns, who literally have significant emotional ties to a team, and you wake up one day and you look at your phone, the team don't even call you, you're traded. The team can trade you. But we even know that players demanding trades and going to better teams. We know that these Jordan fans don't really have an issue with it because when Charles Barkley, one of the best players in the NBA, chose to leave the Sixers and demanded a trade to one of the best teams in the West, the Portland Trail Blazers. And if the Trailblazers couldn't pull off the trade, the Phoenix Suns, who were over 50-win team, y'all didn't say anything. Y'all didn't say anything about Charles Barkley running from the grind. Y'all didn't say anything about Robert Parrish running from the grind. All this running from the grind talk started. Y'all didn't even say anything about Ewing when he wanted a trade out of New York. Y'all didn't say he was running from the grind. When Hakeem Olajuwon demanded a trade out of Houston, y'all didn't say he was running from the grind. When Reggie Miller wanted a trade out of Indiana, y'all didn't say he was running from the grind. Oh, the organizations just had handcuffs. You ain't going nowhere. Y'all don't got the power in this league. We do. It's just sad. It's just sad that y'all have reduced y'all level of crying down to crying about who LeBron James' teammates are. Now you're just mad because he played with good players. LeBron James played with D Wade and Kyrie. You mad? I haven't seen a team win a championship without great players. I mean, in NBA history, you're only looking at maybe 2-3 teams ever to win it without bona fide all-stars muddy through the roster. But you guys want LeBron to be like Dirk. You want LeBron to be like Hakeem Olajuwon in that one-off Houston Rocket team. LeBron, don't win championships like every other team in NBA history has won championships with a lot of talent. We need you, LeBron, to go win championships like Dirk did. In one of the few instances where it happened in NBA history, where a one all-star is able to lead a team to a championship. Hakeem Olajuwon, these are one-offs. Doesn't happen very often. But y'all want LeBron to do it in the rarest form possible to be impressive. I heard somebody saying on the channel the other day, they saying, man, I wish LeBron would have stayed in Cleveland, man, and just tried to win one. Why? So you guys could cry about how LeBron isn't able to get to the finals? This is not the 90s where a player is stuck on a sorry team and a sorry organization for 20 years. If you ain't getting it done as a GM, as an organization, it's time for me to go. Especially if it's in a shithole city like Cleveland. If I'm going to lose, if I'm going to go out, I might as well do it in Miami or Cali. Who want to be in Cleveland losing? The problem is streets ain't no myth, is that some GMs don't do their job. The problem is some owners are content with losing in the first and second round and collecting big checks while not exceeding the salary cap, while not having to pay the luxury tax, because they're looking at their teams as a business. They're not really trying to build a winner. There are not too many owners like Mark Cuban or Ballmer with the Clippers, who every year are going to dig deep into their pockets, essentially try to buy a championship. And we don't knock them. We don't knock Mark Cuban for every year trying to buy a championship. We don't knock Ballmer every year trying to buy a championship. Every owner ain't like that. Some front offices didn't have the luxury of having a Danny Ainge who knew how to stockpile draft picks and then cash in on them at the right time. Some front offices didn't have a front office like the Golden State Warriors, who knew how to spot talent from a mile away. The one thing we do know is that Cleveland Cavalier organization, when LeBron was drafted there, was one of the worst front offices in basketball history. Yet LeBron was supposed to do what? Win with that? Win with an organization that didn't want to trade J.J. Hickson? Right? And because they never went out and actually got any talent, what did Larry Bird say when the Cleveland Cavaliers went knocking on their door trying to trade off some of them players? What did Larry Bird say publicly? Larry Bird said, as the GM of the Indiana Pacers, all these guys, their numbers is just elevated because they playing with LeBron. They ain't really like that. Larry Bird said that publicly when the Cavs came knocking on the door to trade. Them dudes ain't really like that. They just playing with LeBron James. That's why their numbers look like that. We don't want them bumps. That's what teams would tell the Cavs when they actually tried to make a trade. Y'all got a bunch of bums that LeBron James is elevating. I didn't say that. And if y'all want me to get the clip, I'll play the clip. I'll go download it and play it. That's what Larry Bird said about the Cleveland Cavaliers when they came trying to trade with them. Y'all get mad. Let me drop this link, man. Let's get people up here. All right, y'all. Make sure before I drop this link, man, make sure y'all support the channel. I know, Judah, you're not pulling up. I predicted that when the show first started, Judah. I know you're not pulling up. Didn't I say that before the show started? I said, when it's time to drop the link, I said, y'all find a way to disappear. Judah, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all exactly what Judah's gonna do. When this live stream ends, Judah's gonna go into the comments and he's gonna type about 16 paragraphs. He's probably working on his report right now, Googling fake, erasing data to put in data that fits his narrative. He does it all the time. He will literally fake data and put it in the comments. See, when he comes up here on the panel, you can't fake data because I'm going to pull it up on the screen. You can't lie about LeBron James taking PEDs because I'm going to pull the information up on the screen. We know how many drug tests LeBron takes. We know he can't avoid it. I know, Judah. I said before this started you weren't going to pull up. It's no surprise. I know, Judah. I mean, Judah, that's just a joke. $2 hoe. I mean, what does that mean, Judah? Am I supposed to get mad, Judah? Am I supposed to block you? What am I supposed to do with that, Judah? Come on, man. Haven't you learned yet that don't knock me off of my foundation of what I'm talking about? Come on, man. Try again, man. I know exactly what you're going to do, y'all. When this stream ends, you're going to type a paragraph in the comments, just like you do with all the videos. And please don't tell me you were the guy on Locker Room's channel saying the 96 Sonics, because somebody in the chat said that was you, Judah. Please don't tell me that was you. This ain't, Judah, I'm inviting you onto the panel. Yet you're trying to say this is a safe haven. But please don't tell me. Please don't tell me that was you saying the 96 Sonics. Oh, see, Judah. See, you worse than Chael Sonnen, and if that was you. You worse than Chael Sonnen. Now I know you don't know nothing about basketball. You should have never done that. And you got to realize, and look, this is what you got to realize, Judah. It's not easy it's very easy to out-debate Locker Room. It's not very challenging whatsoever. The fact that you let Locker Room outwit you and out-debate you, it says a lot. Right? The Locker Room lost the debate. He lost the debate, and all he had to do was explain to the people why the Brooklyn Nets last year won't make the playoffs. And he lost. We're not talking about a very high level basketball mind, and you got outwitted by the Locker Room and turned into an epic soundbite. That's wild. All right, let me drop this link now. Thank you, A1. That's all facts. Join the stream, y'all. Link is in the chat. Please, man, make sure, man. Look, man, we got to get back to supporting. And then I want to see y'all, not even just my streams, right? And I know we'll do a better job of putting up the links to donate up, but Go James Kingdom, the crossover, Hollywood Herm, the Full Court Press, In the Zone, right? I just think that y'all could do a little bit better job at supporting those content creators, right? Because they be planning all week, no matter what you think of the shows or the topics, they plan all week, they put shows together, they put out content. And I mean, these guys been in the game for a minute. You know, if you're not supporting FYF and our donation links, I definitely want to see you guys supporting those channels, man. Just a little bit more. And if they forget to call out your donation, let them know in the chat. Let them know in the chat. Let them know in the chat. We got Hollywood Herm. We got Mingo Jester.
Salute everybody, man.
Man, what's good, people?
Oh man.
I'm gonna go ahead and kick it on off, her. Let me go ahead and kick it on off right quick. let me go ahead and kick it on off right quick. Listen, man. Look, all that stuff that Lamont was saying, I have no problem with LeBron James leaving Cleveland, going to the Heat, because the organization can trade a player with the drop of a hat. Look at it. What's the name? Did Cat? They traded Cat. Cat didn't find out he was trading until he looked on Twitter. So I have no problem with LeBron James going to the Heat. My problem come in that when you create a team like that, bro, you don't lose in that fashion you did in 2011. That was my whole problem.
And look, Mingo.
That was my only problem with that.
And Mingo, I get that. Like that right there. If your criticism is that you didn't think they should have lost in 2011, the whole world thinks they should have lost in 2011, but they lost. Just like I didn't believe that the Lakers had any business losing to the Pistons when they lost to the Pistons.
They did.
But they lost. And so at the end of the day, you can choose to do one or two things. You can harp on it. You can over-bloviate about it. You can give them their criticism. But I just think with 2011, people dragging and make it worse than what it is. When at the end of the day, when you look at the teams that Dallas beat, they took out that man Dirk took out legends. And then when you look at some of the other biggest letdowns in NBA history, for example, with the Lakers, when they lost to the Pistons, we don't see people dragging that like they dragged 2011. We don't see people dragging it that hard. I actually see more people giving the Pistons their flowers for being a great defense.
They don't do the same for the Mavericks. They don't do the same for Dallas.
They don't do that for Dallas. Like nobody. Everybody just goes under the presumption.
That 2006 was a choke job.
No, but Herm, we understand that, but the fans don't speak about it as a choke job like they did with 2011. Both of them are what we would call choke jobs. But at the end of the day, you don't have them with the same energy.
And I get that, but what I was saying was the reason why I give 2011 more criticism than I do 2004 when the Lakers lost to the Pistons is because how LeBron played. LeBron could have played average and they win that series. Average.
We know.
And they win that series.
But Mingo Jester, I don't want to turn this into a 2011 conversation.
And that's it.
Because nobody's disagreeing with that. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that if LeBron James plays better, they win. Well, we know. And LeBron James didn't play better. It was a stain. It's a stain on his legacy. It's a stain on it. But what I don't like that y'all do is I look at the fact that look at what he did after. Did he bounce back? Did they come back and replicate the same thing and just lose? Or did he come back that next year and not have one of the greatest NBA seasons of all time as an individual?
I think he won Finals MVP the next year.
So what I'm saying is, like when Jordan lost for example, when Jordan lost in 95, 96 to me is Jordan's best year in the NBA. But we don't have 96 and that Chicago Bull team running a diamond press if he don't lose like that in 95, and it motivates 96. 96 to me was the greatest year by almost that I've seen. But it don't happen without the loss in 95. It don't happen without Jordan choking in 95 versus Orlando, 2 turnovers in the clutch. But see, y'all don't appreciate the growth when we see growth. When we see a player falter, y'all, the great players do what? They recover and bounce back. Y'all don't ever talk about how he recovered and bounced back. Y'all always talk about, he lost. He was supposed to win. I get it.
But the difference between you done brought Jordan into the conversation. The difference between Jordan and the difference between Jordan and LeBron James. Jordan never lost when he was supposed to win. That's my point.
That's
he never lost when he was supposed to win.
But hold on. But Mingo Jester, what does that mean?
What does that mean? That means you get the job. He got the job done.
Mingo Jester, hold on. When I ask you that, Mingo Jester, I'm saying when I say what does it mean, you telling us that you making all these arguments. No one has made any points for you to bring any of this up. You're just saying it to say it,
yes,
but I don't know why you're
Jordan into it. So that made me say that. You mentioned Jordan's name, so that made me say that.
All right. Well,
I guess.
all right. Hold on. We got some new people on the panel. I want to go to Herm next because Herm was second on the panel, but we got Frank on the panel. We got P5. We got Ruddy Hood. We got Mahari, and we got Rebrandon. I want to make sure we get to everybody before we open it up and we go crazy. So let me go to Hollywood Herm next, man. Hollywood Herm, whatever your points are, let me get it. And just look, try to keep it in line with the information that I presented today, so we stay on topic. Because I don't want this to turn into a GOAT debate. It's not a GOAT debate.
No,
right? Let's not do all that.
I'm not gonna do that at all, but I'm gonna respond to a lot of responses you got during the video, though. I just feel like these two toxic fan bases, man, this stuff gotta stop, man. Can we talk basketball and just talk the game with the love of the game instead of, okay, because somebody send a shot at Jordan, now I gotta send a shot at LeBron, or because somebody send a shot at LeBron, now I gotta send a shot at Jordan. And all y'all doing is a contest.
What's the about the information that I presented?
You want me to focus? You want me to focus on that?
I mean, I know what you're saying right there is very general and kind of vague, and in a sense, you're not wrong. But with the information, right? When we're talking about the hate-driven narratives that people are throwing towards Bronny, the hate-driven narratives that people are throwing towards LeBron. Right, the tendency for these critics to try to align their talking points with things that we know are false, and people that have no credibility, even with Bronny James, people saying that, oh, he only got this NBA consideration because they faked his McDonald's All-American. It was paid for by Clutch. They faked his high school rankings. He was only a 4-star because Clutch paid Rivals and 24/7 Sports and all these people. But again, when you look at these things mathematically, it's a mathematical improbability when you look at these things in that type of nutshell. So do you have any, when we talk about in along the lines of what I was talking about today, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, end of the day, we can have our opinions on shit, but if you can't prove it, there's really no point in talking about it. It's really just a waste of time, and it will prove that you are a hater in a sense, because in the end of the day, you innocent till proven guilty in anything in life, period. You innocent till proven guilty. We can have some assumptions, but if you don't have the proof, why the hell
you be capping all the
hey,
hold on, y'all. Let him get his take, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Before I open it up, let me let everybody get, because we got to get to everybody. Hold on, Herm, wrap it up, Herm, so I can get to Frank real quick.
Here's the thing, I'm trying to do the right goddamn thing, Lamar, but soon
I know. I'm just saying, wrap it up so we can get to Frank.
End of the day, y'all. End of the day, y'all. We can't put shit on people that we don't have the direct proof on. If you don't have the proof, shut the hell up. Stop casting shit on.
Thank you.
Period. And just leave the shit alone until
Hey, stop dick riding, bro. Let them talk.
Hey, shut the hell up, man. Shut the hell up, right
now.
Thank you.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me.
Y'all leave that shit alone. We're going to move on to the next. I'm going to come back around and cook some of y'all ass.
Hold on. Let me go to Frank. Let me go to Frank real quick. Frank, what's good? It looks like you're new to the panel. I appreciate you pulling up.
My guy.
I'm good, man. What are your thoughts on this right here, man?
My thoughts, if you're talking about LeBron and Bronny, I feel like Bronny is getting not fair hate, and I can totally understand that from my personal perspective, because I have a father who's in charge of a scrap metal company. And when I started working there, I got all this hate of like, oh my God, Frank can't do this or Frank can't do that. And that's a fair statement to say. It's all talk, but you got to prove it first. So all the talk about Bronny right now, is it fair? Probably not, but it's going to happen no matter what until he proves himself. So to Herm's point, it's just all talk right now. It doesn't mean shit. It's just all talk. So until you go out, yeah.
And what I'm saying is, you are right. I agree with that. I think when you go into the NBA, you get paid. Like you get paid this big money because it comes with a lot of criticism as well. And so, but what my thing is that, especially when I'm talking about the content creators, what I don't like is if these content creators were honest and saying, look, Bronny's an NBA player, I'm gonna criticize him because I have the right to criticize him. He's in the league. He needs to be able to take it. I get that. But what's happening is, and what I'm seeing is, these content creators are coming out saying, oh, Bronny's only here because of nepotism. He's taking the spotlight from these other players who aren't getting shine.
That's bullshit.
And what I'm saying is, well, put a little shine to those players. Who are these other players that you are referencing? Like, instead of making another video on Bronny, which you've kind of, a lot of these content creators have already burnt that out to a certain degree because they've done literally 50, 60 videos on the topic, Bronny and Bron James. Why don't you give one of those videos? Why don't you give somebody who you feel is getting overshadowed by the Bronny news a little bit of the spotlight? And when you start asking them about the others, they don't know. They don't tell you. So I think it's all fake.
Well, I feel like that's going to happen because he's obviously Bron's son. So, like, that makes sense. He's going to get a lot of the spotlight. It's just natural because his dad has always gotten the spotlight. And it's the first time in the history of the whole league that this has happened, having a father-son duo. So it's a big thing, man. This is awesome. This is honestly super cool to, like, see. This is freaking cool. Now, I feel like, just, talking how I think now, I feel like Bronny shouldn't be a pro player yet. And I'm a big Bron fan, but I feel like he should play the full season in the G League and learn there. That's how I feel, because he's not there yet. That's what I think. He's not there yet. So that's my take.
And I agree. And you are right about that. Let me get to P5, man. P5 was up here, man. He waiting patiently. P5, man. Long-time supporter, man. One of the OGs, man. What you got, P5?
Lamont. I also see a SB, by the way. What's good, SB? Long time no speak, SB.
Yes,
but I guess talking about Bronny, right? Because Bronny has the spotlight, which makes sense. But I mean, when it comes to Bronny getting drafted due to nepotism, I don't necessarily agree. Now, was Bronny like a first-round prospect? I don't think so. Could Bronny have gone before 54? I think he could have if a team wanted to draft him. I think Bronny has – just take out his name. Bronny has the traits to be a fine enough NBA role player. And that's kind of what this draft was filled up. It's not a very deep – it wasn't a very deep draft, at least deep into the second round. It wasn't very top-end talented. It was just a generally weak draft class. And I think we're starting to see, like, even the high-end top players in the draft like Alex Sarr kind of struggle to adapt to the NBA because it was filled with a lot of raw prospects that could be really good or just prospects that were just going to be role players and nothing more. We even see that with Dalton Connect. I think Bronny doesn't have a great frame, right? He's only 6'1", 6'2", but he's strong. He's a very good athlete. He shows great defensive instincts and good he has upside defensively. And if he can develop a jump shot, I could easily see Bronny James kind of fitting. I want to say, because we've seen small backcourts work in the past. We've seen Toronto do it with Kyle Lowry and Fred VanVleet. That team was a 50-plus win team. They made it to the playoffs. They had a great defense. And it was because their two guards were both very good defenders who were also serviceable NBA players. I think Bronny could fit into a backcourt kind of like that at his best. Is he ever going to hit his absolute peak best? I'm not sure, and I don't think any NBA player really hits their peak. Like what can it be at their best? But is Bronny some undraftable player who can never play in the NBA? No, I don't think that's the case. The Lakers have to develop him because, like I said with Frank and FYF, I agree with you too. He's not ready. He's not ready quite yet. The jump shot's not there. The offensive, just in general, his confidence as an offensive player isn't there yet. But is Bronny can Bronny be a solid defender who can be at least a serviceable offensive player if the jump shot comes along? If he learns how to cut more, playing in transition, then yeah, I think Bronny can certainly be that. Is he ever going to be a lead guard? I don't think so. But Bronny certainly has the traits to be a serviceable NBA player. He's not some undraftable prospect, especially at the end of the second round. He's certainly not a horrible pick at the end of the second round in the draft class that in general just isn't all that good. You can throw whatever player you want. You can throw whatever player you want to throw at me from Grambling University, who averaged 16 points a game. I don't care. Teams don't go based off of who averaged 16 points and who averaged 4 points and who shot 10% from three, who shot 40% from three. They don't go off of that. Look at traits. I think Bronny has the traits to be an NBA player. He's not undraftable. It's not that he's never going to be good because he's Bronny James. No, that's not the case. He could have won earlier than 54. He could have went in the 40s or even before that. Other team, like I saw a post the other day from ESPN. Is it true? I'm not sure. The Golden State Warriors were considering drafting Bronny James. Like other teams considered Bronny James as a draftable player in the second round. It's not a horrible pick. He can be a decent player in the league from that case. And I understand the hate that he's getting because it's LeBron James' son, but I kind of feel bad for him in certain aspects of that.
I mean, I never can feel bad for anybody that's making millions. And that's one of my biggest things with Kwame Brown. The one thing I said was, look, you're sitting here running around crying about Stephen A. Smith, but you literally get paid millions to find a way to deal with the criticism that comes your way. Like that's part of the job. That's what comes with the job. Is and that's the one thing right now that I feel like the WNBA doesn't know how to manage is because they're getting fans saying and doing a whole bunch of different stuff, but they just don't know how to handle it. So they get to crying. Oh, you said this, you said that. And it's just like, well, that's what comes when you make more money, when you get more fandom, fans get crazy and crazier, and they're going to say what they want to say. But at the end of the day, like I say, I know that criticism is going to come Bronny's way. I just don't like the fact that to me, it's the hypocrisy. The things that a lot of these content creators are saying don't necessarily align with what they're doing. They say that ESPN is pushing and propagating Bronny too much, yet all they do is push and propagate Bronny and LeBron too much. But they just do it in the reverse. At the end of the day, it's still all publicity. All publicity is good publicity when it comes to social media. You're still making them more searchable. You're still making them more valuable to the Lakers. You're still going to add to his level of fandom because you just keep adding to the content that's out there about him. And so you're contributing to what y'all say you hate. And I think that's the biggest thing to me. But let me go to Already Hill. What's good, man?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's good, man?
What's good, man? Yo, shout out to the panel. Shout out FYF, Lamont, everybody. Shout out to the locker room, man. Saw him in the chat. But what I wanted to say was it's obvious, right, that these people, they salivate, especially LeBron haters, the LeBron hate channels, the Ticket TVs, the Scap Attacks, the Dreamers Bums, all of them. They salivate over new content. They salivate over something to talk about when it comes to LeBron James. Why? Because he brings in revenue. He's the most searched. And if you look last year, right, he was the eighth most searched person on the internet, the eighth most searched and viewed person in the entire world, right? Out of all celebrities, he was the fourth most searched athlete, right? And the number one most searched, second most searched black man, number one most searched athlete in the entire world, most searched and viewed. For the from the last 5 consecutive seasons, LeBron has been the most viewed player, and that's just from the last 5 consecutive seasons. We can go even before that. So yeah. So anyways, we know for a fact that his name, anything you attach to it, whether good or bad, is going to bring you viewership, is going to bring you revenue. The thing with Bronny James is, I saw the number 2 pick, I believe that was Alex Sarr. I saw the number 2 pick have a worse summer league than nobody. I mean, yeah, and absolutely nobody covered that. It would be different if Bronny, like someone tried to, if someone tried to take him at 1, or even if they tried to take him at 20 in the first round, it would be different. But he was what, the 55th pick in the draft? Yeah. What more do you expect out of a 55th pick?
He got a guaranteed contract though, so he's official.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, and that's the other thing. But look, right?
Yeah, but that's happened. That happened with a lot of second round picks this year.
Contract is not guaranteed, by the way. Like some of it is, and then I think like the last year is not guaranteed. So.
Hold on, but for example, Hollywood Herm. For example, one of the guys that I used to work out with a lot when I was back in Indiana, right? Carson Edwards. He got drafted second round, right? What's the first thing that happened when he gets there? They gave him a $8 million, a 4-year deal for $8 million because they said, Carson, we know you ain't ready. You a small guard, a lot to work on. His issue was on the defensive side. And they said, hold on, Herm. And they said, look, you're a project. We're going to tuck you away. We may bring you up for a few games, but we're going to mostly tuck you away. We just need you to develop and go work on your game. There's a ton of second round picks who
but I could
get these deals. And I mean, I get you can give us more, and I get that. I'm not trying to really harp on that too much. What I'm saying is the deal that he got is very common. People are pretending as if the deal that Brandon got is just this, oh, nobody else is getting it. And it happens all the time when an individual team.
It happened with
Listen,
Max
hold
Lewis,
on. What I'm saying is these don't, yes, they do, because Carson Edwards got 4 years. And it happens all the time. It happened with my buddy also from Purdue, AJ Hammonds. When he got drafted in the second round, he got a 4-year deal in a similar fashion without even playing in a summer league game. It happens all the time. But the reason why you don't know about it, Herm, is because you don't generally care about second round picks. You don't know about it. You don't never notice unless you're like in the business of basketball like I am. I have a master's degree in sports marketing and management. So it's my job to look into this stuff and understand the back end of it. It's my job to understand how the second round of the NBA draft actually works, not what people pretend to think it works. So the thing is, I don't expect most people to understand this because they're second round picks. Most people don't care or know, and I get that. And the thing is, the only reason you're hyper-focused on Bronny is because he's Bronny. But don't pretend that's what he's been given is not common when you don't understand the dynamics of second-round picks. And I think that's what's happening. People are pretending to talk on the dynamics of second-round picks as if what he's been given is uncommon when it's very common. That's the problem right there. I'm ready. Go ahead and wrap it up because I got to get to Go James Kingdom.
Yeah,
just pulled up as well.
And that's what I'm saying. If you look at Maxwell Lewis' contract, he had a similar contract to Bronny too. No one talks about that. But either way, like I said, it's really just what did you really expect out of a 55th pick? Okay, Bronny still has time to develop. Yeah, what I saw in the summer league and what I saw during these 2 preseason games, I do agree that offensively he's just not there. He has to be able to find his own shot. He has to develop, but defensively he does have a lot of potential. But just the fact that people are trying to go in on him, I think what LeBron has done for the game of basketball, he does deserve some type of leeway. I think that the Lakers organization recognized that, and I think it greatly pleased LeBron to be able to play alongside his son, which is going to have him motivated for next season. But that's all I had to say.
I got you. Go James Kingdom. What's good, man? Oh, did he drop out? All right, let me go to SB.
What's good? What's good? Lamar, salute, man. Salute. I was like, I'm gonna take a break from playing Dragon Ball Z. I was watching the show. It's a lot of things to take in for the situation with the Bronny situation. First of all, basketball wise, bro, he's a second round pick, 55th. Everything you take out of the second round is like a diamond in the rough. It depends on.
Hey, is his mic?
Is it me or is mic like it's like
your mic, SB, your mic going out.
Your mic.
Oh, it sounds like your boy just like went underwater, like just.
Man, a lot of y'all niggas Doug fun is around this month.
Herm, mute up real quick, bro.
Man, I am muting up shit, nigga.
Hold on. I think it was Johnny with the feedback. Let me have. I had to
can y'all hear me now?
Johnny, you got a little feedback, Johnny. That's all.
Can y'all hear
Go
me
ahead,
now?
SB. Yeah, I hear
okay,
SB.
yeah. But yeah, so like when it comes to Bronny basketball wise, he's a second round prospect. There's only so much you can expect from him. But Lamar, I'm glad you brought up the one thing that people not talk about, the business side of basketball with it. Because think about this. JD Buss ain't Steve Ballmer. She's not none of those guys. And then also with the Lakers, at the end of the day, Bronny is selling a lot of jerseys. He brings something to business. So all these false narratives of don't matter. Throw that out the window about the Diddy thing, steroids stuff. That don't matter. If it's not proven, that stuff don't matter. The contract is irrelevant too, because Bronny is not the first second round pick to ever get a guaranteed contract. And I was just looking, if you just easily look up second round picks, guaranteed contracts, is a dude that popped up right before Bronny. His name Tyler Coakley. He got the most money ever in a second round pick, 4 years and guaranteed. And none of y'all probably don't know who that is. Know what school he even played for. But he got paid more money than Bronny and he got a 4-year guaranteed contract. It took 2 seconds to look up second round pick guaranteed contract. And guess what? He got drafted in the 2024 draft. But nobody talk about that. But the same reason, like another thing that you brought up, Lamar, about everybody making videos because they getting the numbers. Well, so why y'all asking dumb questions about this kid being in the league and he just as popular helping your channel out just as much he's just as popular helping the business of basketball out? It don't matter. And then don't complain about the nepotism. America is built off nepotism. All the most powerful families who still running things is built off nepotism. The lady who owned the Lakers is on the team off nepotism because that's what her daddy earned. There's a lot of NBA player sons who making it to the league now. They got to the league with a little nepotism put. So it happens like that. So at the end of the day, it's a lot of BS that people just don't want to be honest about the situation. Sure, the kid, he ready at the play, but at some point he'll figure it out. And if you mad that LeBron got his son in the league, and as much as the value, LeBron is more valuable than a lot of NBA franchises alone. And what he did to the league, they done quadruple a lot of money. If this was the one favor he asked, hey, get my son in the league, I wouldn't be mad at it. This dude is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Simple as that.
Man, that's some real superheroes, man.
That's a fact.
And let me go to hold on. Let me go to hey Johnny's back. Hey Johnny, what's good, man?
Yeah,
peace and blessings, y'all. What they do? What's good, fellas? Y'all over here still hate. Y'all still hate finding new ways to hate on the GOAT. Is that what y'all doing with Bronny James?
ChatGPT. I don't want to hear this bum. He done got cooked.
Hold on, Herm. Let go.
Man, listen. First of all, no. Listen. First of all, Herm, we don't need ChatGPT. Let's talk about it right now. You want to talk about fanboys? What's a fanboy? I want to know that right now. What's a fanboy?
Friday night on your rerun show.
As a basketball fan, because I know basketball and I can talk basketball.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do talk basketball. When do I not talk basketball, Herm? When do I not talk basketball, Herm?
Shit, you just said Rudy Gobert more athletic than Akeem Olajuwon. Come on,
He is more athletic than Akeem Olajuwon. He is more athletic than Akeem Olajuwon.
Man, get out of here with that, man. You don't know basketball.
You don't know basketball. That is what you Lamont. This is what they do, Lamont. This is what they do.
Keep the audio clean. We just go one at a time. Y'all need to
listen.
Keep the audio clean.
This is what they do, Lamont. Lamont, you notice out of everybody who gets a chance to listen,
hold on. Keep the audio clean.
You see how to everybody who got a chance to speak. As soon as A. Johnny speak, we get a zesty Jeffrey that can't let me talk. You see that, right?
Hey, you talk about Jordan more than me, so you the zesty Jeffrey.
And I like Michael Jordan. I don't think Michael Jordan's a bad basketball player. You think LeBron's bad. You think Bronny's bad. But you talk about them all the time. You talk about them all the time. I talk about basketball players. You're mad because I can prove. You're mad because I can prove. You know what? I'll wait till it's my turn.
I don't want to have to mute you, but you got to let him get his take off. Please. Come on, y'all. Hold on. Let me let A. Johnny go. Go ahead. Hey, Johnny, go ahead and unmute. Go ahead.
I'll wait until it's my turn, because when it's my turn, I cook. I give y'all steak. I give y'all meat and potatoes, like Wally said. All my meals come with bread over here, young man. When I talk the game of basketball, and especially Michael Jordan, I'm talking about Michael Jordan's game.
When it comes with that Jewish
Herb, can you let him get his take, Herb, please, so we can keep the conversation moving, man. Come on, man, let's go.
There is no conversation when I'm here.
Interjecting.
There is no conversation when I'm here, because we got to start talking basketball. And when we start doing that, the zesty Jeffrey's got to trickle away, because they can't talk basketball.
You're kind of proving this point, Herb, when you kind of interject and making it messy.
Nah, but I'm not talking about Jordan or nothing. I'm just messing with him.
No, but you got to let him get his take off, because
of course you messing with me. You have officially been a part of the GJK groupie. Here you go.
All right, well, let him get his take off.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new member of the GJK City Girl groupie. His name is Pee Wee Herman. Because he loves GOAT James Kingdom so much, that's all he can talk about. In fact, he would rather talk about A. Johnny than LeBron James. He'd rather talk about A. Johnny than Bronny James. He would rather talk about A. Johnny than the Memphis Grizzlies, his own town. So that's what makes him a groupie. He is a GJK City Girl groupie, and he will be more than happy to take a flight to come see me, because that's what city girls do. That's what city girls do.
Who cares, bro? Like, who cares what he says?
Hey, bro, shut the hell up and let them squabble, bro.
Like, goddamn.
Huh?
It's not that serious. It's not that serious.
It's never that serious. It's never that serious. It's never that serious until A. Johnny starts talking. Then it gets serious.
Hey, y'all, let A. Johnny cook, y'all. Let him cook.
Let him go, man.
Hold on, y'all. And also, y'all, we all know that there's been a debate brewing between these two. So I'm gonna kind of let it go to a certain degree.
Hey, Lamont, I tell you what to do. Drop us backstage and just let them two go.
Us?
Yeah. Hey, hold on. Y'all want
everybody. So when nobody won't be talking, because everybody just interrupting.
The only one interrupting is Herm. That's the only one interrupting. He's not gonna let a debate happen.
Let them talk, Lamont.
I'm on
Come on,
mute. I'm on
I
mute.
still have yet to get my takeoff. I have still to get my takeoff. I still can't get my takeoff. This is what a Johnny does when a Johnny appears. Zesty Jeffries get all in their panties. They get wet when a Johnny show up. They get their panties wet when I show up. They can't wait to open their legs and talk about me. They can't wait to do it. They can't wait to do it. All they can do is talk about a Johnny and GOAT James Kingdom. That's how good we are. Like Lamont said, all publicity is good publicity. Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. You have now been exposed by the exposer. This is what I do best. And I'll be back Friday night and on a Saturday night to cook hard.
Ain't no party like a Johnny party.
Exactly. That's why Herman's upset. He don't get enough views on FYF like the GOAT James Kingdom platforms has been doing. He's been losing viewers. He's been losing haters. He's upset. There's more haters on my side than on his side. That's facts.
They love you.
Now, of course they love me because I talk basketball. You talk Diddy parties. You talk steroids.
Let him go. You gotta let him go. Whatever he says, you can respond as soon as he's done.
He can't respond. He got exposed. So you got to cut me off. So as we were talking about, Bronny James is a second-round late pick. None of y'all give a damn about that if it wasn't for LeBron James. The only reason you care about LeBron James, because he's the GOAT. You're like the fifth grader who refuses to tell the girl you like her, so you hit her. And you make everybody say, oh, I don't like her. She's nasty. But in reality, all you do is think about this girl. You go home thinking about this girl. You go home telling your mom and them about this girl. You tell everybody you know everything you know about this girl. That's LeBron James and Zesty Jeffries. You're a fifth grader. Math is not even your thing. We gave you probabilities. You guys can't do none of the math that Lamont asked you to put up. You guys don't talk basketball. You talk more about people than basketball. You belong on TMZ, not on TNT basketball, not on FYF Sports Debate, because you can't talk basketball. That's just the facts. I came here to have a good time, but now I got to cook more people. Who's next?
God damn. All right, let me let Herm go. Let's get Herm up here. Herm, you heard what he had to say. All right.
For anybody that didn't even know about Len Bias getting drafted by the Celtics in the 80s, and then you in your 40s, and then for a guy to say Rudy Gobert is more athletic than Hakeem Olajuwon, hell, you eliminated yourself for all basketball talk right there alone. So I mean, really, I already 1-0 on you. I'm gonna beat your ass again, and I'm gonna hand you back to your show and let you do your so-called exposure. And it's gonna be easy work in the office again for Hollywood Hearn. You could talk your shit you want to. You could get these fanboys. You may get them excited. They may even get an orgasm off of shit you say.
What is happening?
Oh man, just let Hollywood Hearn be Hearn. End of the day, brother.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Hold on, Frank. Hold on, Herm. Let me explain to him, Frank.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, no, Frank. Just so you know, because I know you knew, we do head-to-head debates on this channel. And so Herm is one of the more popular figureheads over here on FYF and GOAT James Kingdom. He's another one of the bigger content creators. What we do, this is all leading up to a head-to-head debate that's going to be happening real soon. And so obviously this is their kind of their face-off. So we kind of want to let it set aside a little bit of time for them.
I'm sorry,
because this is kind of a bit of their face-off. So I like I say, that's just to let you know. So this is kind of common over here when we have two people gearing up for one of our head-to-head debates, man. That's why I say I'm letting them get it off right now, and we can get back to regular schedule. All right, go ahead, Herb.
Hey, one thing about it, Lamar, I love people being against me. I actually love being the villain. Hell, I actually love pissing off you LeBron fanboys and really any other fanboy. I'm a fanboy killer. You see me took down Kawhi Leonard fan base and took down that whole thing. I don't mind taking down the LeBron fan base too. I take y'all down too. I let y'all live long enough anyway. I let a lot of stuff slide. I let y'all diss the 90s. I let y'all just try to trash any era to boost up LeBron and them and his accomplishments, which is cool. We know LeBron is great. We know it's a lot of all-time great players that done a lot of things in the NBA that a lot of other players didn't do. But I guarantee y'all, I'm gonna smoke his ass again. For this nigga to say Rudy Gobert is more athletic than Akeem Olajuwon, that should tell y'all everything y'all need to know about this man's basketball acumen. So at the end of the day, I'm just ready for the debate, Lamont. I'm just ready for this shit to be on the roll. I'm just ready for it to be set up, and I'm just ready to cook this bomb once again, and I'm going to send him about this way. That's all I'm ready for. Forget all the talk. I'm really done talking.
Hey, Lamont, when is this debate supposed to happen?
I mean, we can hash out we can set the time right now. We got both.
No, Lamont, ain't no time. He gonna show up on a Sunday afternoon, and I'm gonna show up on a Saturday night and cook him on his show. He wants help from the Zesty Jeffrey Coalition. He's gonna have to deal with me solo. And he don't want to show up on a Friday night. We already know that. He won't show up on a Friday night. I'll be there on a Saturday night. I will be there on a Saturday night, young man.
What you talking about?
Oh, so be there. So be there or be square.
I'm there.
Friday night?
Be there or be square. Friday night will always be available. 9 p.m. Eastern. Y'all know when the GOAT James Kingdom go. Y'all know what we do.
I'm bringing my popcorn.
Friday night exposure on Friday night.
Hey, Johnny. Hey, Johnny, you gotta adjust the time, bro. I'll be at work at 9. But
that's not my fault. That's not my fault. You wait. You know what you can do when you get off work? You can go ahead and give it a view and watch how I cook and super fillet.
See it live.
Herm Edwards, man. Come on, man. We don't need none of y'all sitting here watching nothing but other than me cooking this man. It's gonna be 9 p.m. Eastern. If you don't like 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm gonna pop up Saturday, and let's hope he does his show on Saturday and not postpone his show again, so that we can see him get cooked again on Saturday.
So you're gonna have him pull up your show on Friday, and then you're gonna pull up to his show on Saturday.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
And that's fair, Herm.
That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm with all the smoke.
That's what I'm gonna do. Friday night exposure with the exposer. That's what I do best. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Your lungs ain't gonna handle it. Your lungs won't happen. Your lungs won't happen. It ain't gonna be sunflowers. It ain't gonna be sunflowers and peaches and cream no more, Herman. Relax, Pee Wee Herman. Yes, relax, Pee Wee Herman. No. Matter of fact, this is what we need to do, ladies and gentlemen. Like Lamont asked. Lamont said that we need to donate. Lamont, we need to do. Wait, Lamont. Here you go. Let's start with the real donation. Let's do a real donation, and let's start off by donating money so that we can all get Pee Wee Herman a laptop, so that he can show up every show that he needs to do and be on point. So we don't have none of this problem with the phone lagging and his Android phone. We're gonna get him a laptop so that he can actually create better content. So let's start now. You guys go ahead and donate to the FYF Cash App, and we're gonna start a donation tonight to make sure Herman has a laptop.
Oh, I didn't know that I could have used it.
Hold on, y'all mute up and let her fight back.
He was crying for an hour straight. You was crying for an hour straight last time.
Hey, Lamont, full screen.
You gonna do the same thing again. You gonna do the same thing again as crying.
All right, man. You gotta get you some graphics, man. You gotta get you some graphics, man. He got you on Pee Wee Herman like this, man. That's crazy.
Why you smiling that hard?
He's smiling that hard because he's talking about LeBron. This is a picture of him talking about LeBron. I got this from him talking about LeBron James. That's why he was smiling so hard. He was talking about LeBron James.
I'm all about cooking bombs. Hey, Lamont, you need to tell these niggas, you need to remind these niggas that Hollywood Hearn is one of the best debaters period on FYF Sports. You need to remind these niggas that A. Johnny cried for an album when I cooked his ass the last time.
I do remember that.
It's easy fucking work. You can do these graphics, do these fan songs. All you gonna get the job done, nigga. I fucking doubt you.
Wait a minute, so they done debated before and Herm won? Whoa. Wait. So what the hell did I miss? So they done debated before and Herm won.
No, listen.
You should have known that, Mingo Jester. You voted for him.
I did not know that because, like I said,
you voted for him. You voted for him. You voted for Herm. You was a part of the special panelists.
I ain't know nothing about no debate. I ain't know y'all debated.
Exactly, because Herm didn't debate me. He lost.
Bingo. They did debate, and Johnny did lose. And then what Herm is saying is it is factual. Johnny did have a hard time accepting that loss after for about an hour.
Oh,
That's
so
false. That's false.
No,
That's false. That's false. That's false.
It's on
Do your
tape.
thing, then, my guy.
Hold on, Johnny. This is what happened. Herm showed up unprepared, and he still won because you were the way you were debating. It was your first debate. You didn't really get like the concept of you did have to rebut in one of the rounds.
It was a technicality, basically.
Yeah. So he won, and you had a hard time accepting it, and you did.
That was the Johnny first.
No, I didn't have a problem with him winning. I had a problem with the panelists, the special guest judges, not knowing what the topic was. That's what I had a problem with.
Listen, I think Herm, that was probably one of Herm's worst debates, though. Really, like I think had you actually had a grasp of the concept, you would have beat him.
Again, Herm won because of 4 votes. I got the majority of the votes. So let's move on. He won because of the way the votes go. Yes, I did. I had 65% of the chat votes. The Herm got we tied. We were tied in the group vote, and it went down to a specialist vote, which was Tyson, and that means 4 people voted for him. 3 in the special guest, and the actual special guest guy to break the tiebreaker.
You would have won. If we
That's 4 votes.
So what's gonna be the topic this time?
The topic is fanboys. Friday night's gonna be fanboys because I'm gonna be talking about my Miami Heat. I'm gonna talk about how I'm a basketball fan and I love the game of basketball. And nobody like Herm is gonna make me feel stupid for being a basketball fan. And I'm gonna prove to him how he's not even a fan of basketball, but just loves to argue, which will put him in the chick category.
That's
like I
not
said,
a
a
topic,
GGK.
though.
That is a topic. That's the topic. Fanboys.
Hold on.
That's the topic. Fanboys.
You could choose the topic on your show.
So what's the topic again? Go Giants.
Fanboys. You love to say fanboys. We're going to discuss fanboys. And you're going to explain what a fanboy is and why being a fanboy is a negative thing for a basketball fan. That is your task and your job, Pee Wee Herman.
Repeat that one more time.
It is going to be your task to defend your fanboy stance that people are fanboys, and as fanboys, they are negative to basketball talk. You're going to explain why being a fanboy is bad for basketball. That's your topic, young man.
All right.
He talking to that nigga like he his teacher. Oh,
like he his daddy. Young man, what the hell?
That's what I do to these young zesty Jeffries because they can't talk basketball. We're going to find out. We're going to find out that when they bring up all these terms, they don't know nothing. Just like Lamont has proven this whole show. They make a lot of claims but can't prove nothing. I can prove that Rudy Gobert is more athletic than a Akeem Olajuwon. It's 30 years ago. It's 30 years ago. Akeem Olajuwon can't jump. He can't run fast. You guys are sitting here talking about things like Akeem Olajuwon can do. He cannot do it. It's the 90s. Nobody in the 90s is faster, quicker, and more agile than players today. None of them.
Hold up.
Yeah, Johnny.
He said Rudy Gobert is more athletic than Hakeem?
Yes.
That's why I say the shit I say.
Wait, but hold on, wait. But what was the concept of the topic? Because how y'all taking it is he said he was a better. He didn't say a better basketball player, and then we didn't hit the whole point. You just said more athletic. Like I mean,
he's not more athletic.
SB, don't save them from the exposure. They don't know how to talk basketball. That's why they get confused when I say what I said. I purely said athleticism. That has nothing to do with the game of basketball. He is a more athletic person. He is a more athletic player than Akeem Olajuwon because Akeem Olajuwon played 30 years ago. It is quite simple.
All right, but that's not really a weird ass.
But that was the statement I said, and the Zesty Jeffries from TikTok.
30 years ago, that means he's not more athletic. What are we doing?
No, because Rudy Gobert is one of the most athletic. Yeah, because Rudy Gobert is one of the most athletic players in today's NBA. That's why.
He's not.
Yes, he is. As a big man, he is. There's not too many big men that can move like Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert is not that athletic.
Yeah, you're right. He's not athletic at all. Just like the TikTokers were trying to tell me he's not. He is that athletic. Akeem Olajuwon was not that athletic. Akeem Olajuwon can't guard John Starks in the perimeter. That's facts.
Stop it.
That's facts.
Akeem Olajuwon is like one of the greatest defensive players of all time.
What does that have to do with athleticism?
Well, he's one of the greatest post.
Some people got him as the greatest.
Hold on, but if you're being honest, if you go to the numbers, He was one of the worst perimeter defenders in the NBA in the 90s, according to the numbers, by points per possession. In the post, he was elite defensively.
Yeah, because
outside
so
the paint,
so is Rudy Gobert.
He was one of the worst. He was one of the worst.
Not a good perimeter defender.
But Lamont, the
y'all gotta remove y'all
the conference finals
He's not
against
saying
Dallas.
he's a better player. He just said he's
you can make a case where y'all act like what he's saying is blasphemy. He wasn't saying nothing that wasn't
he
blasphemy.
didn't say the nigga a better player.
Of course, I don't say nothing blasphemy. I only drop knowledge, man. That's what I do best.
The Dallas series exposed him on the perimeter.
Hold on. Even in that Dallas series, even on a play where Luka hit the game winner over him, he played good defense on Luka. Even then, Luka just made a better shot, and niggas got on the internet and gassed it like he just got crossed up and burnt up. He actually played.
Yeah, that's Luka Doncic. He's doing that to Akeem Olajuwon too. He's doing that to Akeem Olajuwon as well. No, that's the whole point. Akeem Olajuwon's not stopping Luka in the perimeter at all.
Yeah.
So that's a silly but that's what Lamont, that's what they do. This is how it started, Lamont. This is how it started on TikTok, Lamont. I told the guys, listen. I told the guys, he's way more athletic than Mutombo. I told the guys on TikTok that today's defense is the best defense ever. And I proved it by the fact that they got to cover more space and they actually got to play defense, team defense. They got to know rotations. They got to do so much. So they couldn't understand that. So what they tried to do was say is, who's as great as a defender as Akeem Olajuwon? That's how they were trying to prove that the 90s defense was better than today by saying Akeem Olajuwon's the greatest defender ever. True. That's what, again, hold on. Again, y'all got to pay attention. Y'all got to stop reacting and being emotional. I'm telling you that this is what these are what these guys were trying to explain to me when I was trying to explain they play better defense in today's NBA. They were trying to use Akeem Olajuwon's defense and his ranking at all time to say the 90s was better defensively. I explained to them there is nothing that Akeem Olajuwon can do on the basketball court defensively that Rudy Gobert can't do. That's the point.
Okay. That's a fair statement. Yeah.
Okay. And then from there they ran and said, wait, no, from there they ran and said, so are you saying
out and just talk dude, just talk fucking normal. Okay.
Hey, bro, you from Boston or something?
You don't
listen.
have to yell.
Listen, I know I don't have to yell, but y'all have to listen and stop putting words in my mouth.
You have to just
okay. So all right, so listen to what I'm telling you. By me making that statement, they took it and said that I was saying Rudy Gobert was a greater defender than Akeem Olajuwon all time. It wasn't a ranking. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a ranking conversation. It was about ability. And the fact that Rudy Gobert is an elite post defender, he's an elite rim protector, he is just as great as Akeem Olajuwon in those aspects. And the fact that he can cover fact that he can cover the perimeter better than Akeem Olajuwon says that he's more versatile of a defender, and that's what they got upset. That's what they got upset about. So thank you.
You're welcome. But why does that matter though? Who gives a fuck what they think? That's their problem.
They breaking it up to him right now. That's why he's addressing it.
It was just brought up. See, you don't listen. You don't bring it. Herm in defense of not having a laptop brought up me bringing up that conversation when he wasn't even in that TikTok live.
Yeah.
I gotta say, hey Johnny, do you think coordination is part of athleticism?
Of course, yes.
And you don't think that Hakeem is far more coordinated than Rudy Gobert?
On defense? No.
On defense, I'm period.
No, we're talking defense.
No, your speed on your athleticism, that's skill when you're talking about how it applies to defense, because that applies to basketball. Athleticism applies to just I'm fast, I can jump higher, run fast, more coordinated. That doesn't apply to basketball. That's just athleticism.
Yeah, and Rudy Gobert is more, that's what I'm saying.
No, but he said on defense he's more coordinated. Like
on defense. No, that's the conversation. The conversation is
that's a skill. That's not athleticism.
What do you mean, bro? You have to be
more athletic. I actually think that he's right. That Gobert is actually more athletic and coordinated, but Hakeem
Gobert is more athletic and coordinated?
He's more coordinated than Hakeem?
It's tough because I don't actually think Hakeem was like super coordinated.
Shit is not true.
What?
Exactly. Facts.
Y'all see the footwork? Y'all see the pump? What are y'all talking about?
What you're conflating though is you're conflating Hakeem on the offensive side of the ball versus Hakeem on the defense.
I'm not talking offensively.
I have a quick question.
I'm not talking offensively.
Okay, so hold on.
He's not coordinated.
So when you talk footwork with Hakeem, give me an example of his defensive footwork. Since you brought up footwork, since you're not talking offense, you brought up his footwork. What do you mean when you say footwork?
I'm saying that he's more coordinated when he moves around the court.
he's more together and coordinated than Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert falls all over the place at times. He looks uncoordinated on the court. Yes, he plays good defense. Yes, he's a good rim protector, but he still does not have the coordination of a Hakeem Olajuwon, period. Watching him play offense or defense.
And did Hakeem
Just
Olajuwon
because you're effective as a defender doesn't mean you're coordinated.
And I got you. Did Hakeem Olajuwon look coordinated when he was taken onto the perimeter in the 90s?
No.
I don't see. I don't see. Yes,
you don't remember. Just say you don't remember because he was one of the worst perimeter defenders in the NBA. He could not defend the pick and roll.
Being a bad defender and coordination are not the same thing.
Hold on. What the reason why he was a bad defender on the perimeter because he wasn't coordinated enough.
Kyrie is super coordinated. That doesn't mean he's a good defender. What are you talking about?
So hold on. So right now, who's the better perimeter defender of the two, Hakeem or Rudy Gobert?
Gobert, from my knowledge.
Who's the better defender out of the pick and roll, Hakeem or Rudy Gobert?
Why are you bringing up a conversation of who's better when we're talking about coordination?
That's the conversation. That's the conversation.
This lends to who's more coordinated on
the
defensive side of the ball.
No, it does not.
So I've never heard anybody say, "Oh, you look more coordinated on defense." Either
Sure.
you're a better defender or something, or you're not.
No,
He's
bro.
not, he's not always
I disagree.
falling around.
I disagree.
That's just you remembering a clip or something of him falling or something.
I'm not remembering the clip. I'm watching the game. Come on, bro. We saw.
You're not watching. No, you're not. When you say that, you can't
you just cut me off again. Here we go with this shit, Lamont.
I'm not cutting you off, but I'm saying don't get to nonsense. That's just not true. He's not always falling around. That's not true.
Did I say he falling on the ground all the time?
You watched one clip of him falling, and now you.
That's what I said.
With him falling all the time.
Is that what I said?
Okay, explain to me how Hakeem looks more coordinated than, and that contributes to his athleticism than Rudy Gobert.
Again, if you watch Hakeem play, it's no stat line or anything for any player to prove how coordinated they are. That's just an eye test thing. So I can't sit up here and say, when this happened on this play, blah 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 blah. When I watch Rudy Gobert, he looks uncoordinated. Even when he's catching lobs, even when he's catching the ball on offense, even on defense, even though he may be effective, it still doesn't have the coordination of a Hakeem Olajuwon. That's all I'm saying.
But Hakeem Olajuwon really defensive. So it's your opinion that Hakeem Olajuwon is more coordinated than Rudy Gobert.
Well, what is it opinion that he's more athletic than Hakeem Olajuwon?
You can argue. Sat here and said you can't. You just sat here and said there's no stat to back up what you're saying. You're going.
I agree, but to say somebody is more coordinated, that's a thing we can look at and see, and we can all make a generalized statement. Just because you watch it, just like defense. Just like defense, if blocks and steals don't tell the tell of a good defender, how are we judging who the best defenders are? We're doing it by eye test, right?
No, we're not.
Eye test and stats.
We're not. We're absolutely not.
What defensive stat?
That's what someone who.
So what defensive stat are you using?
No, you guys are. First of all, you guys are changing the conversation. This is what Zesty Jeffries do best.
I'm a LeBron fan, bro.
I agree.
The conversation isn't who's a better defender. Accomplished wise,
I agree with you.
Hakeem Olajuwon is a greater defender. The idea is Rudy Gobert more athletic than Hakeem Olajuwon?
I don't agree with that.
With his lateral quickness, with his jumping ability, his wingspans, all those skills that Lamont mentioned on the other stream recently.
Wingspan is not coordination. The fuck?
I didn't even mention coordination, brother. You didn't even let me say that. I brought up things that people are bringing up to make you an elite shot blocker. Having a good wingspan makes you an elite shot. It helps. Okay, your agility, 100%. all of these things. Rudy Gobert. No, nobody said that Kareem doesn't have it. He just doesn't have it like Rudy Gobert.
He does have it.
My only problem I had was like,
what does it have to do with athleticism?
My only problem came in like Johnny was saying.
Nigga brought up wingspan.
Like you could make a case from now. You could debate and figure out which one is better. But for y'all to say like what he's saying was like blasphemous was crazy to me. Like.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that far fetched. The only reason
it's only far fetched because the people who heard it are GJK City Girl groupies, like the guys I was talking to on TikTok. That's why.
Well, can I say this real quick?
I think y'all just.
Salute everybody. I know who's not a GJK groupie. That could be fairly objective in this thing. Hey, Lamont. Is there any way you can share your screen so we can do a very favorite exercise that is prominent on FYF Sports?
Sure.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT.
What do you want me to
It's
ask?
very simple question. Who's more athletic, Hakeem Olajuwon or Rudy Gobert?
All right, hold on.
Very simple.
No, and please, Lamont, for
And I already
fairness,
know the
can you
answer.
please show the whole? Can you please show the screen before you show the result, so the people can know that you're being fair?
Hold
So
on.
it's just, but it's not a part. But Sturdy, can you like my point of the argument was like saying like everybody's like, oh heck, that's crazy to say. I'm like, that's not blasphemous to say. Like if you say about as a basketball player, then that's a whole different conversation. But athleticism alone, you can debate that. It can go either way. No matter.
I think it's debatable.
Well, no, it depends. It depends on how you argue it. Because how Lamont just argued it, he was more so using defensive responsibility, and we all know the defensive responsibility in the late 2010s and early 2020s is not the same as it was in the 90s. We all know this. So we all know this. More importantly, great players, especially great defenders, adapt to the rules and the defensive scheme they're allowed to participate in. So no, in regards to athleticism, me personally, SB, I'm not going to utilize role to explain someone's athleticism. There's other things that you can prove someone's athleticism than opposed to just their role responsibility.
But it's all eye test stuff, Sturdy. It's not going to be quantified by numbers.
Some of it, some of it's eye test because there are quantifiable numbers like a person's vertical, like a person's
on the basketball court. Just on the
basketball. Here's the question right here, Sturdy. I got it right here, so I'm about to hit it. I just wanted. Is there anything more you want me to add to give it context to the question? Because if you keep it general, it can get kind of.
No. What actually, Lamont? Thanks to you learning about this, it actually gives you It actually gives you why it developed that answer. So yeah, just run through it.
Yeah, just run through it. Let's see.
All right. More athletic.
It says Hakeem Olajuwon is widely considered more athletic.
We done here.
Olajuwon was incredibly agile for his size, known for footwork, quickness, ability to move in all directions, which helped him be one of the greatest shot blockers and defenders in NBA history. His coordination, reflexes, balances are exceptional, enabling him to dominate both offensively and defensively. Rudy Gobert is an elite rim protector, excellent length, vertical athleticism, but his athleticism is more limited to his defensive capabilities, which is exactly what we're talking about. That's why I say we should have put context to it. But like shot blocking, altering opponents' movements in the paint while he's effective, Gobert lacks agility, offensive versatility, and overall quickness that define Olajuwon's game. So overall, Olajuwon is the more athletic player with a unique combination of agility, footwork, and so ChatGPT says it can.
We done here.
So just because ChatGPT says that's the answer, that makes it right?
No. It's and once again, you're new, brother. So it's just a fun exercise we like to do on FYF Sports. So it actually brings different angles of arguments to certain limits that we do have. Like for example, when Tyson was talking about coordination, that is a form of athleticism. That is something you can observe.
All right.
But this is including offense. But this is including this is including offense. This is not including just defense. We were talking defensively. It was a defensive conversation.
So
they said that he's an elite defender. He's an elite athletic defender.
Hold
on. Watch this. One second. So I typed in another question. I said, what athletic metrics in regards to quickness, lateral speed, vertical, do you have to support this, or is it more eye test? And it says comparing athleticism between Hakeem and Rudy Gobert can be tricky because many of the detailed athletic metrics available today, like lateral speed, vertical leap, and quickness, were not tracked as precisely so during Olajuwon's era. And somebody has some backfeed. So hold on, is it? Yeah, say Johnny with some backfeed. It says so much of the comparison is based on eye test and observable traits from their play, supported by some broader metrics and analysis.
That's what I said. Don't ask ChatGPT. Ask T. Just ask T.
Damn, Tyson, hold on. Jesus Christ, I can't get through reading. All right, so again, I think because Olajuwon played in the 90s, I think it just comes down to what people believe is eye test, and I believe Olajuwon to me is always going to win the eye test because of how good he was and how unique he was on the offensive side of the ball. And even ChatGPT alluded to a ton of things offensively, and really said the consideration for Rudy Gobert's defense was on our athleticism is on the defensive side, which is what I wanted it to initially focus on. So it says eye test. It talks about Olajuwon's footwork in the post, considering he's the best among sitters, which we know offensively he was a little bit better on that end. Ability to change directions. Lateral speed, it goes to eye test. Vertical leap, it says right here for his vertical leap, it's just an estimate. It says Olajuwon's vertical leap is often cited as being around 34, 36 inches, which allowed him to block shots. Defensive impact, talks about the Defensive Player of the Year awards, but again, so there's really no recorded metrics that can track it. With Rudy Gobert, I guess they do have more things that are recorded. Talks about his 7'1" with a 7'9" wingspan. They give eye test things. It says he's not as agile as Olajuwon according to the eye test. This is metric. Gobert's lateral agility is measured more in his ability to cut off angles on pick and roll defense, which I agree. It says he's less effective when defending on the perimeter, but excels when forced into help situations, which I agree there, which I think to me, you got to be athletic to do that, but seems ChatGPT didn't give it credit. It says vertical leap. It says Gobert's vertical leap is reportedly around 29 to 30 inches. While this is solid for a player of his size, it's not elite compared to more explosive athletes, which I do agree there. And it is 29 inches on NBA.com. So that's what is recorded on NBA.com. It's actually 29 and a half. His long wingspan compensates for the lower vertical. Talks about his defensive impact, but I don't think that's in conversation here. So I still think it's more eye test than anything. And you could say Olajuwon. I still think it's arguable, though.
Yeah, I didn't say nobody was wrong. I was agreeing that it's arguable. I was like, for somebody just saying like it's not a case for it, that's crazy to me. But
I mean, again, I think with with Olajuwon, what he has in his favor is that nothing was tracked in his time. So nothing was actually measured. So we just can go. And I think there's going to be a lot of bias towards Olajuwon because of what we saw on the offensive end. And Rudy Gobert, obviously, he has a lot of negative bias already surrounding him. And then there are metrics that are recorded for him that don't look as impressive. If just going off first guess, would I believe that Olajuwon had a 36-inch vertical? Probably not. I don't think that's 100% accurate, but they said that's what the eye test told him. So just like the eye test told him Jordan had a 48-inch vertical.
He did?
No, he didn't.
We were like 40 for 40. What do you practice?
Jordan's trainer, Jordan said he was never officially measured. Jordan's trainer said in his book when he measured it, it was 42.
42. Oh,
but the eye test, but people who did the eye test, people who used the eye test measured Jordan's vertical at 48 inches, which is a humongous difference.
That's pretty insane.
But the reason why that's relevant, Lamont, and outside, I think Johnny got to echo again. But the reason why that's relevant, Lamont, is because it's this simple, bro. It's like it's similar to Bronny. It's like, are you going to be objective to what you see, or are you just going to rely on the what you want to see? And so, to me, even for a second round pick, to say, yeah, you might say he might not be quote unquote NBA ready, but one, that's definitely not for you to decide. And number two, most importantly, it's not like he's not showing any capability on the court.
Yeah.
Yes, he's lacking for his scoring. Yes, his ball security could be better, but that's most second rounds. That's why they get picked in the second round, because something clearly missing from their game. But you go to the positives.
Let it go.
No. Hey, George, I ain't taking no sides. I'm just being objective, bro. So just like you gotta pay attention to the negatives, you just gotta pay attention to the positives, George. He does have good size for a guard in the NBA. He does have the athleticism in the deep. He does have.
What's the average size for a guard in the NBA?
Hey, George. I'm just trying to about.
George, you gotta let him point.
He just lied.
I just want.
And we got it, bro. George, you gotta let the audio be clear, bro. You know, it's like people, it's not just video anymore. Stuff be audio, so people don't see. You gotta let the audio be clear, dog.
So once again, he has good athleticism for the point guard position. He has good size for the point guard position, and according to scouts from not just the Lakers, he also shown good defensive capability, showing good lateral quickness, showing good rotations, and every single coach, player, and scout that's seen him play has said he has a good eye or feel for their game. So when you're evaluating a player, it's not about what you want to see, it's about what he's showing. And to me personally, I'm not going to give Bronny any more attention than I give any other second-round player any more attention. Because I don't care who your father is. He's a second-round pick. So I'm not going to get more. I'm not going to pretend to be more ecstatic, nor pretend to be more angry because that's LeBron James' son. No, I'm going to treat him like every other second-round pick. What's like every second-round pick in NBA history, you view it as a project. And fun fact, not only Bronny, but SB just alluded to as well, over 19 of the 30 players that was picked in the second round received multi-year guaranteed contracts.
Yep.
And 2023, it was 18 guys that received multi-year guaranteed contracts. So no, this idea that Bronny's getting a guaranteed contract for a second round pick is definitely not uncommon, even amongst his own class. That's it.
Also, wait.
Now, can we talk? Hold on. Who brought up Bronny? And you acting like you're not supporting Bronny, but you brought Bronny into the conversation. That is
no,
wild.
Bronny's the topic. George, Bronny's literally the topic of the video, bro. It's the topic of the stream, bro.
But that's not the topic they were talking about. They were talking about
but we're just trying to get back on topic, George.
Too bad.
We try to get back on topic,
Oh,
George. To answer the question, the average height of the NBA point guard is 6'2". And
I don't believe Bronny's 6'2".
Bronny is 6'1", probably.
They got him listed as, some people got him listed as 6'2". How does that work, Lamar? Because like these players be lying about their height. I don't know who to trust.
For example, they have Dame listed at 6'4", and I've stood side by side with Dame, and Dame might be 6'1".
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
he got good wingspan though, Lamar.
I mean, it's just
they
like
got them things in them shoes.
He got a lead wingspan for
But SB too is like guys like KD, KD still listed at 6'9", but we all know he's not 6'9".
KD not 6'9".
He's like 6'11", probably.
No, he's 7 feet tall.
Well, you got different players. You got different players. Like it seems like the centers always want to list themselves shorter than what they are for marketing stuff, and the guards always want to list themselves a little bit taller. Obviously, guards across every level of basketball have always added an inch or two to their height, if not more. And that happens from high school on to college. You look at these rosters. I got guys who send me a recruit profile. I'm 6'4". They walk in the gym. Bro, you just as tall as me. You ain't no goddamn 6'4", man. Come on, stop it, bro. And
it got you to get them to the throw. That's the point. They got you.
That's 6'4". It'll definitely get you in front of the coach if you say you 6'4" guard. So, I mean, I give him props for that. And it's a little, and you know what? Also, like it's when other teams look at your roster, it's a little bit of fear factor. Okay, dang, all they guards are
but they know better.
I mean, you don't know till you get on the court, George.
Yeah, you won't know.
They done played against them. They know. You think these guys ain't played with each other through all this time?
George, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about people who are familiar with one another. I'm just talking about when people do it initially. Like from the fan perspective, fans now, if you ask any general fan about Damian Lillard, they're going to say 6'4", right? It's out there now. Like that's what most people believe. That's what, because Dame wanted people to believe that Dame is just not 6'4". And you won't know that until you stand side by side with them.
Right. They don't usually change it from high school to college, and then from college to the pros. They usually stick with the laws. In my high school program, I'm listed at 6'2". I'm like 5'11" and a half, bro.
But look, you gotta make it look good on paper. That you
it look good on paper, like you said. When they're going up against some other teams you ain't faced, they got a 6'2" guard that average, 12 points and blah blah blah.
That's what you want to see.
Lamar, who's the sponsor for that? Because we all know these players receive yearly physicals. So like, who's responsible for putting this information or this misinformation?
The team.
The teams are. I mean, but it is what it is.
People that make the programs, whatever.
I mean, at the end of the day,
30 lying about
It's
height.
easy to that's one metric that is easy to kind of fudge because you can fudge it and it doesn't hurt anything. It's like it's even like a player's weight. Like I believe Zion's always been listed under his weight, right? Whatever his weight is, you probably even LeBron. I feel like LeBron has been listed under his weight.
Probably like 265.
But what I think is, I think people fudge it because certain numbers look better, and also if you fudge it, it don't really hurt nothing, right? If you say somebody's wingspan is a little bit, few inches longer than what it is, it's fine. It doesn't really hurt anything. Those are numbers you can fudge, and it doesn't have any bearing on anything. So
that's been around forever, and they do it in all sports: football, basketball, baseball. It's all.
Not gonna change.
And it can do stuff with business too.
And baseball?
KD
Yeah,
and baseball.
I'm talking about baseball. I play baseball mostly, George.
I play baseball. They don't. What numbers they fudging?
I know.
Height. That's like I said, high school program. That's for baseball.
Pitchers will
No, they
definitely
not.
fudge their height. Yes, they will.
Oh yeah.
No, they not.
The need for tall pitchers.
Why would you say no? What proof? Come on, I play, bro. Why would you say no? They're not.
I play too. They do not adjust their height in baseball. They do not do that. Oh, wow.
Okay, all right.
I'm not gonna lie though. Hey, that's not even just in sports though. All aspects of life. I know some dudes who lie about their height to females. Like,
that's true.
That's
People that lie about their heights to fucking girls.
Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, right?
Yeah.
In regards, because like we all know JJ Redick is the new coach and he got new coaching staff, right? And obviously, one, what's your thoughts on their new offensive system they're trying to implement? And do you think that's conducive for the young prospects like a Dalton Connect and a Bronny?
It's going to be good for Dalton. For Bronny probably won't even freaking play a game yet because he's not ready yet. He'll probably be in the G League for the whole year. Could be because he's not ready yet. He should be a pro player, but he's just not there yet. Like
he should be a pro player, but he's not there yet.
I mean, he should.
Okay, so the brother who want to speak on behalf of Lamont.
Right now,
can you tell me
pro player by
Can you tell me the Lakers system, please?
Got drafted this year because of his dad. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Frank don't know what's up, man.
Stayed in college one more year. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. I don't hate Bronny. I like Bronny, but he's not a pro player yet. That's it. Yet.
Nobody hates the kid. They don't want to face the fact.
I appreciate you for answering the question I did not ask. So, Lamont, what do you think of the new offensive system that the Lakers are trying to implement, and how does that system benefit Bronny and Dalton Connect? Because those are only two guys that the Lakers add to their roster.
The good thing about it is this is what people I think JJ Redick isn't an idiot, right? And so let's start with Bronny. I think what fans want to see Bronny do
ain't gonna happen.
Is not what JJ is gonna want Bronny to go out there and do right now. I think JJ right now understands that. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second, Frank.
Okay, short thing, Lamont. Short.
Hold on one second. JJ right now understands one thing is for certain: the organization is gonna want, and I'm talking about the owners in the front office. They're gonna want Bronny on the active roster because it's going to drive ticket sales through the roof to continuously see Bron and Bronny potentially on the court together. Just the potential of seeing them on the court together at any given time. That's going to be extremely valuable.
You don't think that's going to fade?
Hold on one second, George. Hold on one. Let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on, y'all. I have not got him close to finish. So what I'm saying is now JJ's responsibility as a coach to figure out, okay, he's not ready. What role can I give him in this offense where he can actually have some type of viable role and isn't a complete liability? And then, but he also can play to his strengths, which I believe will be on the defensive end, maybe defensive transition, just being a ball pest. If they go into different types of zones, pushing guys laterally into certain types of traps and different coverages and things like that. Triangle 2, triangle 1 thing, just different things like that. And I can actually see them using maybe not a significant role where he plays a ton of minutes, but you have to find a way to utilize it. So I think that it's going to be conducive to both Bronny and Dalton Connect because I believe they're going to put the ball more in Dalton Connect's hands. I think they're trying to find another secondary playmaker for the bench. I think Dalton Connect is one of those guys that you can give the ball to and get out the way. So I think we're going to see a lot of ISO sets out of this offense for Dalton Connect. They're gonna force the ball into his hands. They're also at times when he plays with LeBron, they're going to cater to his ability to catch and shoot because he's a multifaceted offensive player. I love the offense. I just think right now he's just trying to figure out who works best where. They're just playing through a lot of mistakes. He's trying to figure out a lot of the kinks. We saw how dangerous it could be when Bron and AD played, because Bron, 19 in the first half? What did AD have in the first half? A ton as well. So we know it's going to cater to Bron and AD a lot. They're going to be accentuated a ton. I just think JJ Redick, I think it's going to work. I just think that don't expect to see fireworks in the preseason while he's trying to work out a ton of kinks, trying to figure out what rotations work best, what guys can do where. I like what he's doing with D'Lo. You already seen, especially in that first game versus Minnesota, you saw the confidence that D'Lo was playing with, especially with that second unit. I think he's going to try to maximize everybody offensively, and then they just got to find a way to get back to playing high-level defense as a team. But they got to fix their offense, which I think he'll do. But it's going to come with
okay, what happens if it doesn't work?
With who?
Then it don't work.
All that stuff Lamont just said.
But George, what do you define as it not working?
Yeah. Well, how far
you saying? Hold on, wait a minute.
No, George.
You said
answer this question.
George,
What do you define as it not working? When I ask you that question, I mean, are you saying it doesn't lead to a championship? Like what do you define as the offense not working?
Yeah.
Because to me, it can work and you don't win a championship. You just probably didn't have the talent or the guns, which to me, I don't think they have the talent to win a championship. That doesn't mean the offense didn't work. So what do you define as that? I don't know what you mean. I think you're all over the place by even asking that question.
I think that it defines that they're going to be back in the fighting for a play-in.
And that means, and does that mean the offense didn't work?
No.
If their record, hold on, if their record doesn't present what you're saying is supposed to present by them, this offense working, they should win more games. Am I correct?
I never said the offense I never said the offense working is going to lead to 50, 60 wins. I said it's going to take great offense because I said they got a lot of kinks to work out on the defensive end, and it's going to take great defense. Their offense can look great, and they can still struggle on defense and still be a play-in team. So
will the offense look better than last year? Will they be better ranked?
Sturdy asked me about the offense.
Right.
Your offense can work and it still not lead to 60 wins or 50 wins.
You're right. You're right.
But they have metrics, obviously, to say how good your offense is. He's claiming that the offense will be better than last year because of his analytics. He's saying they'll get more open three looks, which they struggled last year. He's saying they'll play through Anthony Davis run more sets. He's saying that when they didn't run sets and they played what he called random offense, the numbers showed that they weren't a good offense. So he's saying they need to get into more sets and run the stuff that he's saying they should run and get more open threes and play through Anthony Davis more. So
I agree.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
And they were lethal last year when they did that. They were literally a lethal offense.
I agree.
I agree with that. But LeBron has the ball in his hand.
He's the best playmaker on the team, George.
No, but George, it's on the coach. It's on the coach to get people to buy in. Because one thing we saw last year is that when the going got tough, LeBron, and I criticized him for this, would go AWOL on Darvin Ham and start running some stuff that I'm looking like, damn, this is not going to work. And I thought when they were barbecuing Denver, when they went to those Princeton sets, AD was unstoppable versus Denver last year when they played through him through the middle as a playmaker or as a scorer, and they allowed him to make the decisions as opposed to LeBron. And whatever happened when Denver made runs and the going got rough, Brown went AWOL. So but that's on coaching. Coaches are supposed to contain that. Coaches are supposed to go to the film and check that. And JJ Redick's probably working on that right now. He's good friends with LeBron, so he could be more unfiltered than Darvin Ham. He can pull out the film and say, "Look, Bron, you was doing this last year. This shit wasn't working. Come on, man." But when you cool with somebody off the court, it's easier to be honest with them. So I think their relationship is going to allow JJ to get messages through to LeBron that other coaches like Darvin Ham weren't able to get through because they didn't have that type of relationship.
Right. Denver tried to make they did make the adjustment and give credit to Aaron Gordon. They took Aaron Gordon off of LeBron, put him on AD, and now LeBron felt like he can cook that Caldwell Pope matchup, and it just didn't work out. They still tried to play through AD and see what he can deliver.
They
so
should have did that too. Yeah.
Right.
That was the point of, like, I know George tried to say, like, LeBron had the ball. Like, when you the best playmaker, of course you're gonna have the ball in hands to make the plays. But offensively, when it comes to buckets, yes, you probably do want to run 80% or 70% everything through AD. It's like AD is the best player on the team. They need to fully establish and AD has to take that mantle too. And like you said, when they was running those different sets with him in the middle, yeah, they look like a totally different team. So,
I agree.
But even if the Lakers look great offensively, the talent on this team is still looking like bottom of the playoffs playing type team, and maybe can sneak a deep run. No, I'm not trolling.
I disagree with that.
How far you think the Lakers can go?
I think it's matchups. I thought they could have went further last year if they didn't run into Denver in the first round. If they would have played Oklahoma City or something like that, I think they would have had a better chance. I'm not saying they would have won. I think they would have had a better chance. So I think that Denver matchup is a tough matchup for them, obviously. But it all depends on matchups and who they're going against. But I think they have the talent. I think they have a talent to make a Western Conference Finals run. I do.
No, but see, when you start aligning things up, like, well, let's hope the matchups in the thing align. Like, you can't necessarily control that. That's like you might as well add injuries to the conversation too. Well, if the right person get hurt, or we get the right two matchups where we can avoid Denver or avoid the Thunder or a certain team where the matchups not fitting our schemes.
Yeah, that just means you're not good enough if you're trying to dunk matchups.
You can't dunk in the West.
I agree with that, but at the same time, that's still fact.
You can't dunk in the West.
But when we start talking about the prediction of a team, and then when you start adding if this or this happened, then that's when you know it's bad. It's not going to look as good as the team. So when you start saying championship prediction, we got to take everything, how everything goes and fold, where they can even see Denver in the second round or first round, whatever.
Right.
How do you?
I agree with what you're saying, SB. I don't disagree, but at the same time, we know teams that made playoff runs that didn't have to face certain teams. So I agree with what you're saying. That is a fact. But at the same time, that's how champions are made sometimes.
No, 100%.
But hey, but y'all remember what KCP said, right? KCP, now that he's on a different team, first thing he said in the interview was, Lakers should have beat the shit out of us. He said, I don't know how we won that series, right? Because just like the series showed us, the Lakers led that series for the majority of the time. Lakers led almost every single game. They had multiple double-digit leads, but they had mental collapses, especially in the fourth quarter, and gave away a ton of games. And so when I see that, to me, that's a good problem to have, because now all I see is a whole bunch of fixable problems as a coach. We should have beat this team. We collapsed here. We go back to the drawing board and fix those mistakes, work on that. We have a whole entire year to fix those mistakes, and we go again. But KCP himself said we should have lost. They didn't believe.
So what do you think about a player saying that about his own team?
No, he wasn't talking about his team. He was literally talking about how good the Lakers were, and then I also lends credibility to some of the things I was saying, where when the Lakers collapsed to me in the fourth quarter, to me, it was because obviously if you're not on the same page with the coach, if the coach isn't on the same page with the two best players, it looked like the two best players were going AWOL, running different sets from what Darvin Ham wanted. The vast playbook that Darvin Ham has created, all of the hammer sets, none of those were being run correctly, even though every other team in the NBA is copying all of Darvin Ham's offensive playbook. The Lakers couldn't seem to figure out one of the best playbooks in the NBA, which is Darvin Ham's playbook, which is called the hammer sets. So the thing is, they went AWOL. They didn't trust in the coach. The reason why Ham got fired is because he just lost the locker room. They weren't being receptive of what he was running. They wanted to run other things, and it crashed and burned. And that's what happens.
Could this happen to JJ?
Yes. Anything can happen.
No,
but the
it's not going to happen to JJ. Because it's not going to happen to JJ.
He has with LeBron.
It could happen.
Wait. Darvin Ham didn't have a relationship with LeBron.
Not the same as JJ's.
Oh my God.
No, it can happen. To me, it can happen with any coach. It can happen with any coach. But the thing is that LeBron is in the public eye so much. We're gonna analyze it. If he look at JJ a certain way, if something that's the difference. But it can happen with any coach. Let's not get that twisted.
The difference is that JJ will provide the correct roles and the proper roles for all the players, which Ham didn't do. Ham kept making.
That's what you think, but you don't know that.
Nah, Ham was doing the.
See what I'm saying? Like as soon as I start talking, somebody got to cut me off. I didn't even get a chance to say my
He's been hollering and screaming for the longest.
Bro, damn, bro.
Oh, he hasn't said anything for the longest.
Yeah, exactly. I've been sitting here listening, and I've been letting people speak. Again, J.J. Redick will provide those players like D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves, Vando. All these guys were in and out of the lineup, and Ham himself was saying, what you guys want me to do? I have to have a different lineup. So he never really gave guys true roles to what they're going to do. That is going to be there with J.J. Redick. Now, the Lakers' flaw from last year to this year will be their defense. J.J. Redick is not going to fix their defense. So they're going to have to figure out a way to fix their defense, and that's going to be J.J. Redick's challenge. But as far as offensively, AD's going to have a better year this year because they're going to go through AD because he's going to know his role. He's going to know when he can take his shots, what plays and sets are made for him to do what he does best. All those players are going to play better because offensively, J.J. Redick will give them the right roles. But defensively, the Lakers are going to be a liability, which will have, for me, is going to have them anywhere between the 5 and 8 seed because of their defense.
They gonna still be in the play-in again, in my opinion. But for us defensively, I think they gonna be better than last year due to the fact that I think you gonna see more effort playing better defensively due to his son being there. So I think he gonna give his son a good example of how to be an ultimate professional and how to play with effort at all times. So I think defensively, the Lakers will actually be better. So I don't think last year Darvin Ham proved that if they actually followed the game plan, they was a solid team. And just unfortunately, it was a disconnect between him and Bron, and it is what it is on that. But when they actually followed the schemes and the game plans, the Lakers was a pretty damn good team. Hell, they was up 20 points damn near every game against the Denver Nuggets. They just had lapses in those games because they went away from the game plan. So
agreed. And why did they go away from the game plan?
We know why, George, but
it's gonna happen again.
That's not just why, though. It was what Denver did as well. Y'all trying to act like Denver didn't make adjustments in a lot of those second halves.
No, Lamont will tell you this. Every team has a closing lineup. So Denver's closing lineup understood their roles. They understood what plays they were going to run, what sets they were going to run. They understood Jamal Murray was going to get this shot or Joker was going to get this shot and this, that, and the third. The Lakers didn't have that. So while they're playing the game through the first 3 quarters, while they're playing the first 3 quarters, everybody's going through their rotations. You're changing your players in and out. You don't have your lineups in. When it gets down to the last 7 minutes of a ball game, okay, now I'm going to bring in my true 5, the starting 5 that I know is going to help me win this game. And they had a better closing lineup than the Lakers because, again, Ham did not have roles set for players. D'Angelo Russell himself said he was unprofessional last year. That has nothing to do with LeBron James. That has nothing to do with LeBron James dribbling the basketball. That's just him being unprofessional.
LeBron has a role to play too.
What is LeBron's role to helping D'Angelo Russell be a professional basketball player?
No, it ain't got nothing to do with D'Angelo. LeBron has a role to help the team win, and that's why they went away from winning because he wanted that role.
Hold on, George.
That's crazy.
Man. Now, here's the thing.
That don't even make sense what you just said.
That's speculation, bro. That's speculation.
Hold on, y'all. But here's the thing with D-Lo, though. D-Lo was playing a role, though, that's not fit for his game. He's not a guy that you could just put on the wing and just wait and sit there to hit a knockdown open shot. So it wasn't the fact that D-Lo was just he was inconsistent due to the fact that he had to play a certain role. Now when LeBron played off ball at times, that's when the Lakers offense was flowing when he played off ball. I think if LeBron plays more off ball, which he had most of his success doing his career when he does play off ball, I think they would be fine actually. So if LeBron takes more of an off ball approach and he could get a rhythm in other ways rather than being the primary handler, you will see more of a flow offensively for the Lakers. Like I said, we've seen the flow in those first halves of the games when LeBron was playing off ball, when the Lakers was sharing the ball, and when the Lakers were running the whole damn offense through AD. So that's the emphasis that J.J. Redick has to focus on. Run the offense through AD. We got a free-flowing offense. We're not going to have a primarily ball handler. All we really focusing on is getting the ball to AD and let everything flow within that. If they sit up there and regulate to the same old stuff like they did in those second halves in that Denver series, they're going to be in the play-in again. And
all right, let me ask you this, though. Hold on, wait. Let me ask you this, Herm. Who would you rather get the ball to Anthony Davis, D'Angelo Russell or LeBron James?
LeBron.
But here's the thing with that. The Lakers, as a team, was doing a good job of making sure Anthony Davis get the ball. You can see games when LeBron James didn't play.
Anybody can get him the ball.
Yeah.
No, they can't. That's a skill.
What are y'all talking about?
It was games when they went against the defending champs, the Boston Celtics, when Austin Reeves was one of the primary ball handlers, didn't really turn over the ball. They was making sure
Austin Reeves.
They was getting AD the ball at his spot. Even D'Angelo Russell as well. So the Lakers got the talent to do it, to make sure they run the offense through AD.
I didn't say they didn't have the talent. I asked you, who would you rather do it? Who
I
would you
agree with
rather
Herm
do
on
it?
this one too, though.
The real answer, Johnny, the real answer, what Herm just said, it depends on the circumstances of the game. Because, in closing moments, I want the ball in LeBron's hands over D'Lo. But in the first quarter, 5 minutes in, I prefer the ball being D'Lo's hands. And it's not even that black and white. No.
So what's the argument? What's the argument? Because the argument is LeBron shouldn't have the ball at the last minutes of the game when he's your best ball facilitator.
No one said that. No one said that.
That's what y'all just said. That's what George and Herm are trying to explain.
What
they're saying is that the first 3 quarters, the Lakers went away from LeBron James and kept him off the ball, so they were successful the first 3 quarters. As soon as they gave LeBron the ball, they started floundering and messing up in the fourth quarter.
He started shooting.
No. The premise is, Johnny. The premise is the Lakers build their lead above Denver by moving the ball. Period.
Correct.
They started to get stagnant in the later half, which deviated from what they got the lead in the first place.
100%.
And to get it back to this season, at least on paper, no, the Lakers are not contenders. I don't see them having no chance of getting a deep playoff run. And it's primarily has to do. It's primarily what to do with the personnel they have. In comparison, and on paper, in comparison to the other Western Conference teams, they have way better role players. Way better role players.
Y'all know the Lakers were like 3 or 4 games away from being a top 4 seed, right? Like they were like 3 or 4.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with what's going to happen this season, Johnny.
The West is
what we do know is the fact that the only additions the Lakers made to their roster from a personnel standpoint is Bronny and Dalton Connect. What we do know, other teams who already had, since we want to talk about previous record, who had better records than the Lakers last year, they got better too. The Mavericks,
some got worse.
OKC.
Some got worse.
No, some did get worse, but the teams I'm naming that clearly better, I'm clearly naming better, they got better. They got better personnel.
That's 3 teams.
The Mavericks, OKC.
That's 3 teams.
The Wolves.
That's 3 teams.
The Wolves did not get better.
That's 3 teams.
That's
3 teams. Did Phoenix get better? Did Phoenix get better?
Yes, Phoenix did get better.
They got that point guard, didn't they? They got that point guard.
Y'all really
They got that point guard.
When did Phoenix get better? What did they get?
When they got Tyus.
When they got Tyus Jones.
When they got Tyus.
So now they got their point guards. What you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The Kings got better.
Other teams got worse. So to say
they drafted. They also drafted arguably the best perimeter defender of the class. People forget about that too. So it's not just the Suns. As Tyson, since you mentioned matchups, last time I checked, the Kings got better, and they have a better matchup play style against the Lakers.
I'm not worried about the Kings. I'm sorry, I'm not worried about the Kings.
Tyson.
The Pelicans got better.
Tyson. The problem, I don't know about Pelicans, but in general, Tyson, the premise is Tyson. If your only argument is what the Lakers did last year, I'm just reminding people that last year has nothing to do with this year. The Western Conference on paper is going to be more competitive. There's 13 teams in the Western Conference.
And the Lakers are going to be a reason why. And the Lakers are going to be a reason why.
There's 13 teams. There's 13 teams on paper that have a legit chance of making the playoffs in the West. It's no joke.
I don't know about 13.
Don't forget about the Rockets. Don't forget about the Pelicans.
There's 13 teams that have the capability of making the playoffs.
He right. It's about 13.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know about that, but I agree. I agree the West is tough.
Y'all forget about the Grizzlies.
Tyson, I'm gonna save you a lot. Tyson, I'm gonna save you a lot of time. I'm saving a lot of time, Tyson. Outside of the Jazz and the Portland Trailblazers, every single other team in the Western Conference can make the play-in.
I disagree with that.
Damn, Sturdy, you said something good, right? God damn it.
I disagree with that. I don't think Houston is like that. I don't think the Spurs are like that yet. Devin Vassell being my second best player, I don't think they're like that yet.
Spurs gonna be the AFC.
Let's just put it like this,
bro.
The Lakers can't afford to lose no games to those teams.
About the Lakers,
Wait,
the fuck out of here.
The key word y'all didn't hear what Sturdy said was compete for the play-in. That's the 7 and 8, and then the last two of the spots behind that. If you don't
he said 13 teams. I disagree with the 13, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. The West is very competitive. I agree.
But you can't afford to lose no games to those teams because that puts you further down.
The West is very competitive. I agree with that statement.
So I put it like this. I put like, hold on, Tyson. I put like this. No, I put like this. I put like this, Tyson. Right? Outside those of the Jazz and like 4 or 5 teams in the East, every other team in the entire NBA is going to be a fight. There's no rollovers. So there's no part of the schedule like the Lakers will be like, we're going to rack up wins, bro. Like I just want to remind people, last year has nothing to do with what's about to happen this year. These teams got better. And for a team like the Lakers, and for a team like the Lakers, who only additions to the roster was Bronny and Dalton Connect and a new coaching staff, hey man, I can't objectively say on paper that they automatically have potential for a deep playoff run.
I think that the Lakers need to
stop that shit.
I think the Lakers need to do this while they are healthy. Don't give away games while you're at 100% strength. And I think 100%. And that what that does is buy you cushion.
That's what I said.
Hold on. All right. What it does is ultimately buys you cushion for the injuries that you can potentially expect to happen. Obviously, you want to go through a season not getting injured, but with the injury history of Rui, Vandy, AD, Bron sometimes now, it's hard. I mean, the only two guys that have been consistent have been D'Lo for the most part and Reeves as far as being on the court all 82 games. I know D'Lo got hurt last year a little bit, so that took him out a little bit. But so the main thing is just win the games when you at 100%. I think when the Lakers have everybody available, Vandy, Rui, and all those guys, now Gabe is looking better.
Yes.
They still
I was just going to say that.
That's one of the like people have been poo-pooing on D'Lo for a long time. He's still kind of nice. And you got Austin Reeves. People want to trash his defense, but his ability to make something out of nothing sometimes and scrap, make hustle plays and knock down tough shots, get to the free throw line at the price that they signed him for is a crazy bargain. And then now you're adding, I think, the biggest steal of the draft in Dalton Connect, guy that's 6'6", super athlete, can still get to the rim, can knock, catch, and shoot. He can also be your best offensive player in the second unit if you allow him to be. I think they cool. Like, and then you still got Bron and AD. Like, as old, even with Bron being 40, he still ain't really tickered off none for me to say he old yet. Like, he's still Bron a little bit to a certain degree, and AD is still, if not the best defensive big in the league, the best, and he's still a matchup nightmare on the offensive end. Like, I don't think they need more than what they already have. I just think it's about putting it all together at the right time, winning the games you're supposed to win, and being able to use that as a cushion so you don't fall so far behind if injuries happen that you're now fighting to stay in the play-in. But that's
agreed. I would love for them to get a center though, Lamont. I would love for them to get a center.
And you know what? It's just like what for the Lakers. Pelinka said, look, it's hard to go shopping. You know, it's hard to go looking for all these pieces when nobody got nothing up for sale. Like, you can't buy nothing that ain't for sale. He said that. And he's like, of course, the Laker fans keep throwing out these names and the Valanciunas, and it's just like
Mitch Robinson.
A lot of this stuff has been pushed by media narratives. But I don't know if these players is really being shopped to the Lakers like the media pretends. Like, they acting like Pelinka just turning all these players down, and It's just none of them are realistic trades with this new CBA. They can't give up any more assets. They're going to have to start stockpiling their assets to prepare for when LeBron leaves. So they got to stop giving up draft picks. And they got to sometimes just look in the mirror and be like, look, we've been losing these last couple of years because of us. It ain't because of D'Lo. It ain't because of Reeves. It ain't because we ain't got the talent. You looked at when you looked at that loss against Denver last year, look in your mirror. That was on us. We broke down mentally. Even the other team is saying we should have beat you. So at the end of the day, just run with what you got. Remember, this is what, you know, and you know what, I think it'll be more satisfying to win this way. And you know, I don't know. I still see a talented team. That's all I see. I don't know why people are so down on them. But go ahead.
Because they're haters,
here's
bro.
the kicker. But here's the kicker, though, Lamont.
Put your glasses on, Lamont.
Here's the kicker, though. No, Lamont was Lamont was cooking. But here's the kicker, though. That's not. Sometimes that ain't good enough when everybody else doing the same thing. Listen, nobody's saying that. Lakers. If you look at the Lakers of what they are, they're not a trash team. They're going to compete. They're not no walkover. But here's the thing: when you have a team or a league where it's deep with other talented teams that can compete, that's where the problems comes. Injuries and things of that nature. So, which unfortunately for the Lakers' sense of injuries, which you mentioned, those are things that, you gotta hope, which they ain't been lucky at. You know what I mean? Being healthy for a whole season when it comes to LeBron, AD, or like I said, Vando, or even like Gabe Vincent. You gotta hope they be healthy. But yeah, they're going to compete. They're not a bad team. LeBron James is still one of the best players in the world. You know what I mean? AD, phenomenal. One of the best big players in the world. 2 top 10 players. But they ain't good enough to, you know what I mean, have high expectations for it. You know what I mean? Yeah, they can make the playoffs, but they may not make the playoffs. They're going to be a playing team again. And hey, it is what it is. Hey.
You was doing good until then.
I don't think
that's the reality.
But true, you're going off the formula of. I think you're going off the formula of talent. The amount of talent you have wins you games.
No, not going off. Listen,
because that's the formula the Celtics have went with. Put as much talent on the court as possible and hope that you win.
That Celtics trade was crazy.
We all know it's more than just talent.
Celtics trade. That Celtics trade was just crazy.
But here's the thing, though. We all know it's more than talent, but reality situation.
But ultimately, that's all the Celtics did last year. They just said, throw as much talent as you can onto the floor and hope to God that it wins. And
you need talent to win.
I agree.
You need talent to win. You need talent to win. But y'all formula to win.
Name me a team was just all stars.
All I'm saying is y'all formula. But let's not act like y'all did anything that was that impressive.
No, execution wasn't great.
They went and got a shit ton of talent. Like literally, by far, nobody had as much talent as the Celtics. And then the stars aligned to where you guys had the easiest walk to the finals that we've ever seen in almost NBA history. Just things fell in place.
But we had the talent, correct?
No, the talent.
But then the Lakers try to do the same thing?
No. Hell no, they can't. They don't have the assets to do the same thing.
I said they tried.
Well, they never tried. Where are you getting this from?
But here's the thing, though, Lamont. That being said, though,
everybody can't do it with the Celtics formula, though. Like you can win in all types of different ways.
I'm not saying they do it. First of all, the Lakers y'all worry about the West. They're not. Celtics not in the West. They gotta worry about other teams. They're not even the best team in California. So like that's the thing too.
California got 8 teams. Shit, that's
not better than the Lakers. Definitely not better than the Lakers.
That ain't fair, bro.
Regardless of how much talent they have, there's other teams in the West that have more talent, that have better talent than the Lakers.
But does the talent? But on a year-to-year basis, does the most talented team always win?
No,
in most years, the most talented team doesn't win.
Here's the thing, though. It's more, but
what year was that?
More, but the Lakers have more. Is first of all, their roster construction has been bad for the past. Like, come on, let's just call it out. The only reason why we even talk about them only reason why even a topic of conversation because of LeBron James. Let's call it how it is. If it was any other player, whatever the case may be, we wouldn't even be talking about this. Like regardless, nobody would really care.
Okay, what's the most? Okay, let's just true. The most consistent. If you look at every champion across the entire duration of NBA history, the most consistent thing for the most of the champions has been chemistry over talent. The team with the most chemistry at the right time generally wins, not the most talent. Now, have there been some cases where teams loaded with a ton of talent win? Yes, but more often than not, the team with the most chemistry wins. The one thing that the Lakers do have on their side is for amidst all the drama, they've kept some form of a core intact. They will have better chemistry just because they're bringing back the same core of guys who've been there for a while. That right there in and of itself just makes them a better team than some of the teams that are walking around with talent.
Hold on, wait. I want to put Lamar theory to the test.
Good enough. That's all I'm saying.
Lamar, I want to put your theory to the test real quick. We're going to go down the list, and I want y'all to say talent or chemistry. We can do this the last 6 champions. Boston, obviously, don't answer Boston.
Talent.
Was they the most talent?
No, not the most talent. Hell no. That's not the most talent. No, there's no. Denver was not the most talented team.
Denver is chemistry.
No, chemistry is chemistry. Denver is chemistry.
Why Denver that had the most talent?
Hold on, y'all. Let SB do his
Why
thing.
Denver that had the most talent and chemistry?
Let's go to the next team. Let's go to the next team.
We're going to be arguing for the next team. Golden State Warriors.
Chemistry.
Against who? Against who?
Chemistry.
Boston. Boston had more talent that year, idiot.
Yes. Next, Milwaukee. Milwaukee, chemistry or talent?
Talent.
Chemistry.
That's not talent.
Both.
That's definitely talent. Lamar, they want Lamar. Hold on, bro. They want, bro. That's one of the best defensive teams of this decade.
Who?
That's how they want.
Hold on. Whenever you say defense,
who are they talking about?
Defense is you only are good defensively with elite chemistry. You cannot just be.
And
good
you need the personnel.
Hold on.
You need the personnel too.
Hold on, 30. There's no team in NBA history that's just good defensively because they got good talent. The chemistry is number one. This chemistry is the number one key to having a good defense. So it's still
you need the personnel too, Lamar. Lamar, you need the personnel too, Lamar.
Boston had elite defense.
No matter what scheme,
that's
no matter what
scheme. I'm not.
Yeah, like Boston had the personnel too, bro.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Lakers when we get to 2020s.
Can we let him get
the Lakers had the personnel?
Oh, hold on. The Lakers did not have the most talent in 2020.
No, I said the personnel.
Against Miami.
They was. The Lakers were the most talented team in 2020.
Because the thing is, 30, because if you can ask yourself, I want you to ask yourself this. Whenever he says a champion, can you honestly say that team was the most talented team in the NBA? The Bucks were not the most talented team in the NBA that year.
No, they weren't.
Oh, y'all going against the whole NBA. I thought you was going to get stuff.
No, what else we talking about? Goddamn, what are y'all brains at? What do you think we're talking about?
The whole NBA, not the finals opponent, the whole NBA.
Thank you. Not the finals opponent, it's the whole NBA. The Bucks were not the most talented team.
That was second.
So it's 3-1. Lakers in 2020, was they the most talented team?
No,
in the NBA?
they were not the most talented
hell
team.
no.
All right, Lamar, you gotta chill out, bro. You gotta chill out.
Okay,
Lakers were not the most talented team.
How they not? Hold on, how they were the most talented team?
It's still relevant.
They weren't.
How?
Were they more
Bro, look at that, bro. Y'all doing
Lakers is stacked, bro. Lakers
Y'all
is
doing
stacked.
business
Dwight
history.
Howard, older development.
Y'all doing
Fuck
business history.
out of here, bro.
I don't think it's relevant.
Y'all doing business
It's a
history.
reach.
Hold on.
It was
in 2020. In 2020, by a long shot, the Clippers were looked at as the most stacked
Right,
talented
that's what
team
I'm
that
saying.
year.
That's
Thank
fact.
you.
Listen,
Thank
What are
you.
you talking
That was
about?
matchup.
No,
That was matchup.
you're talking about
That was
talent.
matchup. That was matchup. What are you talking about?
Going into the
Clippers were
2020
favorites,
season,
bro. They just got
the
Kawhi
Clippers were
Leonard
the
off the
favorites.
They
bench.
were favored because I was kicking the Lakers' ass
Kawhi was just
all
winning the
season.
championship, bro.
That's why you think
The Clippers had the most talent in the league in 2020.
Clippers had
No, but you have to have the most talent, or you have to have top talent. Now, come on now.
The most talented team.
Hold on. This is a very simple conversation.
Yeah, what's the conversation?
If the team won the championship, was that team the most talented team in the league in 2020? There were teams above the Lakers that had more talent. In the talent and the Lakers,
we agree to disagree.
The Lakers' chemistry, especially when we saw that chemistry kick in versus Denver, we saw that chemistry kick in versus a lot of teams. Yes, they had talent. We're not saying they didn't have any talent, but they
Clippers
definitely were not the most talented team. The most talented team in 2020 did not win the championship.
Oh, I didn't know they had to have the most talented team.
We agree to disagree.
That was my whole argument. I said the most talented team
Talented than the Lakers in 2020.
Clippers blew
The
a
Clippers.
Yeah, but if you like the second talented and got chemistry, you're gonna win, of course.
Not the second most talented team. What are you talking about?
No, I was just saying. I was just saying that was an analogy. Yeah, the Lakers were super talented.
They had
though.
the second most talent in the league.
Nobody
was
I
saying
did.
Y'all
you
just
didn't. No, you didn't.
y'all just see names on paper and think
Thank
that was
you.
like, come on,
Yeah.
dog.
And then
Like,
last one.
No, it's not just names on the paper. It's who they
SB,
were
go
at
to the
that
next one,
time.
SB. Go to the next one, SB. The last one.
It's the Raptors.
SB, go to the next one. Was the
Raptors
Raptors the most talented team?
Raptors
No,
was
it was
the team.
Golden State. Hell
Golden
no.
State. It was Golden State.
Hold up, time out. Hold up, time out.
Hold on, SB, keep going. You keep going, SB.
The next one is the Golden State 2018.
That was injuries, though, bro. That was injuries, though. That's not fair.
Okay,
No, they ain't care about injuries. Tyson 2021. It don't matter. Go ahead.
Golden State was the most talented team. That's it. I don't even want to
They did not care about injuries in 2021.
No, all I'm saying is they were in the finals, and there clearly was the fact that the Golden State got hurt that they didn't win, bro.
Even if we go back to the Spurs, were the Spurs ever really the best
I still
team in the
argue
league
that
when
Raptor team technically was more
Super talented, True. Super talented,
True, you gotta chill out. True, you gotta chill out.
Hold up.
True, you gotta chill out.
Hold up. First of all, they had a better.
They were not more talented than Golden State, bro.
They weren't.
At least my Lakers take has on the stand though.
It was nowhere near a better team.
Bro, your Lakers take
it was healthy. I say they're more talented. They had more talent on their team. They had what are you talking about?
Golden State? True.
I don't know.
Who was on Golden State bench besides
Man,
Sean
you
Livingston
must be
and Andre
smoking,
Iguodala?
True, man. You got to stop.
True, you gotta chill out. True, you gotta chill out. You gotta chill out, bro.
Hey, man.
But they was super talented. Remember, that team was like that team was a 59-win team that got rid of DeMar DeRozan and added one of the best players in the league in Kawhi Leonard, bro. That was a super talented team.
Hold on. They added more pieces. They added more pieces.
And then when you look at all
I'm
those
talking about most of the pieces stayed. Hey,
they didn't win it. Look at all those years with Brooklyn had KD, Harden, and Kyrie. Didn't win. Stacking talent don't always win. It's chemistry that wins.
It's also health too, but like
it's both. It's both. Literally,
but Sturdy, that still goes hand in hand because one of the things that I said has been the death of some of these super teams is you're heavily reliant on all of the talent to be there. If you're a team that's built on chemistry, like the Miami Heat have been, you can have injuries here and there and still be great. Hold on 1 second, because what I'm saying is, even though the Miami Heat, they've been to 2 NBA finals like over the last 4 years, and even though they've had a myriad of injuries, they still been able to make hellified runs, even with Jimmy Butler being hurt, Tyler Hero being hurt, key players being hurt. But because of their chemistry, they lead with chemistry first. They can make hellified runs.
That's double-edged, though, because their lack of talent has not got them a championship.
They lack of talent,
that's double-edged.
I'm not saying it wins you a championship, but their chemistry allowed them to beat more talented teams more often than not.
I agree with
absolutely. Absolutely.
They got them.
Lamar, I remember this.
But they lack of talent caused them to lose too.
They got them.
I remember this conversation,
bro. You still need talent in the NBA and the professional.
You need both.
That's
just a fact, though. We kind of argue on a moot point. You need both.
Like exactly. Like you can. I mean, you can't just win off just straight chemistry. That's
man. What's going on with you, P5?
I mean,
but I will agree with FYF that team construction is more important than not just chemistry. It's team construction. People knowing their role. People excelling in their role. They're not the most talented players, but Aaron Gordon excels in his role on that team. So I agree that team construction and chemistry is more important than just talent. I will agree with that.
Your second best player won Finals MVP, so you can't argue. You can't argue that. But it is 30. I do.
So what is? But what is
the Lakers? The Lakers was the number one.
SB, they starting center. SB, their starting center. SB, their starting center went down, and they still ran the East. They still ran the East.
Why y'all trying to discredit that? Like that's.
Well, hold on. Let me say this though about chemistry. So what? Okay,
they won off talent.
My whole thing is, first of all, you need talent to win. Every championship team that had talent.
The Boston won. Y'all running ISO offense. Y'all didn't really even run offense good. Y'all just out there hooping.
I agree.
He's out there hooping.
I agree with that. Their defense cleaned up that offensive mess. That offense was a mess.
Them boys just out there hooping, man.
See, here's the thing, y'all deflect.
Joe Mazzulla gets his offense all the time.
But here's the thing, though, right? So
am I wrong, though? Am I wrong?
Hold on.
That offense was a mess. That defense cleared a lot of that up.
Y'all literally said something, though.
Y'all gotta let
contradicting. Y'all literally said something that was very contradicting. You said why the Lakers got chemistry because they've been on the same team for a while, correct? Yes or no? Because y'all said that.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how long does Boston Celtics core been together and been
They've
mind
been
you?
together for a while.
That's
Y'all added
okay.
Drew and
Okay, so we can
Hold
move
on.
on then. We can move on.
It's like
We
three
can move
niggas.
on.
It's like three
Talking
people.
about two
All
players.
right, bro. All right, bro.
You talking about
Nah,
three
get rid of
people?
Marcus
True.
Smart.
Al Horford,
D'Lo?
Al
Hold on.
Horford,
How long
Jalen
D'Lo been
Brown,
on the Lakers?
Jason
Oh,
Tatum.
he's talking about Peyton Pritchard.
Don't
He's
do
talking
that.
about Peyton
That's the
Pritchard.
main court.
Oh
Peyton
my
Pritchard.
God, this nigga brought up PP.
Now we gonna
You brought up PP.
Hey,
All right,
this
bro.
is what happens when you throw jokes. We got throw.
PP.
When you
That's
get cooked,
crazy.
you gotta throw jokes. But here's the thing, though, right? Because y'all mentioned Gay, Vincent, and Vando. So let's not play this game. That being said, too, though, right? Y'all mentioned D'Lo part of that chemistry. How long? D'Lo only been on the team for a couple years. Derek White been on the Celtics longer than Derek White staying on the Celtics longer than D'Lo on the
Your
Lakers. So
team
let's not play
changed
this
so
game.
much that, bro. True. You can't tell me the same people who was on the 20,
I'm not denying talent for
2022
one. I'm all
basket, the finals team to the 22.
I'm not denying
Y'all
talent.
even
I'm not
changed y'all
hold
coach. Y'all coach even changed.
But
Y'all
listen,
changed
but listen,
everything.
here's the thing. But y'all deflecting, making something else. I never deny anything about talent. But when we gonna sit there and say there's no chemistry, like let's not lie. Y'all just contradict.
I'm saying y'all didn't do nothing special to win.
No one's saying no chemistry. No one's saying no chemistry.
But here's the thing about Lamont, y'all arguing with a brick wall because here's the thing, right?
Oh, we know that.
Who did not? Here's the thing. We don't care about. Because here's the thing, though, right? We don't.
What?
Here's the thing.
Y'all funny.
This is my analogy. This is what you mean by arguing with a brick wall. You basically punching a brick wall. You're hurting yourself. Because here's the thing, though, right? Nobody denying about the results or how you do it. It don't matter how you do it as long as you can do it at the end of the day, correct? I don't give a damn about how I do things. If I get the W, I get the results. That's all that matters. I don't care about being oppressive. That's foreign. Listen, it is
You're
what it is.
arguing with a brick wall because Lamont even made the point in defense of the Celtics, and it's crazy down. Months later, he's making this argument that y'all had a cakewalk.
I don't know. Listen, this is how Lamont beat. I know Lamont beat. That's what I'm saying.
When you get the #1 seed, it's supposed to be a cakewalk, right? Like you get an easier schedule, so they earned it.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Hey, whoever that was.
Hey, Ray Brandon came out with a steel chair middle of the match.
It's still, I'm still right.
Ray Brandon definitely came with the steel chair though.
You get the #1 seed in the West.
It still don't change the fact that y'all won off just sheer talent.
But Lamont, you know I don't care. We don't care
but it's
about
still
that,
no matter how easy your path was, it does not change the fact that y'all won off just sheer talent.
But who cares though how you do it though?
I don't care. But
Okay,
the fact
I-
is, there's a clear difference between a team that wins with chemistry versus a team that wins with just because they have the most talent.
Hey, tell a team with chemistry beat the Celtics. Then how about that?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's do this, True. Then you can put your money on that talent this year. Let's see if that talent lasts again, because I don't think they can replicate it with talent again.
They're not going back either way, so it don't matter.
I don't think they can do it twice because it never happens twice with just sheer talent. It never in history of basketball has happened twice with just sheer talent.
I don't. The talent. So there's more. You can keep saying that you want to. You keep saying it like it's a fact. It's not a fact. So does you have.
Lamont, we had a bet. Lamont, hold on, real quick, Brandon. Lamont, we had a bet on whether or not the Celtics repeat.
Oh, I said they gonna do what?
They're not repeating.
You said they'll repeat. You said they'll repeat. I said they won't.
Hell no, that wasn't.
No.
What? Yo, True, come on, my nigga. Yo, True, you was right there.
You did make that bet, Lamont.
No, I did not, man.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Lamont. How you know I ain't gonna that type of bet?
You made that up.
Bro, they gonna have.
Damn, Lamont.
He just made that up. Hold on. Why would I bet on the Celtics?
Hold on. You did make that bet. I don't even do that. You did make that bet. I ain't
Man,
gonna
roll
lie.
that beautiful beat footage, man. Find the film, man.
You did make the bet.
He gonna have to.
It's on True Street.
Damn, Lamont.
True Street.
That's how I know it's a lie. I did not. Hold on, you gotta find
do that. See, here we go. You did.
Oh my God, Lamont, that's nasty work.
You did make
that
bet. You did make that bet.
I'm shell signing right now.
Oh, that's crazy.
It wasn't me. No, you ain't chill, son. You ain't chill, son.
You so guilty saying that. You so guilty saying that.
This is how you know that the Celtics are in the lose though. If you look at it, because when they get beat by an 8th seed or they get beat by
the Lakers y'all chemistry.
Hold on, they choke when they get beat by a lesser team.
The Lakers definitely spanked the shit out the Celtics last year, though.
Where y'all was at?
The Lakers definitely. The Lakers beat the Celtics with chemistry, though.
They did beat y'all.
But here's
They beat y'all.
so hold on.
Put them
So
niggas on
regular
their
season
ass,
game,
bro.
what's more important, a regular season game or NBA championship?
Don't talk about that, bro. We talking about head
No,
to head, bro.
I'm
They got
talking
their
about
ass
it.
whooped.
Hey,
They got their ass
y'all,
whooped.
look, everybody.
Don't try to cop out with championships, bro.
Hey,
Head
y'all,
to head,
look,
they got their
I gotta,
ass beat.
hey, y'all, I
Fuck
gotta
outta
wrap
here.
this up. We got another game tonight. Actually, we got a game today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So I gotta get ready to head to this game. Also, our game Saturday. I know. I was telling y'all we played the team that beat us by 50. We played them Saturday. So
Man, y'all
you
got
know what?
50?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now though. Hey, check this out.
Check
this out. At halftime, I thought I was gonna be able to come back to y'all and say we did the impossible. Man, we was up 10. I don't know how them boys was out there hooping. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, you
And
say
then,
y'all got beat by 50?
No. Last year we did. So no, I'm saying that this game we played them Saturday. So I think we were up 10 at half. We were cooking. This is the highest scoring team in the country. We held them to, I think, 32 points in the first half. I'm talking about barbecue session. I thought we was rolling. And then this motherfucking Dan Marley's son is over there now. He just transferred to that school from a D1. And this motherfucker had the play of the century to activate his team. This motherfucker dunked on one of my players so hard. It was so nasty. It changed the whole momentum, man. I was like,
Lamont, you should have used the chemistry. You know,
hold on. Check this out.
Lamont Ham, come on, Lamont Ham.
Check this out. Hold on. Check this out. Hold on. We playing. Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta give me some credit because we playing in hostile territory. This is a road game. This is their first game of the season. Their home crowd is rocking. We took all the momentum from the crowd. And then Max Marley, Dan Marley's son, this motherfucker come on a fast break. Man, he shitted on one of my players so bad. I'm gonna get the film for you. I'm gonna show you.
Hey,
so
Lamont,
that's crazy. You gonna do your players like that?
Hey, look, he got the M1. He got the M1, and it just changed the momentum, man. And they ended up walking us down, man. They walked us down. They had some players though. Like they loaded. Like I'm not gonna lie, they loaded. They had like 6-7 D1 drop downs. They loaded. And for us to hold them, I mean, there's a lot of wins out of that for our first game. Playing a game we probably shouldn't even be playing a team that probably definitely outclasses us. So I can't beat my team up too bad because the boys went out there and played. This might be one of the best games I've seen them play. But yeah, they definitely walked. We lost 101 to 88. Man.
Y'all played against the Celtics?
Oh, man, they went on a run on y'all.
Yeah, they scored. They scored 70. No, they didn't win by talent because they definitely wasn't as talented as you. Last year's team that they had was more talented than this year's.
That man,
I think this year's
the lead to 30.
Hold on, real quick, Lamont.
Yo.
Imagine you at home, man. You know, you just had a tough game Saturday, had to lead at halftime. You just there chilling. Oh man, my coach is streaming right now, man. Let me turn it on, man. Damn, we lost the whole game because this nigga got shitted on.
Hold on.
He got him some Chipotle. He getting ready to eat, bro.
Hold on, Tyson. See, the thing is, I got, just like I said about JJ, I got the relationship with my players where I could joke with them about this. Like, you know what I was trying to do? You know what I was trying to do for practice yesterday? I was trying to get a clip of the dunk. I was going to print it out and put the poster up on the wall in practice just to tease them. So I could joke with my guys like that. I ain't tripping. I was trying to get a picture of it so I could joke with my player, put the picture on the wall.
Lamont, the chat asking, what did you tell your team after that, though? Like,
bro, I told my team after that game. I said, look, for us, going off with only 3 weeks of practice, we're playing against a team that's been practicing all summer. They got their chemistry, they got their plays, they got their sets down in order. They had a head start on us by 2-3 months. We just had barely 3 weeks of practice for us to get ready and prepare this well for the number 9 team in the country at the D2 level, and then go out in the first half and play the way we did. You got to be happy with that performance. Obviously, you don't want to be happy with any loss. But when you watch them go out there and play just off 3 weeks, I said, they just show our potential.
Build off of.
I say, with our potential right there is unlimited now. Because last year, we walked in at halftime, and only thing I could say was, shit, we got to find a way to make it respectable. Right? This year, I walked in at halftime, and we game planning on how to strategize to win the game versus the number 9 D2 team in the country that severely outclasses. They got all these, imagine if all these D1 drop downs. Imagine all these D1 drop downs, you walking in at halftime, and you got to look your coach in the eye talking about you down to some club players at Grand Canyon University. You don't feel too good. You see what I'm saying? So for us to play it, that tells them how talented they are. right? It tells us if we put in more work and start to catch up with them, because we played them again. We played them again in January, and we're going to have a good 3-4 months under our belt. And I guarantee you, with the confidence that we built off this game, when we see them on January 8th, it's going to look a lot different. So, and they better stay healthy. I tell you what, they lose I'm talking about, boy, Max Marley saved their ass. Dan Marley's son, that motherfucker got a strap. That motherfucker didn't miss.
Max Marley.
Yep,
Max Marley. You gonna be able to stream a game over here one of these days?
So actually, we got a new service, and it's gonna start today with today's game. It's called Baller TV. So what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start giving you guys the Baller TV link, and if you can't watch it live, what I'm also gonna do is I'm just gonna download it and then replay the game on here live. But Baller TV, and if any one of you guys want to get that ball, you can buy. I can give you a code to get a free subscription to Baller TV. You can stream. You can live stream the games. You can do whatever you want. You can talk shit. You can. Well, I mean, we ain't gonna do too much losing anyway. So I ain't really tripping. You could stream and have all the games you want. We gonna bust a lot of people's ass. So it's gonna be more good film than bad. So
Brandon, that's how you know that's a good coach. You give out morale victories. You don't keep the low yourself. Keep an optimistic mindset. You know what I'm saying? Keep it positive, bro.
I'm gonna be real sturdy. I'm calling for the nigga job, man. If they lose this next
game. He out of there, bro. He out of there, bro.
All that
he out of there, Brandon.
All that 100% chemistry, man.
We
need some talent.
I'm gonna have to rejoin the crossover, man. We got to cover Lamont, man. Is he on the hot seat?
Yeah, that's nasty work. I mean, he did say chemistry is more important than talent.
Y'all need some motivator. Hollywood Hearn would get the team laughing and going, man.
All right, man. Look, man. Hey, like I said, man, we already from this point last year compared to this point this year, we already light years way better. Like so, I mean, y'all thought we was nice last year. We was 30-5 last year. What you think we gonna be this year?
How many did you bring back?
Nah, but
we brought back I brought back my starting point guard, my starting backcourt, my starting shooting guard.
You only missed one, man.
He had a transfer. So he played at a D2 school last year for Phoenix College. He was the best player on that team. We got him. 6'5", Hawaiian shooting guard. Nice. He nice. We got a new center because our last center from last year transferred to Boise State. We got a new center. He's a freshman, but he was Defensive Player of the Year in 3A high school ball for Scottsdale Christian out here in Arizona. So we got one of the best defensive young centers in, and he could shoot. And we got this is the most talent. For us, just like True said, this is the most talent we ever had.
Exactly. That's why you feel confident.
So y'all pulled the Boston Celtics. Y'all pulled the Boston Celtics.
Oh yeah. I ain't no fool.
Nah.
He switched up quick.
Definitely is important, but don't.
Give me the talent first, man. We'll figure it out.
You need that talent first. That's that. Man.
I don't know. True, the Celtics might be the most disrespected NBA champions.
Now they don't got no. Forget all that. They say they don't got no chemistry. It's crazy though. Like no chemistry.
Hey, but y'all, I gotta shut this down. Y'all, I want to keep it going. Actually, hold on. Anybody got control of the studio?
Yeah.
Sturdy got it, I think.
If anybody got, y'all, if y'all want, if somebody got control of the studio and y'all want to keep it going, or if you want to run your stream parallel with this one, you can. If you want to keep it going, but I know I got to step out. If y'all want to keep it going, just let me know. If not, we can just shut it down now.
I'm here.
I'm going. Fellas, thanks for having me, man. Y'all be
on. True. You want to keep it going?
I'll keep it going for a little bit.
All right, keep it rocking then.
Yo, Lamont, let me as you hold it down, let me chop it up with you.
How? What you mean?
Hey, on your phone, bro.
Oh, you gonna hit me up?
You get off?
Cool. Oh, I thought you was like in the backstage. I was like, well, we gonna still do that. All right. Yeah. All right, then. True. Go ahead and hold it down. Like I say, I'll catch y'all. Hopefully, I'm not gonna be back till the end of the week because I got to get on the road. We got to go to LA. So hopefully, we got the crossover tomorrow. Hopefully, I know they took a hiatus last week. Hopefully, we got that tomorrow. We got In the Zone coming.
Yeah, we will be recording. We will be recording tonight. So stay tuned for that.
After In the Zone, man. Shout
out to the
podcast.
That's gonna be dropping later this week. So yeah.
All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all later.
Yes, that is a good question though, right? The chemistry and talent thing though, right? I am curious about that. What is more important? Because other people, what is more important? Chemistry or talent, or you need both?
You need
How y'all
both,
feel
but
about that?
even when
You
we
need
seen the
both.
Miami Heat, when the Miami Heat got put together, remember when they were struggling, the
Right.
Heatles, when they were early, like they were struggling early on, it was because they had the talent, but you also needed the chemistry, and even with the Celtics, people that watched the finals last year, my team got smoked. I still think we can come back and win this series. It's not over. Mavs are 9. Um, there was even plays where it was like, no, they definitely had chemistry. Now, of course, adding Porzingis and adding Drew Holiday, that's gonna put you over the top. But to act like these guys just didn't have chemistry already is like crazy, and to act like it was a cakewalk. I will say this: they did. It was a lot of luck in them injuries, but to say that a team that got the #1 seed and was already smoking teams in the regular season had a cakewalk. No, they earned the #1 seed, and when you get
They
the #1
did.
seed, you get an easier schedule. Well, you get easier matchups, I should say, and they handle business. So on one end, like y'all knock them when they lose to the Heat and they choke, but then when they actually get the job done as expected, now it's a cakewalk. So it's really like the Celtics can't win either way.
But
Like
also
y'all
too
just
about
going,
the
yeah.
talent
Go ahead.
point when SB was breaking down, right? How many years, how many like going down years is the best team with the talent won, and then this is like a first time in a while where the best talent team won. That's also showcased the fact that they won besides just talent. You get what I'm saying? It has to mean something. You know what I mean? So they had to guess they had to have the chemistry because even go to the Warriors. The Warriors when they won their championships, they was clearly the most talented team, but also they had chemistry. So like,
But true, let me ask you. So if any other team would have lost a 20-point per game player, people would have been giving all kinds of excuses. Like the Celtics
absolutely.
literally lost Porzingis, and it was like nobody was saying it was they were still saying it was a cakewalk. How's it a cakewalk when you lose a player that's scoring
But
20
that's
points
how.
per
And
game?
granted, when it comes to talent, when it comes to lopsided compared to everybody in the league, like teams can't afford that. The teams can't afford their third best player to be missing games like Porzingis, and even going into the season, like they can't even afford to even make a deep playoff run. So it's like that's the thing. Tatum
No,
has the most hope Tatum had the most hope in the league. Shit, he got a lot of hope. Absolutely. See, listen, hey, listen, hey, but listen, shout out to the GM, shout out to Brad Stevens. That's what you're supposed to
Shout
do.
out to competent GMs that put players around
That's
them.
what you're
Let's be
supposed to
honest
do.
though, bro. They didn't need Porzingis to beat the Pacers. They didn't need him to beat the Mavs, bro. It kind of reminded me of Team USA, bro. You could have took pick a player that you want to take and put him on the bench. I believe they still win, bro. They won every single game since
Yo,
exhibition, bro.
but
But
that's
they
It's the
the
was
same
thing
thing.
well,
though.
This
But
with
that's
the
the thing
South.
though. You fact you gotta compare him to Team USA that shows you like that. I
Yeah,
mean,
but,
hey,
but,
I
but what
mean,
I'm saying is, look at this, right? The Celtics, right? They had the perfect balance. This is why I believe them and the Nuggets won, bro. They had a very complete team. They had that perfect balance, bro. If you could find one between talent and chemistry. They lost the year before to the Miami Heat. Then what happened last year? They ran through the Heat, bro. They learned from their mistakes. Even when they went to the finals, bro, they learned, they developed, they got better, they made their adjustments, and that chemistry is a part of that. We know what it feels to fail together. We're also going to know what it feels like to win together, bro. Yeah, talent has something to do with it. It does, because I do believe, even without Porzingis, bro, I'm going to be honest with you, I believe they didn't even have to trade for him, and they would have probably still won, bro. That's why I believe they're going to come out the East next season. I don't think they're going to win the title, but I do believe they're going to win the East, bro. That's due to chemistry. Yes, it's due to talent, bro, but you have to have those reps, bro. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, absolutely. And like I said, this core been together for a long time. Like these guys, I mean, like Tatum, Brown, Horford, they've been together for like over 5 years. So it's like, I mean,
yeah.
so
But
that's
it's
all
I
I was
mean
gonna
it's
do.
like
You the chemistry, the port.
if you look at the crossover, right? I was our best player, clearly, right? And you know what I'm saying?
Hey
Hold on,
man,
let me
shout out to
cook,
y'all,
man. Let me
man. We've
cook.
been good. It's like
Let me cook. Let me cook.
Shots
You know what I'm
fired.
saying? Let me cook. I
We
was
can move
clearly our
on.
best player.
We can move on.
yeah,
All
that
right,
was
we
We
can
can
move
move
definitely.
on.
on.
Oh, we can move on.
We can move on.
Hey, they don't know what those practices look like, though, right? To develop you
Hey,
being the
bro,
best
hey,
player.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. That nigga quit mid practice, y'all. Don't let this nigga fool you. That nigga
That's
quit mid
nasty
practice.
Hold
work.
on.
That's
Hold
nasty. I ain't gonna. That's low key one low. Like that's a low
on.
key nastiest
Hold
work
on.
of the year.
Hold on. I did not quit. I told. Hold on. So hold on. Let me clear.
That's a sleeper. Like we
Can I
made you
clear
get
my
that. It
name?
was
I
like it
want to
was.
clear my
That
name.
nigga
I
got
did
bro.
not
That nigga
quit.
got Rick Carlisle fired, and he quit practice, bro. That's
No,
crazy.
nigga. I tore my ACL in practice, and I told the team that, hey, listen, guys, I'm gonna be out a few months. Y'all boys keep it together. I'll be back in the fall.
Man, don't let that man fool you, man. That man woke up late for practice. Got Rick Carlisle
Like,
fired
my
him
knee.
for being late. And he
My knee.
Don't worry
Hey,
about it. We gonna talk about
hold
it on
up, hold up, y'all,
30
hold
Sunday,
up.
bro.
Don't speak on everybody on the panel, bro. Divine Unity. First of all, I'm the only Sodas fan on here for one. And you got different. Like, let's not play that game. I ain't gonna let y'all you just speak on other. You know what I mean? Like we all got the same opinion. Divine Unity. We ain't doing that. Who's your team?
He
Divine. I'm curious to
accepted,
Hell no.
know.
man.
Hell
He
no. We
accepted,
ain't.
And
Hell
fam.
no.
Sturgling the
Just
God
like.
team. I mean, Sturgling the God team.
Hold on, but can we talk about
But
how Herm got cooked in that face off earlier with
I ain't get cooked
no,
though.
I didn't see
Brandon,
it.
don't do
I
that.
didn't see it. I can't speak on it. I
Never
didn't
mind.
see it.
We're not
Don't
gonna talk
I
do
about
didn't
that.
see it.
that.
Never
I
mind.
I
didn't
ain't
see
We
get
it.
not.
cooked. All they did was put some visuals up and
Nah,
try
hold
to
on, Herm.
Oh,
overtalk.
and the
You know
Mavs
you my
getting their
dog.
He
kid
put
back too.
visuals on a face off. Yeah, you was gonna lose.
No,
I ain't gonna lie.
Mavs,
You
Mavs
was,
winning
Yeah,
the
I
Yeah,
ain't
game
gonna
yeah.
lie
last
to you.
night.
Bro, true.
I
He
ain't
had
gonna
the
lie.
he
Experience,
had
bro.
the
Hold
he
on,
had the
real quick, Cash,
promo.
real quick. Herb. From experience, Herb. When niggas add visuals while they talk about you, bro,
That
it
nigga
just
big
it's
see
a
you
Yeah, I
up.
tough.
ain't
It
gonna
was
lie
over.
It's
to
an
her.
uphill.
You
It's an
unfair
uphill
advantage
battle, bro.
though. I ain't
It's
gonna
an
I
lie.
mean,
You
uphill
now,
unfair.
now,
Hold
now,
on,
but
listen.
Sturdy, here's the sad part. He did that last time, and I had him crying over an hour. So I
No,
mean,
listen, Herm. Because you were on Ticket's channel when I got cooked so viciously by Africa. So I think we can be honest with each other, right?
Oh
You
wow.
got cooked, bro. That nigga, listen, it got so bad to the point where when he was cooking you, I'm like, nah, man. I almost wanted to
nah,
jump in and
you
throw an
remember
insult at him.
I got kicked backstage though too, man. I got put
Nah,
backstage.
Herm, you listen, Herm. This is what happened, Herm. So you invited the nigga to come out to the yard. You pulled up at his house. He was like, yeah,
Now
come
Lamont was
outside,
helping
Paul.
him. Mitchell had Lamont was
Yeah.
helping.
Lamont ain't help him, did he?
Yeah, he
Yep.
did. He put him
I
on
ain't
big
gonna
screen. He
lie
put him
though.
on the
I
big
got
screen.
cooking the
He put
face
him on
off
big
too
screen.
though. Shout out to Renegade. Renegade low key cooked me in the face off. I ain't gonna
And he
lie
muted
though.
Yeah, the
and he
He
face
did
off
muted
me.
be like that,
Herm.
bro.
And he muted
Everybody just
Herm.
got
And
cooked.
he muted me.
That's
He was
nasty
muting
work,
me the
man.
whole
That's
time.
nasty work, man. That is nasty. That is nasty work, man.
Hey, yo.
That is nasty work. Like the fact that like that's you know how old like he made that is crazy, man.
Krabby
Never
Dicks is
mind you. I
crazy.
never been to that
Yo,
spot in my
that's a
in my life.
classic.
I never been there.
That's a
But
Never
Rebrand,
seen
I
classic.
that spot
appreciate
before
the
in my life.
assist
By
though,
the way,
Rebrand. I appreciate the assist when you had to remind that nigga how he cried for an hour,
Oh
man.
no, yeah, he no, it definitely. I definitely remember that, like, because I think we were in a panel for like maybe an hour, 2 hours, maybe,
Yeah,
explaining to
it
him
was
why he lost. Yeah, we were like, yo, you did good. You just didn't rebut anything that he was saying. And he was like, no.
I'm Herm's
Keep it a
debates is
buck with me.
based on a lot of narrative though, bro.
No, it's not.
Keep it a buck with me.
There's a lot
No,
of
hold
narrative.
on. Ready. I'm gonna say this for the last time. Their debate they had, they were not only told the sides they're gonna argue for, they was actually told how to debate.
Yep.
Herm was literally told by ChatGPT to say all those things. Same thing for a Johnny. So that's why that debate in general should be a wash in general. But Herm, real question though, who had a worse crash out, a Johnny or Reggie?
Reggie.
I would say
Reggie for
BJ.
sure.
Reggie said slurs
I
on
think
it.
That's
Reggie said
BJ is
slurs
number
on
one. BJ number one,
BJ
clearly.
Yeah,
one of the
BJ
BJ
greats.
won.
clearly number one.
Yeah, he first all time for sure.
No, but
Reggie for
shout out to
Reggie
sure.
said
Herm though,
something
bro.
again.
You
Reggie
To
said the
Reggie.
whole slur out here.
Reggie
But this
started
nigga
threatening
want to
people.
debate on fanboy. The topic is fanboys bad for basketball. So
Nah,
that
that's BS though. I'm trying to get y'all a real topic. That's a
nah, but
BS
that's what he
topic.
want. He
And,
yeah,
said that's what he
like,
want.
what is a fanboy though? Like, I never
That's
understood that.
entertaining though.
somebody
I'm not
that
gonna lie, that's
somebody that
entertaining.
supports
That's what I'm saying.
everybody. I think
I'm saying,
I
what is a
think a
fanboy?
fanboy is
Period. Like,
someone that can't hold their favorite player accountable. You know, like I think that's a fanboy. If you think everything that LeBron does is good, you can't see any wrong anything that he's done, any failures, you're a fanboy. Same thing with Jordan. If you can't,
Yeah,
speak, to his flaws and speak to his shortcomings, you're a fanboy. Same thing with Kobe, Larry Bird, whoever your
Anybody,
favorite is,
man.
you're a
Like,
fanboy. Yeah,
That's fair.
I don't know why he want. I don't
But
know why he want the debate to be about that, but that's what he wants. And
That's,
then
that's
I
interesting
do.
You be throwing the word fanboy around a lot though, so I get it.
I mean, I do cook
hold on. Herm
fanboys
getting
though.
pressed? Herm getting pressed?
I do cook fanboys though, brother.
Herm, but you a fanboy yourself though. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
That's
talk.
why
I don't talk about Jordan like that though. I don't talk about Jordan like
Herm,
that.
no,
Y'all
this is the
bring
thing,
him up
Herm,
before I
Herm.
do.
So Herm, we gonna do
So
this right
how
here?
I'm a
Let's dance.
fanboy?
So
How I'm a fanboy if I don't talk about a nigga?
okay, this is how
Nah,
you're a fanboy.
you not a.
When
All right, go ahead, bro.
hold on, Sturdy. Let me show him how he's a fanboy. This is how you're a fanboy. When the 1988 the stats and stuff being inflated came out, and we challenged you over here to go do go do a video. You literally went to Ticket's channel, and you did not do a video on Jordan. You did a video really throwing shade at LeBron versus actually holding Jordan and Jordan fans accountable. That's how you're a fanboy, because when you had a chance to turn that gun. Okay, now you do it on purpose. All right,
Talk
cool.
to him.
I've been
Yo,
to
that
it.
was hilarious though. Like I know, like I mean,
Nah, I'm not,
that was
bro,
hilarious.
Brandon.
That was
If you
hilarious.
saw, bro, it was in the zone, right, bro? That
Nah, it was
episode in the
True
zone.
Sports Talk. Nah, when what's the on Twin? We talking about when Twin it came in? It was you a hypocrite.
Twin got
No, I'm talking about.
Hilarious.
Yeah, y'all talking about that stream. Remember, it was Renegade. It was everybody. Like Herm was quiet. Like
That was the True Sports Talk episode. That was
Nah, I
True
wasn't
Sports
quiet.
Talk.
nah, you wasn't quiet, Herm, but you was giving Michael
True
Jordan all
Sports
kinds of
Talk,
passes. He was like.
That was
Herm was
crazy.
like, yo, sometimes you can't always go off. Everybody was doing it in the 80s. Everybody was like,
I mean,
this shit.
y'all late to the party. That's why I was telling y'all niggas. I'm gonna be for real though. True, I was like, I niggas I hang around are always older than me. I've been around nothing but old heads most of my life. So old heads always say, "Oh, nigga, they always inflated stats." So end of the day, that's something that I already knew. But one thing I know. Numbers are what they are, but one thing I do know, something that never lie, film never lie though. So that's my whole premise of everything. Film never lies. Niggas could talk this shit. Niggas
I mean, the
can say
film
what
is
they
how
want
he
to
got
say.
caught. They actually
Film
went back
don't
and
lie.
Yeah, that's how he got caught.
But y'all missing the point. Niggas were trying to say he's not a good defender, and what I was
I
saying,
get that.
film tells me something different because the
No,
film shows that he's a good defender.
Herm. This is the thing. If something like that would have came out on LeBron,
You
where it's
would've
like, all right,
took shit, I ain't
cool,
gonna-
you would have did a whole. You would have.
Yeah,
I mean, you would have
cause
dropped Wilt Chamberlain numbers over there on that stream. Like,
Nigga, you
what
would have
talking
went on
about?
ticket shit, bro. You would have went on ticket shit and probably
I ain't
went
gonna
like an
lie,
hour
you
and a
would've been
half.
going
Just
crazy,
you,
bro.
Casual. This nigga would have went.
You would have been going
He would
crazy.
have dropped
bro.
80. He would have dropped
You
80.
should know Ticket's a pure hater, bro, by blood.
Now, but here's the thing, brother. Niggas can say what they want about Ticket though, and that's why end of the day, Ticket the hardest work out of all them niggas on YouTube.
He's not. I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, but don't nobody ever question
Ticket can
Ticket's work
actually
ethic,
talk
though.
basketball if you put him in that corner.
But don't
to make
nobody
it
ever
talk.
question Ticket's work ethic. It's the
Yeah,
propaganda
I
he be
ain't never
pushing.
do that.
Right, we
Now,
question
Ticket can talk basketball though.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. I'm sure he can. He just chooses not to.
Nah, he definitely can though, but he definitely can.
Yeah, he
I ain't
chooses
gonna
not
say-
to. Yeah, but nobody say he can't do it.
Yeah, it's just we hear more about Diddy now, and
talk about them videos.
Yeah,
now,
like
to be
that's
fair though, he been doing that. To be fair though, he been doing that too though.
nah.
So it
But
ain't like-
listen.
Nah, but that's
Yeah,
still
that ain't
weird
nothing
though.
new,
Like,
though.
why are you
That
ramping
ain't
it up? You ramping it up as soon as he starts to get. As soon as he
I
starts
mean,
to
I
get
get
like,
that. But I'm just
Casual,
being
we
fair.
kinda-
He
we-
been
we
talking all the
kinda-
content outside. I'm just
Hold
being
on, I
fair.
gotta
but I
hold me and
get it.
Casual accountable. We kind of dirty macking on the nigga like content, like we kind of talking down on this shit. So let's not do
you
that.
show
What we will
right. You
say-
show right.
We
Nah, I'm not. Hold on, but
Nigga,
Brandon. Hold on, but Brandon. Hold on, but what we can do though.
Oh, y'all.
Hold on, but what we can do.
The
You right.
casual room,
But we're not
the
gonna dirty
Brandon
back.
room?
We're not gonna dirty back. But what we
Hey,
can do,
hey.
we're gonna keep it honest
Like,
though. Nah, we're gonna keep
The
it trill.
casual room?
Nah, we're gonna keep it trill.
Because me and Brandon for sure would make content if we could too.
Nah, no matter what.
No
No,
hesitation.
no. But here's the thing. No, but real talk.
Go ahead,
No matter what topics Herm do, we support him. Point blank period. We're not gonna take his stream down because we disagree with if Herm putting the work, it's gonna stay up. That's not dirty backing. That's not dirty macking. That's just facts.
No,
That's
it is
facts.
kind of dirty macking. You
That
telling
is
him
sort of dirty
you
macking.
telling
That's
him
not
that
dirty macking. Nigga, you
no,
was there.
That was crazy.
But I ain't gonna hold you, fam. Niggas like DreamersPro, people like that, bro. We gonna keep it real with them hating ass niggas, bro. They depend on LeBron for their content. Let's be real. Let's not
Now
pretend like
Dreamers
that's not what
Pro
they do,
do.
bro.
Dreamers Pro
Yeah,
do.
DreamersPro definitely do.
Not
though.
ticket though.
This is the problem that I have though, because y'all
No,
remember
not
when it was
ticket,
like
not
this.
ticket, not ticket.
It was this whole we the new media movement, and it's like, but the new media is worse than the old media, because at least with the old media there was some sense of integrity. There was some
I
sense
don't
of
knock
like,
no man's hustle.
oh no,
You ain't
no,
gotta.
for sure,
Nah, at this point,
for
I ain't
sure.
gonna lie to you. We knocking everybody hustle, nigga. All y'all.
Yeah, fuck
the
Y'all
that.
ain't knocking no
You're
man's
knocking it.
hustle.
Yeah,
No,
because
for
he's hating
sure.
on LeBron. That's why you don't knock the
Who
hustle.
stay knocking people hustle though, George?
Right, nigga.
You just
Right,
said it. What y'all saying about Dreamers Pro? If that's the way he make his bread, that's
No,
the
I
way
ain't
he make his
respect.
bread.
Listen, he
But
All right,
George,
well,
but
at least
George,
be
you
the
keep
be
it
Nah,
lane
real.
that's
he in.
everybody got a lane,
You
nigga.
could at least
hold
admit
on,
The
it.
hold on,
lane
hold
he
on.
Nah,
in.
that's his
Come on.
lane.
At least keep it real.
But George, you be going on to people platform. You be coming on to this
I
platform.
don't go on
And you be,
nobody play. I
you be
watch,
get, but you be
but I
getting,
don't
you be getting,
participate
but
like I
bro,
do
you
on
be
this
in
one.
you'll be in the chat talk about how they capping, how they don't know what
Yeah,
they
You been
talking
on my channel
about.
before
they
though, George. Don't
don't.
do that now.
You dirty macking, nigga.
How I'm dirty
Support,
Mac. I'm talking
But
about
that's helping the
y'all.
engagement though. That's helping
I
the
go to
engagement though.
y'all and so
support.
and I go
Hold
to
up.
y'all and Lakers in 5.
Hold on, George.
That's
Let's
about it.
hold
You
on, George. Let's be
matter of fact,
honest though,
George. No,
George.
no, no. Hold on. True. I know how George is dirty macking. George, you followed me yet? You follow me on
Who?
YouTube yet? You subscribed
Who is
yet?
you?
You
Who is
subscribed to
you?
Casual?
Hell
That's
no.
crazy. That's
Yeah,
dirty man.
see, that's
Dirty man.
Hell
That's
no.
dirty
bro,
man.
you
Don't get
said
George
you be
started,
bringing
man. Don't get George ass
you said
started.
something
Yo,
about
I might
George
as well
funny,
watch
dog.
Small World Kingdom. What the hell you talking about?
Yo, George is funny, dog.
George got
Yo,
you
George
tripping,
is
man.
funny.
Georgia asshole. We all agree, but
Yo, George
I'm
is
just saying.
George
hilarious.
point
Ultra
center is
level
wild.
instinct of
I ain't get
trolls.
it. That's wild.
Hey, George,
That's
I ain't
hilarious.
gonna lie, George. He is one of the dumbest content creators out there, man. I'm gonna talk my shit, man. You know he
Who
is.
you talking about?
Go James Kingdom, man. Hey Johnny,
Oh,
Come on,
Lord.
that's crazy.
Nobody
That
say that
was a
about
shade.
him.
Ain't
That
What?
nobody
was a
say nothing
shade.
about Go JSK.
That was a
He trying to be
shade.
the
George
locker
is
That
room
was
with
a
all that
George,
shade, man.
background and all that.
George.
Y'all be in here cheering them on.
Bro, I don't agree, bro. Listen, Go James Kingdom is cool. I don't agree with a lot of stuff. I don't. I
Nigga,
don't
make the
listen.
turn
That a
already.
king.
Damn.
And here's the
No,
thing too,
that
though.
a king.
Also,
That a
too,
king
stop so. I
and
mean, I do
Rudy
gotta say this.
Gobert
Stop
athleticism.
associating
That's crazy.
Yeah,
me with
tell
LeBron James fans too,
Sturdy.
though.
If you don't turn that
Stop
goddamn
doing that.
steering wheel,
Right, nigga,
goddamn,
make the turn. Damn.
or cut
Go
them
ahead,
hazard
True.
lights off, nigga.
Go ahead,
Start
True.
driving. I'm sorry, True. Carry on.
Yeah, but stop associating me with LeBron James fan. That's anybody like don't because that's not just over here. I don't even
All right,
like
we can move on.
because I'll be like, oh, LeBron James fans, and like this because we on FYF, we LeBron James fans. And shout out to Herm. That's why I love what Herm doing too, though. I love. We need a balance. I ain't
Appreciate
gonna
it, bro.
lie though.
Appreciate
We
it.
need to run it up, like for real.
But
Nigga,
that's
that
why.
ain't true support.
But listen, I think that's why Johnny's necessary though, right? Because it
Yeah,
does balance
absolutely.
out the with what he's doing over there. And I ain't gonna lie, when he first started doing the thing, the Friday nights exposure, I was like, this shit boring. But then as I like kept like watching this shit, I'm like, nah, hold on, he's kind of cooking niggas real quick. And then Herm came up, and then Herm. Shout out to Herm, always supporting, no matter who it is. Herm gonna support, but
Yeah.
Herm came up and did his thing, and now Saturday they're gonna meet again, and like I said, Herm got cooked in
We
the
got a
face off
double header.
today.
We meet Friday and Saturday.
They gonna have
Friday and
to.
Saturday.
Friday and
That's
Saturday.
crazy. That's crazy, Sturdy. How we going? How do we mediate this shit? Because we sort of gotta promote chaos at that point, right?
Hey, we
Yeah,
got
you got to.
only thing I ask for them niggas. No, honestly, I don't know about Hearn, but at least with Johnny, they're gonna go one at a time. But that's the thing, Hearn, you can set your format on your platform on your show.
Yeah.
Would it be
It's your
time,
show.
back and forth? Is your format.
All you gotta do is give me the word. If I need to mute the nigga if he get to talking too much, bro, tell me. I promise you, I'll press that mute
But I
button
would
with
tell
no
Herm
hesitation.
this though, Herm, you don't have the leeway to do what you did that first time. You better show up prepared, because he was on your ass that first time. Don't come in here. I didn't even practice. I didn't nothing. Like, nah, nigga, you
Yeah,
gonna get
that
your
chat
ass
game.
smoked.
Herm gonna be prepared though. Herm gonna be
Hold on.
prepared though.
Hold on.
Herm
While
gonna be
Brandon's talking
prepared.
and True over here agreeing, when y'all niggas supposed to get y'all debate on? Because y'all supposed to get this
Oh, we
debate
already
on
did.
like
We did it
7
on the
months ago.
crossover. We already did
No,
it on
y'all
the
didn't.
crossover.
No, y'all
Yeah, we did.
didn't.
Yes, we
It
did.
No, you
wasn't
talking about
official.
the Shaq? Yo, hold on. Let's look back.
We actually
Since
did
we
get
are
into
here,
hold
it would
on. I can tell
It
you the
would probably be
episode.
the biggest. It would probably be the biggest debate card in FYF history too. It's just, I mean, I don't know what. I mean,
Yeah,
it would
yeah.
probably be.
Y'all abandoned it.
No,
I
we
didn't
didn't. Hold
abandon
on, hold
it
on.
though.
So no.
I didn't
No,
abandon
you
it.
Hold on,
Floyd
hold on.
For
Let
Mayweather
me
real.
Manny
hold on.
Pacquiao ass.
Let me take accountability for this, right?
Uh-huh.
True actually was ready to do it.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was, you know what I'm saying? Me as a gangster that I am,
As a
we all
coward,
started.
yeah.
We all hold on. Let me tell my truth because I want to tell my truth. Let me tell my story, right? So this is what happened. So I'm preparing for the debate, and
Mm-hmm.
then the good brother Casual, hit me up on Discord like, bro, let's talk. I'm like, all right, cool. We hop on a call, and that's when the birth of the crossover happened, and we started talking about the crossover, and I was
Yeah,
like, damn, if we do.
Yeah.
Remember the
that's a
debate
fact. That's a
was
fact.
whoever
Some
lose
good
can't be
days.
on FYF anymore. So it
Yeah,
was
Yeah.
like that's gonna kind of go against what we doing with the crossover if we do this debate.
Yeah.
So that's what happened.
yeah.
I actually made a
Hey,
business decision.
Hey, y'all won't guess the
I
debate
like
too.
it.
Y'all, some of y'all
Hold on,
know.
hold on,
Y'all
sturdy,
won't
hold on,
guess the
sturdy.
topic.
Hold on,
So
sturdy. You peep out, sturdy. You peep out that nigga trying to show me some love to get me off his back.
that was very weird. That was. Hey, but listen, you know,
He
y'all
said the
won't
good
believe the
brother
topic
casual.
too. Y'all won't believe the
Gotta remember
topic.
it too if it were for you meddling kids.
It was supposed to be who's more dominant,
Oh
Shaq
god.
versus Jokic.
I mean,
Shaq.
I'm always gonna say that Jokic is more dominant than Shaq.
Yeah, you going? I still got some of them rounds too, though. I ain't gonna lie though.
That's
I was gonna
nasty
whoop
work,
your ass.
bro.
Hey,
No, it's
listen,
not.
Blue
Hold on.
Brandon.
It's not nasty work. When you think about it, when y'all think about dominant, y'all think about physically imposing and I'm docking on everything. That's not what I was talking about when I said dominating. He
No,
could
I know.
dominate from
Listen, I know what the angle you gonna try to use. It was gonna be good enough though. I know you can.
It
The thing
wasn't
about
gonna be good enough.
It wasn't. Hold on, but how wasn't it going to be good enough by saying that he could do more than Shaq can do to
no,
dominate the
because
game?
I understand we can. You know, when you do debates and things, you can manipulate certain words to be in your favor depending on what
Oh,
you're arguing. I
absolutely,
understand what you
absolutely.
was able going to do. I already
Yeah.
know what the angle you're gonna go with, but dominant Shaq is the definition of when you talking about basketball and dominant. Shaq is the definition. So it's like that was an uphill battle for you. It just was.
Nah,
It
I
was
ain't
gonna
gonna
be
lie to you.
uphill.
Yeah, but Brandon's whole case, and this is why I still want the debate. His case is he
Yeah.
ain't have to be flawless when going against you. Cause you ain't did your best. You ain't did your best work
Yo, that's
debating yet.
that's okay. But listen,
Yeah, that was
I really
Brandon's.
was
That was
prepared
Brandon's
and ready though. I really was prepared and ready though. We had like I was ready. I
Yeah,
still got some rounds
y'all had
though.
a whole month.
Nah,
Y'all
cause
had a
you,
whole month.
nah, cause you and Herm got this reputation of being mail-in McGee and shit like that. Y'all be mailing this shit in from time
Hey
to time.
man, listen, man.
Type
Hey,
shit.
listen.
Type shit.
No, hold up. If I was
Hold on,
first of all,
but
money was hold up.
didn't
Money
True
was on the
almost
line.
lose? Didn't True almost lose the debate between what was it, Magic Johnson and somebody else and Draymond
And
Green?
Draymond Green. Yeah.
Draymond Green, yeah.
I ain't
Almost lose
lose
that.
nothing. A dub's a dub. I ain't gonna lose nothing.
Hey, a winner's a winner. A winner's
I
a
ain't gonna
winner.
lose nothing.
Hey, look, you
Y'all
can't.
did
and that right
Casual, he
there is
won.
what
He won by one vote, bro. That shit was crazy.
They did me dirt, but it's uphill battle with me every single time. I don't want to get into that.
But no, but that's
But
that's what I was using though. True,
Nah,
like
but that's what Brandon was saying.
that's what I was saying. Yeah,
But
like I'm
here's the
like I
thing,
had seen your
but
last few
rebranding.
debates.
I also smoked a lot of people on here too, though. I also smoked a lot of people on here too.
True,
Let's not
listen,
get
true. And
it
I was
twisted.
never listen. This is the thing though, bro. I was never taken away from that. I
Shit,
was
I
just
ain't one of
looking
them.
at that's crazy. I was looking at the last few. That's crazy. I was looking at the last few debates that I had seen you in, and I was like, okay, yeah, True ain't even been on his shit. So it's really not like I have to be on my A game with True because True hadn't been on his A game. Like I don't even know if you had been on your C game at that time when we were talking this debate. So that's really what I was like, okay, listen, he gonna come in, he gonna stumble, he gonna fumble, he gonna talk in circles, and all right, cool, I'm gonna just run circles around his ass. So that's
Listen,
what it was.
if you would
I
have
got a
thought,
question.
so George,
What's going
Go
on
ahead,
with
True.
Lamont putting up that last post of LeBron championships? How many times he went to the finals? What did he say from
I don't know.
2011 to 2020?
Man, I
What
don't
was
know.
up with that?
Man, that nigga Lamar
I
just
don't
be
know.
chatting.
I
Lamar
mean,
just
I'm
be
just
long
trying to
chatting.
ass
say,
Why
nigga.
y'all
what
be
was up with
asking
that?
us?
I'll
What
understand
did
the
that
possible.
prove?
you got to ask him, bro. I really
You gotta
You
you
gotta
ask
act
him.
ask
like
I ain't
him,
gonna
bro.
lie to
He in
you.
the chat.
you
I
gotta
ain't
ask
gonna lie
him.
to you.
Y'all
He
his
open. I'm
boys.
being for real, bro.
I'm just
Y'all
saying
is
though. I
boys.
don't know, bro.
George,
I
George,
don't know,
you
bro.
a
We can
LeBron
move
fan,
on
bro.
though. I don't even be honest with you, George. We don't. You gotta ask him. He's in the chat. You ask him.
Yeah,
But that
George,
being
I really want to know that.
George, I ain't gonna lie to you. You gotta understand. We all have come to an agreement. Lamar just be chatting sometimes,
It
bro.
be
You
trolling.
gotta take this
like
shit
he
serious.
doing it because like come on, bro. Like you. But that being said too about the phone. Listen,
Nah, like today about the Celtics. Like True know this shit. Like Lamar was not saying this shit 2 months ago about the Celtics. He was
No,
not.
he
that's
wasn't,
why I was
bro.
like,
For
don't deflect. That's
real.
why
He flipped the script. He flipped the script today, dog.
Or
People
even,
allowed
or
to
even
change their
earlier,
mind, man.
or
they
even
know I was
earlier when he
cooking.
started, or even earlier when he started debating Tyson about athleticism and
Yeah.
coordination.
Oh, that's
But
bullshit. That was
but
BS.
you
That was
notice, but
BS.
even if you notice though, that's why I said when I mentioned about the chemistry and talent thing, I was like, because I was like, well, the Lakers. Listen, Lakers. Listen, like you look at the Lakers team, if they're fully healthy, they're not a bad basketball team. Right?
Yeah.
You got LeBron, AD, 2 top 10 players, and decent round players around them. Well, like D'Lo, how you even feel about him? He's still a very good basketball player. They're a good basketball team, but the reality situation is, there's only so many teams that get to a playoffs, right? We've seen plenty of teams in the Western Conference. I remember one year vividly because I liked how they played. I remember Gordon Dragic from Suns teams when I think they had like Bledsoe and Jared Thomas. They was a very good team, but they missed the play. Like even before, it's multiple examples of that in the deep Western Conference where we see good teams don't even make the playoffs. The Devin Booker Suns team, mind
Lakers
you,
ain't missing the
the
playoffs,
bubble,
bro.
the pandemic happened. They won, mind you, they was in the bubble. They won every single game and still didn't get in the playoff. You know what I mean?
They were
So
too
it's
far
like,
behind, though.
Yeah, but that's because Devin Booker's not that guy. That's
but I'm
They were.
just
They,
saying,
it didn't matter.
though.
It didn't matter whether they won them or lost. They
Yeah,
weren't
they
going to
got
make the
hot at the
playoffs
right
anyway.
time, but it
But
was
this is
too
my
late when they
thing
got
though.
hot.
Like we can acknowledge that the Lakers are a good basketball team. My thing is though, we can't just discredit what other teams also doing either though, because they're not by themselves in the gym. You know what I mean? They're not. You know what I mean? And that's all I was saying.
Hold on. So are the Lakers even better than the Grizzlies at this point?
Yes.
No.
No, they're
Not
not.
not
regular
Fully healthy,
season.
no, they're
Not
not.
regular
Fully
season
healthy, no,
wise.
they're
on
not.
That's
paper.
a true fanboy right
Y'all
there.
On
trolling.
paper.
And it's
On
just
paper,
So
no.
we don't got.
fanboy.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
No, on paper.
Grizzlies
On
ain't make the
paper for the
playoffs
regular
last season,
season,
but
no.
okay.
On paper for the regular season, no. Yes, for the most injury-riddled team,
Oh my
yes, we're not surprised
God.
they missed the playoffs.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's all we
For
saying
the
though. That's
regular
all we
season
saying
The
for
Grizzlies,
Lakers.
specifically,
the
Like
no,
Grizzlies
they are
had
not
the
better than the
Grizzlies had the
Y'all are
most
Grizzlies.
injuries last year.
contradictive, man.
I,
The
Grizzlies
I
had the
think
Grizzlies
most
y'all
are
injuries
take.
deep,
last
bro.
year.
Y'all are
I don't think people
contradictive. That
realize
shit
the
is
My
Grizzlies
crazy.
are
Grizzlies
deep.
got rookie of the year, man.
I'm just
Okay,
saying though.
all right, yeah, he's chatting.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, like y'all, I think when we hear things like, oh, and I said it before, Lakers been
You say he
trash,
chatted.
whatever case may
He
be.
could win rookie of the year.
Yeah, and
Zach
I've
Edey
been
does
saying,
not win in
I
rookie.
think
Zach Edey does not win
everybody
in rookie of the
He
guilty.
year.
could.
It's not even this
No,
guilty.
he
We
could
just
not.
call like,
You don't know.
Lakers are,
Sonny, stop.
that's funny. But Lakers are trash, whatever. But like, we just saying it to just be funny, and the fact that we look at, they're in the plane, whatever, right? Just laughs and jokes. But like, if you look at the team, nobody denying that. Like, you're not like when you watch them, and if your other teams playing them, they're not sleeping on Lakers. But like I said, it's other good teams too that work. Like, they're not the only basketball team existing. You know what I mean? They're not like nobody laying down for them. You know what
Nobody
I mean?
got better
That's all I'm saying.
around the
Bro,
Lakers.
to sit here and try to use the injury excuse for the Grizzlies when they don't use that excuse for the Lakers is nasty work,
That's
bro.
what I
They use
did,
the
but
injury.
that's one of my reasons. That was one of my reasons
That's
too.
what.
I
Yes,
said that.
that's what I'm saying. But the Lakers could be injured, and if they don't make the playoffs or if they don't make it deep in the playoffs, it's because they're trash. But the Grizzlies can be injured and miss the playoffs, but all of a sudden they're going to be better than the Lakers the next season,
But
bro. That's contradictive, bro.
Rud,
That's nasty work.
the Lakers, the Lakers are trash though, Rud. And the thing, and it's not
You cutting
because
out, bro. You cutting out.
like I want to go on LeBron. You said cut you.
Like,
no, you was cutting out. I didn't hear you.
But even with and like I said, even with that, like y'all, so expect, and like I said, even with that though, like when the Jared Vanderbilt even gonna come back?
That's true. Those are points, bro. But to sit here and try to write off a team that has the same core that went to the Western Conference Finals, especially in this decade of parity, where the defending champs have not made it out past the second round of next year, where a team like the Mavericks, who missed the playoffs, all they did was make a few trades at the adjustments at the trade deadline, and they make a finals run, bro. Like, come
Yeah,
on, fam.
but you can't compare yourselves. You can't compare the Lakers
Yeah,
to the
but
Mavs,
are y'all
bro.
the same?
No,
If you
yes,
think
I
the
can.
Lakers can
Yes, I
compete, you
can.
think Lakers are
You
the same
can.
level as the Mavericks? Do you think the Lakers are the same
No,
level
they're
as the
not.
Mavericks?
Bro, I think all these
No,
niggas are the same level. And I
Y'all
got
gotta
the
stop.
Mavs
Come
winning.
on, see, that's
Bro,
what I'm
I got the
saying,
Mavs
bro.
winning
Y'all
the
gotta stop.
championship next year. I think the Mavs are going to
nah,
win
man,
it
you
all next
bugging.
But
year,
you
bro.
think the
You're
I
Lakers?
think
bugging.
they
No,
all
I'm
same
not
level,
mad at
bro.
that.
Let's
But
be
you
real.
Oh
think the
wow.
Lakers,
You bugging if you
even
think the
not, we
Mavs
can.
won the championship next year.
No,
I
That's
do.
crazy.
I
that's still
do.
crazy, dude. That's neither here nor there. But my thing
That's
is
crazy.
though, that's still.
I
But
don't
do
even
you
got
think the
that.
Lakers? But my thing is,
I
you
do.
think the
I think they
Lakers
will.
are the same level as the Mavericks?
No, they're
Bro, I
not.
think, yeah.
No, they're
That's
not.
crazy to
There's
me.
nothing
That's
They're
about the
not.
crazy.
Mavericks that makes me put them drastically over the Lakers, bro. I'm sorry.
You
Got a
out
better
your
team
mind, brother.
overall. Like, what do you
If
mean?
you
We got
said
a
the
better team.
Celtics, then maybe. If you said somebody like the Celtics, then I would say,
The
yeah,
the
we can make that
maybe is
argument, bro.
crazy.
But
You
not
saying
the
the
Mavs, bro.
the
Bro,
maybe is so is crazy.
I don't it's the Laker delusional, like the Laker
It has
delusion,
nothing
right?
to do with
Like
Is
delusion, bro.
the
Y'all
somebody
Lakers
just
going,
not
don't.
being
bro?
objective.
Hold
It
on.
has nothing to do with delusion, bro. Y'all are not being objective.
For all these dudes that's in here, that these great basketball minds, why ain't nobody asked this nigga to actually tell us why are the Lakers that close to the Dallas
I
Mavericks?
was gonna get you. I would love him.
You know what?
That's
Go
a good
ahead. Yeah,
question.
that's
I
Bro,
was
that's good.
wondering.
listen.
Good.
Who me? Listen, I
Yeah.
don't give a shit about.
Yes.
Bro, listen, I don't give a shit about none of that. You could try to
Nah,
back me
nah,
to
nah,
that
nah, nah.
corner. Listen,
Answer the
listen,
question.
listen,
No, no, no.
listen,
Answer
That
the
is an
listen.
question.
important
You could
question,
listen,
though.
listen, listen, listen. You could try to back me into that corner all you want,
Not
bro.
back me to Cooper.
No. Listen, you
That's
could
not
try to
back.
back me.
It's
Look,
not
you
a
could try to
corner. It's a
see. All
question.
right,
Ready?
bet. Okay, so forget it. I
Not
won't say nothing. Go
corner.
ahead, go ahead.
No, Ruh. It's not
No,
about you not
no,
saying anything. We're just saying if you're gonna say something,
No.
I
I'm gonna
think that's a
ask you.
valid
No.
question.
I'll
No,
ask him
I'll
the
wait.
question to give
I'll
him a head
wait.
start.
I'll wait,
Yeah,
bro.
ready. I'll ask you the question to give you the head start. Okay. Why are the Lakers in the same tier as the Dallas Mavericks? What is it
So,
about
so,
them? What is
so,
their style, personnel? What is it that
so,
has you
so,
in the same tier?
can I preface this right quick? It's disingenuous to try to ask someone to break down a playbook for you before they answer a question.
Nobody
Hold on.
said a
It's
playbook.
listen, but I'm saying this is where it comes
All right,
off
bro. Just
at.
answer the question.
I'm
Just
not
do your
saying, but
thing and then
hold
answer
on,
the question at the end.
because I was already talking and y'all cut me off.
All right,
I
bro.
was
Go
already
ahead.
speaking.
Go
It's
ahead, bro.
Okay.
disingenuous. It's
We love you, bro.
disingenuous to imply for someone to try to break down a playbook or
You
or or
being
recite to you
delusional.
or
no.
recite to you
Let him
70.
talk. Let him
Let
talk.
them finish. Let them
Thank you.
finish.
Thank you. See, exactly. This how you know. This how you know. Or to recite to you 75 years of NBA history before they answer a question, bro. It's not like that, bro. I have my own observation. I have my own perception. I'm going based off of the history that I've seen since 2020 and even before 2020, 2018. We have not seen a repeat champion. What I've seen from since 2018, what I've seen from these teams that have almost made it, teams like the Celtics, teams like the Miami Heat, what I've seen them do is get better over the offseason. I've seen them make adjustments. I've seen health become a major issue, bro. I've seen all those things, bro. And on top of that, I've looked at the end result, bro. And the end result of all these teams, besides the Celtics, besides Denver the year before, besides the Warriors the year before that, besides all those other teams, the end result is the same, bro. They don't fucking win.
All right,
So,
let me
so
ask you
for
a question,
someone,
bro.
so for hold
Did the
on, wait,
Hold
Lakers
wait.
get
on,
better
So
under
for
hold
the
hold
Let
on,
him, let
wait,
him
wait,
finish. Let
wait,
him
wait,
finish.
wait,
Let him
wait,
finish.
wait,
Let
wait,
him
wait,
finish.
wait,
Let him
wait, wait.
finish. Let him
Hold on,
finish.
Say
hold on, hold on.
nothing.
So hold on. I don't give a
I
shit.
know
I
he's
don't
not,
care.
but let him
I don't
finish.
care. I don't care. I don't
Go
care.
ahead,
So
bro.
for
Go ahead, bro.
someone
I
to
love
sit
you, bro.
there, no. That's like you telling me, right? If we haven't had a
Uh-huh.
I
repeat
said I love
champion,
you,
if they
bro.
haven't, no, bro. If they have not made it out of the second round the year after, and you telling me that they're automatically going to two-peat, bro, I would say that's kind of ridiculous according to what I've seen over these past years. That's what I'm saying. What have the Mavericks really done as far as end result success that the Lakers
hmm
have not done,
Well,
bro?
hold on. Oh, go ahead, bro.
What have they done, bro? And this is why I said you can't make
We've drafted. We've
you can't
drafted
make,
better.
bro. The
We've
Lakers'
drafted better
main
than the
problem,
Lakers.
bro. The Lakers' main problem has been injuries, bro. And anyone who wants to deny that has not been paying attention. It's been injuries, bro. A
All right,
healthy
cool.
Lakers squad is good for a Western Conference Finals run. At least that. And I never even said they were going to win a championship.
All right,
I'm
cool.
not even.
So
But that.
hold on, true, real real quick because
that has been their main problem, but that's not their only problem.
It definitely has been it definitely has been a problem, right? But we're not gonna act like Buddy didn't just sit here and spew a bunch of nothing, right?
I know. I was gonna ask him the question again.
You can't prove me wrong. It's nothing to you, but you can't prove me wrong. But you can't prove me wrong.
No,
you can't.
It's not about proving you wrong. It's not about proving you wrong, Reddy. It's about explaining to you that that's not the end of the story. But go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry.
Listen, this is the thing. So we've signed better players than you all. We've drafted better players than you all. You all have an aging 40-year-old player in LeBron, and that is your great white hope. That is who you all are riding to get to the finals and win another championship. Like, what are you talking
like LeBron is the average 40-year-old, but go ahead, continue.
Definitely not.
Continue.
Hold on, listen. I actually agree with you. LeBron isn't the average 40-year-old, but LeBron also isn't that Miami Heat LeBron that used to be able to carry teams to deep playoff runs either. LeBron can't do that anymore.
Bro,
and then you want to talk about
Miami Heat LeBron.
You said
He
what?
ain't even
my bad.
2018
Go ahead.
LeBron
Sorry.
or 2020.
He's not even right. He's not even 2018 LeBron. That's what I'm saying. So it's like you want to sit here and talk about y'all are on the same level. Bro, you're delusional. Y'all are not on the same level as the Grizzlies. Nigga, you're not on the same level as the Kings. Nigga, you're not even on the same
Oh my God.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
How are the Grizzlies better than the Lakers, bro? They was just in the the Grizzlies were the 2 seed, and the Lakers bounced them. The Lakers bounced them from the playoffs, and then they missed the playoffs the next year. What are you talking about?
Hold on. You just
what are you talking about?
Why are you using the playoffs to determine how?
Casual.
I'm talking about the end result, bro. Not just regular season hype.
Right. So hold on. Calm down, brother. Calm down. So if you're gonna interrupt me, I need you to at least answer this question. All right, I appreciate you, brother. We're siblings. So listen, if you're gonna interrupt me, I need you to at least answer this question honestly. Yes or no? Did the Lakers get better in the offseason? Yes or no?
Bro, they stayed the same.
Okay, cool.
If they're healthy, then yes, they're better.
Hold on. Did the Mavs
so
get
they
better?
didn't get better.
If they're healthy, then yeah, they got better.
Hold on. Did the Mavs get better?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, hold on. So you're saying that the Lakers stayed the same, and you're saying that the Mavs got better. So how the fuck are the Lakers on the level of the Mavs if the Mavs got better than the Lakers?
That is crazy.
I don't see any. Listen,
Checkmate.
I honestly do not see
any.
Listen, because maybe I got to say this so you can understand. I said this on a Discord before, bro, and this is with all of these moves during the trade market. Look, right? This is with all the moves during the trade market. I have not seen any major move that makes me catapult any team besides the Celtics out of respect who won a championship. I have not seen any major move during the offseason that catapults any team to being a lock to even make it out of their conference, bro. I haven't seen that, bro.
I've seen the T-Wolves make better moves than the Lakers.
Hey, hold on, time out. Forget that. Hold on, I'm curious now because you very high on the Lakers. I'm curious. So let's say Celtics don't make it to the conference finals. Let's say Lakers make it to the finals, right? So Philly and like Knicks, you think the Lakers are like and help both teams, like all teams help everybody healthy? You think the Lakers are the same level as the Knicks or Philly?
No, nigga.
Bro, see, this is what I'm talking. Oh my God.
No, that's a simple question. That is a simple question.
So
we're
making on paper judgments.
No, that's a simple question. I'm not trying to put you no corner.
But these
that's
are on paper judgments,
bro.
These are Mikal Bridges, which is one of my favorite players. He went over to the Knicks. These are on paper judgments, right? Like Cat just went over to the Knicks. So these are on paper judgments.
No, wait, hold on. By your logic, they just made a deep playoff run last year.
Hasn't started yet.
That's some big moves, though. That's some big moves in the off season. They both
they're moves, bro. But to me, they're not moves where it's like, oh, Kevin Durant went over here somewhere, or Nikola Jokic went over here somewhere. Come on, my nigga.
Carl Anthony Towns is not a big move for them. Like
that's a great
Bridges,
bro. That's a great move for the Knicks, bro. I had the Knicks finishing off second in the East, so either second or first, bro.
Ready? This is what's gonna happen, right? Let's play your game, right? This is what's gonna happen. The Celtics get bounced out early on, right? The Lakers just make a miraculous run. They get to the finals.
Completely unrealistic.
Whoever they face in the finals, they're going to smoke the shit out the Lakers, and then you're going to be on the panel talking about, well, LeBron didn't have help. That's what you're going to do.
Damn, son, you're still in the dark.
I guess. I mean, I guess if that's your prediction, bro, that's your prediction. You're not going based off of nothing that happened this season. You're going based off of what happened in the past. And I'm simply doing the same thing, but telling you to keep the same energy. That's it.
So what's the conversation?
We basically talking about the Lakers. So basically, we're talking about the Lakers are how
When did I project the Lakers to win a championship?
No, not even that. I don't forget. Hold over.
When did I say they were going to win the championship?
Mute your damn mic.
All I'm saying, the conversation is about. Hold on. The conversation about how good are the Lakers compared to where they are in the league compared to guys or wherever you feel that where the Lakers is at, and you know, Rudy Who thinks that Hood. I mean, my part.
Rudy Who is crazy.
My fault.
Rudy Who is crazy.
My fault. Hood. My man
Y'all
Hood.
arguing with straw men, honestly.
By the way,
Chat,
after we use our donations to get Hollywood Herm a PC, We're gonna then use
Get him a MacBook.
we then gonna use the
I already
donation to
got
get
one though.
P5
I
who
don't know
just
why
left.
y'all.
We're gonna use it to get him a ring light.
Fuck,
Because that
fuck,
nigga's been in the
fuck.
dark for years now.
Let it go.
Damn, stole my joke. God damn.
Now,
But basically the conversation is like, okay, how good are the Lakers in the NBA? We all like to call them trash or not good per se because they're a playing team and whatever it can be, right? First round exits, and it's a possibility they may miss the playoff. But if you look at their team, I think everybody can agree that they're not technically not a bad basketball team, right? I think everybody can agree with that, just being subjective.
No,
right?
they're not bad.
But
they're not good either, though.
But no, they if you, I think they can win. I think it'd be above 500. The problem is
all these other losers are good though. Like,
but this is the thing too, though. And the reason why people because I think they're gonna be above 500 next year, right? But the thing is that gonna be good enough for them to make the playoffs? That's just the reality situation.
Here's my thing with the Lakers. Y'all say they're not gonna make the playoffs every fucking year, bro.
If we're talking about
but y'all gotta go through the play.
Hold on, P5. I'm curious.
Are the Lakers gonna be a playoff team? I think they will be. They'll be a playoff team. I don't think there's too much question in that. I think there are gaps. I think the Western Conference is incredibly competitive. Will they be a playing team? Probably. But are they going to be a playoff team? I think they absolutely will be. But and again, I think they'll for sure be above 500. They'll be like maybe around what they were last year, like 46, maybe even more, sub 50 wins. Because I think a lot of teams in the West are going to have very high win totals just because the Eastern Conference, I just think is so bad. It's a horrible conference. I think the East is terrible. So I mean, like, if teams in the West,
who's gonna tell P5?
I don't think the East that tell you. Y'all,
who's gonna tell
ain't the first.
No, I'm not. I don't think the East.
Nah, the East is nice, bro. You bugging.
No, the East is not. No.
Yeah, you chat. You're
Y'all.
chatting.
I was with you until that moment.
Let him land.
Well, I wanted to respond to
P5. What is bad about the Bucks, the Celtics, the 76ers, the Cleveland Cavaliers?
No. Does the East have its top tier team? Hold on, wait a minute. Give me my sister's. What?
So your sister, we said.
Well, we can't even see her because you don't have the ring light. Once again, guys, donate.
Give me one moment.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
Now I could go in.
But even like in the East, listen, the East got better too. Like, listen, great. We all agree that the Western Conference is the better conference, right? I don't think nobody's gonna argue that. But listen, the Eastern Conference not no joke though. And granted, I think listen, the Bucks, they're not an easy team. They're not especially no regular season, right? You playing against them, they're not no walk in the park team. Let's not y'all. I get it. 2 years getting put out first round, but they're not low.
True. Watch your mouth. Stop playing.
I'm just but the point is though, I can get other teams too that got put out, like Cavaliers. I'm just saying they're not no easy teams. I don't. The whole, because mind you, P5 ain't the only person I heard that the East is just trapped out of.
Yeah, I've heard. I've been hearing this for the last few weeks too.
Y'all gotta calm down with that, my opinion. Because hold up, these teams are not because there's some teams that for
Can
sure
I get 2 barbecues.
Like Orlando. I don't think Orlando.
I
do appreciate it.
Fat ass nigga, man.
That's
insane. Fat, man. You know, fat boy.
That's insane.
Damn, it's always over.
Okay, I'm back.
Nigga get barbecue, bro. Nigga get barbecue sauce for his chicken strips, and niggas just start going crazy.
Mute up, fat boy. Mute up, fat boy.
Well, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Brandon? How are you a Dallas fan, but yet you show up? You show up on the court like you a fucking Clippers fan. How do you do that? How are you a Kawhi Leonard? How are you Kawhi Leonard with the attendance?
Yeah, you choked your joke. Yeah.
How are you? How are you Kawhi Leonard with the attendance?
Sure. Yeah. You choked.
I'm back now.
Go ahead, P5. He fumbled his joke. Go ahead, P5.
No.
Okay, now like I was saying, does the Eastern Conference have its top tier teams? Yes, they do. Every conference throughout NBA history, except for maybe the 2000s East, has had contenders. But when we're talking about the East compared to the West, it's not a deep conference. There's a lot of really bad teams in the East. Who are even worse than the bad teams in the West. Teams in the West will eat these teams. I'm talking about the Pistons, the Wizards. I'm talking about the Hornets still. Even I think they could be a little bit better. The Raptors, the Nets are horrible. I don't think the Hawks are going to be any good this year. The Bulls are going to be quite bad. there's a lot of really bad teams in the East. And when we're just talking about some of even the mid-tier to top-tier teams in the East, teams in the West, I just think are better than them. I think the Cavaliers are fine, but I don't think I think a lot of teams in the West will still be able to beat them. I don't think the Pacers are like what you would call like this contender throughout the land of the NBA, right? I don't think Miami is a contender in what you would call this land throughout the NBA. So is it like one of the worst conferences the league has ever seen? No. But is it really bad compared to the West? Yes. The Eastern Conference is not. The Eastern Conference is not a deep.
Mute up, Brandon. Mute up.
The Eastern Conference is not deep, and there are contending teams who will be able to compete with Western Conference teams. But I just don't think it's a deep conference. It's not a very competitive conference outside of like maybe 3 teams. The West will eat the East alive this year. That is what I think will happen. Did the East get better? Yes, but did the West also get better? Absolutely. So I mean, that's kind of where I'm coming with that. And that's why I think a lot of teams in the West will have, or a lot of the playoff teams or play-in teams. We might see 8 teams in the West this year, similar to last year, have 45, 46 plus wins, and we might see like the worst team in the West this year have like sub 30.
I mean, I agree.
That's what I think of the Eastern Conference. When it comes to Lakers,
I agree. When it comes to like the deep, like granted, like the team like the Wizards, for sure for a fact, like Brooklyn Nets and the Wizards in Detroit gonna be trash.
There are 5 or 6 truly bad teams in the Eastern Conference. Truly bad.
I think
I ain't gonna lie. The Bulls ain't gonna be no team to be like they're gonna make no deep playoff run.
They're a bad team. There's a really bad team.
They're weird. I want to call them. We'll see with Lonzo how they look with Lonzo ball. I don't know. I mean, they're bad as of right now. They're bad.
The Hawks are a bad team. The Raptors are really bad. No, the Nets are really bad. The Hornets are still a bad team. Like there's
but it's you're comparing the East to the West, and I think where we all got caught up on was you said that the East was just terrible. Now you could say that the East isn't as deep as the West. We all can sit here and agree.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eastern Conference.
I don't think a healthy Hornets team is bad though. I don't think
like the Western Conference. You saying that the East is. I'm gonna let you go, Herm. You saying that the Eastern Conference is terrible, and the reason for you saying that it's terrible is comparing it to the Western Conference, who is probably the most competitive. At its most competitive height. Like we've seen since like the Western Conference in the 2010s, that's a bad standard to put them to.
No, casual. My point was because we are all aware that there are interconference matchups, right? Every team in the league almost plays every other team at least twice if it's interconference. A lot of those interconference matchups will go to the West, including the Lakers, which is why I said they probably will be a sub 45, 46, maybe even higher win team. Like a lot of other teams in the West will be. That's the point I was saying. Because if I'm talking about then the West is far better than the East, and the West will be able to beat up on the East, especially the weaker teams.
That's cap to me though, because I
think part of this is something. Part of this is something you just I don't think you're like aware of, but like,
you're comparing it to the West. You should be comparing it to the East in the prior years.
Because I don't think a healthy Hornets team to me are a bad team.
No,
that's just me.
They are not. They are not.
They should be hurt.
They are not.
I'm just saying they're not a bad team. I mean, and like I said, the Bulls is like I want to say the Bulls are gonna be trash, but they're a tricky situation. Like, and I'm not saying the Bulls are gonna like you make the play. Like the reason why I'm saying that because like if they healthy, Lonzo Ball is back. They say he's gonna be ready in the season. We'll see how he looks. Granted, he ain't playing 2 years, so granted, I'm not gonna like argue they're not gonna be bad per se, but they're you know what I mean. They be teams that we think are bad, they become good. You know what I mean? That's how it goes.
But true, you know what it's like? So it's like we know Herm isn't a bad face-off person, right? But earlier I feel like he had a bad face-off.
Oh, God.
Herm, would you like to speak? Herm, would you like to speak to that? Go ahead, Herm.
Yeah, Orlando Magic gonna be good. Yeah, Orlando Magic gonna be very good.
The Magic will be really good. Team. The Magic are gonna be.
I threw the alley off the backboard. This nigga
the Magic
to the bench. This nigga here, bro.
I ain't running to no damn bench.
Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead,
I just ain't fit over talk niggas, nigga. I ain't trying to
Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead, nigga.
But at the end of the day, I think P5 over exaggerated. But it's not gonna be as many 50-win teams as you think it is. I think the NBA is as close to being even as it's been in a long time. I think you got a competitive. Honestly, you got 8 teams that's competitive in the East. Honestly, now, in the West, yes, you got 11 to 12 teams, but you could mainly just say 11 teams that's go primarily compete for playoff spots. But the East is more competitive than what you realize. Indiana's going to be better, of course. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals off of making a big trade, and they only had a half a season to play together, and they still made a run. Granted, it was injuries that got in the way, but they still made it there. The Knicks, you seen they got better. Philly, they got better. People may not like Paul George mentalities, but Philly has got better, and they actually got a deep roster. They got a bench. Milwaukee, despite of how I feel about Doc Rivers and them boys, they still a solid team. And end of the day, this their second year playing together. This gonna be their first full season with Doc, so Doc may implement some things that may get them going early. I just think end of the day, a lot of teams are gonna be beating each other down, and it's not gonna be as many 50-win teams as you think it may be. A lot of
How many
teams
51 teams do you think I said?
You basically feel like that most of the West go like the top 6, 7 seeds. If I'm listening to you correctly, you feel like they'll probably win 50 games. I only think it's gonna be like 2 or 3.
I think the 8th seed in the West will probably have around 45 wins. And then
but that's the thing. What you're describing is
East.
Literally the situation. What you're describing.
But what I'm
is
saying though
last
is,
year.
I'm not saying the East as of now compared to other conferences in the past are horrible. I'm saying that in today's NBA, the teams in the West are just better than the teams in the East.
I think the Orlando Magic better than a lot of teams in the West.
Hold on, follow this.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Magic are.
Last year, what seed was the Lakers last year, Herm?
The Lakers were 17. Oh, you asked.
No, you can answer as well.
Yeah, go ahead, P5.
They were 7, weren't they?
They were 7 seed.
Yeah.
They finished 7th seed, but they were the 8th seed. They were the 8th seed.
Well, yeah.
Okay. They were 47 wins.
Yeah.
The Miami Heat. What they were the 9th seed? How many games do you think they won last year?
They won 46. I know that. They won 46.
Okay. So the difference between Miami and LeBron and the Lakers is one game.
Yeah.
And every other team, Philadelphia, who the reason why they fell back in standings is because Embiid got hurt. The reason why the Indiana fell back a few seeds was because Tyrese got hurt and they traded for Pascal. Yeah. Orlando and Cleveland Orlando was 47, Cleveland was 48. They were the 4th and 5th seed. That's the disparity. Now, I think the conversation should be more centered around the Western Conference top being better than the Eastern Conference's top, because outside of Boston, I think everybody would agree Oklahoma City is going to be better than New York. Denver will still be probably like the 3rd best team at worst, at best. Minnesota is still that quality of a team. At the least, they'll still be a 50-win team. They are more top heavy than the Eastern Conference, but the depth is not that far apart between teams like Orlando, Indiana, Philadelphia, Miami, Cleveland. I already said Cleveland.
Now, but mind you, P5,
teams like Phoenix, New Orleans, the Lakers, Sacramento.
But the 4th seed in the Western Conference made it to the finals last year. That lets you know a lot of teams gonna be beating each other. And that lets you know it's going to be around the same thing. Guys with like 47, 48 wins. Guys going to have around the same amount of wins. It's not going to be as many 50-win teams as people expected to be. Minnesota going to drop off in the wins. They're not going to win as many games as they won last year. They still
I don't know about that. Y'all, we got to slow down on that.
I don't think they're going to win as many games they won last year.
We got to slow down on Julius.
Wait, what did he say?
They're not Denver either.
Hey, listen, one thing we do know, Julius Randle going to drop off in the playoffs, but when it comes to regular season,
we got
to slow down the production, because if he do the same production he does like normally, since he's been up emerging as an all-star player or whatever, they can still win the same amount of games or even better. The question with that is the playoff. That's a whole nother story. Like I think, you know what I mean, they're gonna be the same or even better last year when it comes to wins.
Yeah, Julius Randle being
No, I
good.
think they'll be. I think they'll
He
be the
wasn't
same, if
winning
not
50
slightly
games.
worse.
His teams wasn't winning 50 games.
I mean, you had Devin Chance. They got more bench now too, though. I forget
They
about
got
that.
more
You know what I
depth. They
mean?
got more depth. However,
That's a
that
help
offense
too.
is still gonna look.
It better than what it was. Though. It better than what it was. Casual.
No,
It's
it's
better.
not. No, it's not. No,
It's
it's
better
not.
than what it
No, it's
was.
not.
We
That
gonna go
starting
back to
lineup,
this.
the bench's offense got slightly better with DiVincenzo's floor spacing, but Karl Anthony Towns not being on the floor with Anthony Edwards, Jalen McDaniels, and Rudy Gobert, and you replacing that with Julius Randle, who's not that good of a 3-point shooter. No, that's
But
I have a question for the panel. I have a question. Do y'all think would y'all say that 261 and 191 is a really big gap?
This nigga really got facts.
261. The Western Conference against the East
Western
was
Conference wins.
261 and 191. The West won 261 times.
Shit.
That's a pretty big gap, isn't it? It's a pretty big gap. So what I'm saying is, teams in the Western Conference will be able to beat up on especially the weaker team. The reason it's like that is because there are too many bad teams in the East, like I said, and there's going to be even more this year. There's going to be 5 or 6 teams in the East that I would call legitimately.
You dragging with
Hold on,
the
no.
All right. So let me.
I got him. As soon as you get done, I'll explain to you why that stat is very misleading.
How? Okay. I'll let you explain to me how it's misleading. To True to King. In the Eastern Conference, if I go through it right now, tell me if I'm wrong on these teams. If I would call them truly bad teams, the Pistons are bad.
Absolutely. Yeah, he cut out. That is his name.
No, he definitely cut out.
Well, he crashed out.
The Pistons are bad.
I got a question.
Detroit was a bad team. Washington was a bad team. Charlotte was a bad team. Toronto was a bad team. Brooklyn was a bad team. Atlanta
I got
was
a
a bad
question.
team.
Right? I want to hear your honest opinion, fam. Like, honest answer. What are you guys basing your assessments or predictions on for these teams next year? Are we basing them on paper or are we basing them on what we've seen so far?
I mean, it's a little bit of both in a sense, right?
We've only seen 2 games.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both.
I mean, the previous season or whatever. Like, what are we?
I mean, here's the
going
thing: you can't really go over last year that much. I mean, you can't really go over that much per se. Like, I just go off of like with the roster being constructed, like compared to other teams. That's how I do it. Like I said, for me personally, like I said, the Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves can be better. My opinion, it's just really up to Julius Randle. To be honest with you, like that's he's really like the key of how to, you know what I mean, if they're gonna be better or not. That's really because like to casual point, yeah, he's not the same level 3-point shooter, but he can pass and he's a better shot creator than Karl Towns. The question is going to be right in the playoffs, and granted, he's historically dropped off. Like it's insane. Like you know what I mean, like he's in the genjutsu, you know, somewhat how in the playoffs. So that's the thing too. That's why I feel though Timberwolves made this trade, not just financially, but also they confident of that man Randall's talent. Let's not forget he's all NBA. He made all NBA before. It ain't like you know what I mean.
Hey, drop the link for
So is it an even balance of prior success and on paper, or what? Is it more?
I think the prior success is probably about I'd say about 15 to 20% of the of what you should take into account, but primarily like looking at their offensive and defensive schemes that they had from last year, especially if they have the same coach and the personnel is more or less the same. Just taking that into account while also looking at the landscape of the field, right? So, like for instance, we over here talking about
moves and all that.
Yeah, like for instance, we sitting over here talking about Boston, right? Like Boston is still like the top of the at the top of the food chain. But there's other teams that they're in the works of making moves and additions along with
like
their defensive
I
and
kind of
offensive
said that
schemes.
earlier. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that's like that gets taken into account. However, it's still important to understand that how big of a gap Boston talent-wise is than everybody else. You can progressively get up to where they're at talent-wise but still be so far away. Like it's a long road until you get to the second, third best team in the Eastern Conference. That's like I genuinely believe it's that big of a gap.
So did anyone see the Mavericks going to the finals last? Did anyone see that or predict
Did
that?
No one
anybody see
saw
who?
that. No.
Did
Not
anybody see
for
who?
here, but also you have to take into account too during the season. Also, to that reason, the Mavericks point right. The Mavericks
Hmm.
turned around in like in the middle of my my fault,
After the
Pete.
trade,
After the
After the
trade,
yeah.
they play
trade,
like a whole
Yeah.
different team.
my
But
fault.
even but
Shout out.
even but even that though,
Yeah,
like we won. So even with that, we were a fifth
That's
seed. But
it.
y'all got to think about it. Went without Kyrie Irving for 23 games. So we had Kyrie Irving for at least half of those. We finished as a higher seed. So I
Hmm.
mean, I guess if you want to use the Mavs as, a way to make your point, I'm gonna still tell you that the Lakers did not get better. When I'm gauging, these other teams, I'm looking at teams that made off-season, transactions that had, decent drafts, or they're getting players back, right? Like we look at Memphis Grizzlies, they're getting Ja Morant back. If you don't think that's going to be, a huge
Zach
addition for that
Ease.
team, yeah,
I
Zach
don't.
Edey,
Yeah.
like,
I
yeah,
don't. I'll be honest with you. No, I
I mean
think the
that.
Lakers. It ain't even about like I said. I believe that the Mavericks are going to go back to the finals. I think
oh,
that
you
Klay
tripping?
Thompson was a great addition. Like I said, I don't think he was in it. Like all these additions, I don't think they're like super needle movers where it's like they're a lot to win. But I do think he's a great addition to the
So you
Dallas
think Klay
Mavericks.
Thompson is?
Yeah, I think he's a good addition to the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks W role player. So I do believe that the Mavericks are going to go back to the finals. I think the Celtics are going to go back too. I think we're going to have a rematch, in my honest opinion. But
This
I
nigga
for the
bullshit.
disagree.
Lakers, like all I was saying with the Lake, that's what I believe. So that's how
Hmm.
it for me. It's not like fanboy and none of that stuff. Because if I was really fanboying, I
I
would say
love that
LeBron's
nigga.
going for his fifth. No, I didn't
Yeah,
say that.
I don't think it's necessarily fanboying as much as I think that you're valuing certain things that true enough individually it does play a role in them being successful. However, when you look at the landscape of the Western Conference, that's not enough. Like, and it's shown over the last two seasons, even at their best, that's not enough.
Yeah, because
Like
Yeah,
the,
but
OKC
I
looking.
mean,
you know what I'm
hear my
saying?
point though. Here my point is that with the same like the Lakers generally have the same core that they had that made that Western Conference Finals
And it
run.
still wasn't good
So,
enough.
but okay, but I'm saying though, right?
Hmm.
The Timberwolves made a Western Conference Finals run. That's where they bottomed out, right?
Hmm.
So for me, I can't then, especially knowing that, in my opinion, one of the Lakers' worst problems last year was Darvin Ham's rotations. Okay, when he put that same core that made it to the Western
Agreed.
Conference Finals, when he put that same starting lineup in, they went 21-9 or 21-10. When he kept starting Torian Prince, teams were eating them apart, bro. So one thing for me is that, but then another thing is injuries. I think that injuries have plagued the Lakers for the last couple of years, and it's been one of the major contributors to them not winning. So when I look at that, and then I look at the Timberwolves, I can't then now, especially knowing the Timberwolves, I believe got worse when they got rid of Carl Anthony Towns. I think they upset their.
You
Your
breaking up? You
nigga,
breaking
Did he
up,
cut
your
buddy?
off?
nigga, he breaking
Yeah,
up.
he's breaking up for me as well.
Y'all hear me?
I think when it comes,
Okay, yeah.
I think
Y'all
when
hear
it
me?
comes to, yeah, I get you, I get you, I get you.
No, no.
Minnesota got
Yeah,
worse
no.
for
What I was
sure,
saying,
but
what I
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, no, no. I was just saying. I was just saying. So for me, right, I
Mm-hmm.
cannot then, I cannot then catapult Minnesota to this higher echelon level over
Mm-hmm.
the Lakers, and not just the Lakers, but not even a team like the Suns. I just can't do that, bro. Like to me, it's kind of illogical to
Who are you
do
speaking of?
unless now, and that's why I asked: Are we going by paper or are we
What team
going
did he
by
say? What team
This
did he
nigga
say?
say the Sun.
Minnesota.
You say the Suns?
a team like
Minnesota.
this? Bro, I think a team like the Suns, bro.
No,
I
no, no.
think
You said you can't put a team over over the
I said I
Lakers.
cannot. I'm not saying I don't think the Timberwolves definitely last year they were better than the Lakers, bro. But what they did this offseason, well, you know what I'm saying? Getting rid of Carl Anthony Towns, bro, it kind of brought them down a notch. And that's why I'm not going to praise or pre-crown teams until I actually see them go out there and do it. And
Yeah,
that's what
but
I hear. I just hear that shit a lot from y'all.
Minnesota. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's delusional. Because
I didn't.
No. Just hear me out. Hear me out. The reason why I say it's delusional isn't necessarily because the Lakers aren't excellent defensively, especially with AD being like, in my opinion, the best defender in the world. It's because the defensive integrity that the Minnesota Timberwolves have, it is not missing with Karl Anthony Towns being traded for Julius Randle. Actually, the acquisition of Dante DiVincenzo buffers it because now not only do you have to be concerned about Anthony Edwards defensively on the perimeter, Jalen McDaniels defensively, Nickeil Alexander-Walker
And what they pick up in the
defensively,
draft?
they also got Dante DiVincenzo. And then the way that Rob Dillingham is looking so far in
Terrence
the
Shannon
preseason,
Jr.
granted, it's just
Y'all
preseason.
just be
Even with the
saying
way
delusional. I think y'all just like throwing that word out.
No. The reason why I'm using
Is
the
he
word
lagging?
delusional is not. Yeah, I think so. The reason why I'm using the word delusional is because you're acting as if the Timberwolves fell off of a cliff to
I
where
didn't
they
say that.
fell down to the Lakers. The
I didn't say that.
the Timberwolves defensively is, instead of being
Low key got
the
better
best
though.
or second best defensively, they're probably at best, or they're probably at worst third or fourth. Like, it's not that big of a drop off. The Lakers, on the other hand, they were like a
They're top 10.
10. They were a top 10 team, but
Bruh,
it was like 9-10. They're
bruh.
probably still 9-10 defensively. Like, it's still that
I,
big of a gap.
I'm not saying that the Timberwolves fell off a cliff to go down to the Lakers. I'm saying that the Lakers aren't as bad as y'all are making it seem,
No,
especially in context where about 3 games would have put the Lakers in the 4th seed because that's how compacted the West was. They're not as bad as people are trying to make it seem. So when I hear these takes, it just sounds like a bunch of hate, bro. I'm gonna be honest. It sounds like a bunch of hate because that just seems like it's the cool thing to do.
but
bunch
how
of
is
Oh,
it
hate, a
hate?
bunch of
But
love.
how
What
is it
did
hate? But hold up. But here's the thing,
but
bro. But how is it hate?
Ruddy, what did anybody say during like this entire time we've been talking about the Lakers? What has anybody said that cannot be backed with factual evidence? Because that's when it's hate, when there's no facts behind what they're
Right, and
putting.
let me say this. And hold on, and my fault. I
no,
want
go ahead,
Maybach. I
my
want
bad.
Maybach to do it. I want to say this real quick, and like to the hate thing. And like, here's the thing: you saying that the Lakers, you bringing up this conference finals run the Lakers made. That was like 2 seasons ago. That's a big I mean, this is 2020. We about to go into 2025. That happened in 2023. So it's like that really doesn't even matter at this point, right? Nobody, and you getting caught up with the bad team. Relatively speaking, Lakers are not a bad basketball team, right? If they listen, if you look at them, they're not a bad basketball team. But you comparing it to a deep Western Conference, they have games in the regular season going to mean something. Like they almost lost. They almost lost in the playing game last year. If Zion got hurt.
Yeah.
He was rolling.
Why do y'all do? Okay.
No, it's not a dis. But here's the thing. It's
Zion was
not.
giving them boys work.
But here's the thing. You
Bro, they
look
would
at
have
it as
lost.
disrespect.
Pelicans was gonna lose regardless, bro. But go ahead,
bro. They were. But I mean, listen, bro. Like Zion was
Nah, I
on
ain't
the
gonna
roll.
lie to
Like
you.
we could.
Zion
Zion
was
was
on
on the
one.
roll.
Zion
bro.
was on
They were
one.
gonna lose
Granted, y'all
regardless,
won the
bro.
game. That's not the point. The point is though, like
Zion was giving them niggas work.
the point is
They were
though,
giving
like
them the
that's a game
blues.
y'all lost. That's a game. The point is like,
That's a
regardless of
great point
how
as
good
well, Steven. Playoffs are all about matchups.
is, don't matter how good the Lakers are, how you know what I mean. The Lakers are right. They're going to have to compete. There's not nobody like you. They really have to really be like. They can't make mistakes. They can't take games off, plays off. That's how it's going to be. But hey, we got Maybach Sports. Shout out Maybach Sports in the building, man. So this nation, man. What up?
Salute to y'all, man. Salute, true. Salute to everybody on the panel, man.
What's going on?
How you feel about this conversation, man?
Now, I mean, the brother. I don't know y'all. Some of y'all names, but I just heard the brother said the East Coast was real bad. To me, it's kind of like, you know, that's like I don't know, man. I just feel like with that argument, that's not. I don't think they terrible. Like you saying.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to respond to what P5 said.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish my point.
Yeah, Matt. That's a good segue, man. Back for that effect. And P5.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, finish what you were saying, and then I gotta explain to you why that.
Okay, I'll explain it.
Yeah.
Is the Eastern Conference competitive? Yes, it's a competitive conference. There are some really good teams in the East. My whole point was I was comparing it to the West because my whole point was there are going to be more teams in the Western Conference that can pick up, I don't want to say free wins, but easier games against the Eastern Conference, which is not deep and is not and when I say not deep, I mean like because the Western Conference is a very deep conference. I mean, when you go down to 11, 12, 13, they're not great teams, and I wouldn't call them good teams, but they're fine playing contenders. The Eastern Conference's playing contenders, I think, are teams that would be tanking. Not literally, but you get what I'm saying. There are more really bad teams in the East, and I was asking True the King. I said there are 5, maybe 6 really bad teams in the East because I know how some people up here feel about the Hornets, apparently, right? So I was about to name them down, but then I froze. I want you to
even if they value the Hornets, it's still the Atlanta Hawks is going to be significantly worse this year. So,
yeah. So are the Pistons a bad team?
They are a bad team. The Wizards are a bad team.
The Wizards
the Raptors are a bad team. Yeah.
The Wizards are the worst team in the NBA.
Gary, you want some smoked sausage?
No, man, thank you.
Okay.
That's fine. We want some. Anyway.
This nigga a gentleman. This nigga say no, man. I'm a great brother.
Some great man. Some good man.
That is a great lady right there. Oh,
this guy's a gentleman.
That's my grandma. The Pistons are really bad. The Wizards are the worst team in the NBA, I think. Right. The Raptors, I would call a bad team. The Raptors are bad. The Nets.
Portland is worse. I don't know.
The Nets are really, Portland's also. They're in like that category with the West.
Yeah.
You know? The Nets are really, really bad. Right.
Zim is back.
The Hawks are.
You gonna piss me off, True.
Ben 10. Hey,
the Hawks are really, really bad. Would y'all agree with me if I said the Hawks are a really bad team?
They're they're definitely.
I agree.
I agree they're bad. I gotta see what.
Okay, yeah. The Hawks, they might compete for a playing spot in the East.
No, they won't. No, they will not. They will not.
Okay,
They bad.
The Hawks are a bad team. That's 5 teams right there. Are the Hornets a bad team?
I do not believe so.
I don't think the Hornets are a bad team.
I do not believe so when healthy.
Okay, yes. Are the Bulls a bad team?
Yeah.
No.
They're a mid team. They're not.
That's tricky too. Like
I think under the standard that the Eastern Conference has right now.
No. I'm not comparing. I'm talking about Are the if the Bulls were in the West, would they be a top 13 team?
Oh, you saying if they're in the Western Conference?
No, because what I'm saying is these are teams. I'm basically listing off teams that I think are bad enough.
But Chicago is in the same book as the Houston Rockets, if we're being honest with ourselves.
They may be better. I'm confident
I wouldn't go that far. But they're in the same book as the Houston Rockets from the standpoint of they have a lot of young talent that struggles with execution. However, they can win 39 to 41 games off of just being talented.
I just don't see it.
Well, that's fine. They did it literally last year.
Yeah, they did it last year. They got worse. They got worse.
They lost DeMar DeRozan, who, as the season waned, stopped taking on so much of the scoring toll because Kobe White was ascending.
Of course.
They also did not have a point. They also did not have their point of attack defender, point guard. They had to rely on Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso's gone, but guess who's coming back?
Well, we'll see how Lonzo does. He's been
out a few
years.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Casual. I'm not all that excited to see what Lonzo. Well, I'm excited to see Lonzo back.
Been out for like
I'm excited
years.
I'm excited to see Lonzo back. I don't think Lonzo Ball is going to be all that great.
The whole thing that I'm trying to get you at, one, you bringing up the Western Conference's wins against the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, how is that misconstrued? Because that's my whole point.
Yeah, because when, like, for instance, the the Houston Rockets have a winning record this past season against the Miami Heat.
Yeah,
all 3 of their wins were while Jimmy wasn't playing.
Which goes into it.
And I think one of them is when Bam wasn't playing either.
That goes into it, yeah.
Okay, but that's what's misleading because it's not like you're meeting the Miami Heat at their actual strength. The Miami Heat have to go up against the Houston Rockets when Jabari Smith Jr. is playing, when Jalen Green's playing, Sengun's playing.
That's a great
point. It's a different standard. So you can't go off of wins and losses because some of those wins are against the team in the Eastern Conference that is dealing with injuries. Because I understand for my Bucks, if I'm correct, I think we had a losing record last year against the Pelicans.
Which means you lost them twice, right?
Yes, we lost him twice. Giannis was out.
Okay, that goes into it.
That was one. That was
The injuries
two of the
go
games that he missed in the 17 games that he did play.
to it.
So it is context to those wins and
there's
losses.
context to
That's why.
every.
But that's why that stat is misleading and not that valuable because those wins aren't against teams at full strength. We're talking at full strength because we cannot predict injuries.
Yeah.
So let's,
I mean,
okay. So let's talk at full strength then. Let's talk at full strength. Let's talk at full strength. Are the Thunder? It's kind of tough. How many teams in the East do you think the Thunder are better than? Are they better than 14 or all of the teams in the East, or 13, or however you feel?
I still think
If
this
they're
is
in
a
the
bad
Eastern
comparison
Conference.
because you're. So if you're going to compare the East, right? I think it would make more sense to compare the East to what we've seen the East the past 5.
No. But rebranding. I'm not saying. I never said that. Okay, I know what I said. The East was terrible. That was in comparison to the West. The Eastern Conference compared to the 2010s and the 2000s, solid. They're good, right? Good.
Right.
The Western Conference right now is the strongest outside of maybe the 2000s. It's the deepest.
The East,
I've ever
so hold
seen
on. Would you agree that the Eastern Conference is the strongest that we've seen it in a long time as well?
Yeah.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not even.
Okay, I agree with you,
The Western
Brandon.
anymore. I'm just saying relatively, related to the Eastern Conference that we're used to seeing, where we can be it's probably 3 or 4 teams we can predict that they have a chance in the East.
Even with you. Even with you saying that you're comparing the Eastern Conference to the Western Conference, the gap in which you think that it is, again, it's not that big of a gap to where you can then drop them all the way to being a terrible conference in comparison with the Western Conference. Because even though there's 3 or 4 teams outside of the top heavy teams that's more talented than the Eastern Conference, that does not then that diminishes what the Eastern Conference's quality is over there.
So
it does it doesn't. It's just the West is better. It's just a better conference.
No. We agree, and I'll even go as far to say the Western Conference is significantly better.
That's what I'm saying. That's been my entire point. The Western Conference is significantly better than the East. Therefore, teams in the West, like the Lakers, like the Kings, I'm looking at the state, like the Pelicans.
Pelicans got better.
Like the Warriors, the Rockets, even those teams will pick up easy wins if everyone stays healthy. That's probably not going to happen, but we're saying fully healthy. Those teams will pick up easy wins against the East, which has a multitude of just really, really bad.
I'm telling you right now.
That's my point.
I'm telling you right now, the Heat have the potential of being an 8 seed. The Heat versus the Lakers, you're not going to see, especially if both of them are healthy. That's not going to be a wash for the Lakers.
But what if the Lakers play teams like the Raptors or the Wizards?
The Raptors were a bottom 4 team last year for the.
I know. Casual. I'm saying that those bottom 5 teams in the East, even the 10th seed in the East, will be easy pickings.
Okay, so that's the Rockets on down. That's the Rockets. That's Utah. That's Memphis this past season. That's San Antonio. That's Portland. That's the 5 teams. And to be honest with you, I think Memphis not healthy. They're swapping out with either Golden State. No, they're swapping out with Golden State.
Hold on, but y'all.
Casual. Why do you think the 10th seed last year was a 46-win team? Casual.
The 10th seed for the
West. Why do you think it was a 46-win team?
Because it's that tough in the Western Conference.
No. Well, then why was the East 10th seed and even their 9th seed below 500?
Because what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 teams in the Eastern Conference, they don't compare to the bottom 6 teams in the Western Conference. We agree there. We don't disagree there. What I'm telling you is even with that being said, the fact that Miami was plus 6 was plus 5 in the standings. Philadelphia, 47 for Indiana, 47 for Orlando, 48 for Cleveland, 49 for Milwaukee, 50 for New York, and 64 for Boston. The fact that those what is that, 8 teams that I just named right there? The fact that those 8 teams right there is that competitive.
Yes.
That speaks to how great that conference is. You shouldn't be looking at the bottom 6.
It's very competitive. My whole point has been that, and no, the actual reason why the teams like the Warriors, the Kings, they were 46-win teams, and they were the 9 and 10 seed. Now, again, the Miami Heat's top 8 is very competitive. I've always said that it is. What I'm saying is that those teams, the reason they were also 46-win teams is because, like the Eastern Conference teams, you could even say maybe, they had the privilege of facing some of the worst teams in basketball, and the majority of them are in the East. Casual. I'm not saying look at the bottom 6 and that's why the East is terrible. I'm not saying look at the bottom 6 and that's why the East is terrible. I'm saying look at the bottom 6. That is why the Western Conference will have more 45+ win teams. That is why they will have more sub 50 win teams than the East.
Name me a Brandon. Brandon, name. No. I was just gonna name me a terrible team in the Eastern Conference.
I would say the Wizards, but
what is
okay? Yeah, what is Maybach? Because I think Maybach was going to actually defend the Eastern Conference. Maybach, what?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I want to hear Maybach. Yeah, I want to hear Maybach.
Maybach was good, bro.
No, I was going to ask y'all, right? Or I was going to ask, what is the definite 8 teams that's going to make the playoffs? We're just predicting definite 8 squads.
I think you did ask that in the West. Yeah, both, right?
Yeah, on both sides, correct.
Let me look at the teams. So
let's do the East first. Let's do the East first, and then we do the West.
So the East, okay. So the Eastern Conference, we got Boston. They locked in. Philadelphia locked in. New York's locked in. Cleveland is locked in.
4.
How many is that so far? That's like 4, 5.
Yeah. So you said Boston, New York, Cleveland. That's 3.
3.
Philly's 4.
Philly's 4. That's 4. Yep. Yeah. I think we can say Indiana. Going to be there.
Okay.
They're going to be bottom.
That's 5.
I would say Miami. That's 6.
That's 6.
Of course Milwaukee. I don't even know why the fuck I didn't mention
that's
them.
7.
You didn't say the Magic yet.
Magic. That's for the Eastern.
So that leaves out teams like Chicago, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Toronto, Charlotte.
Brooklyn, Toronto, yeah. And I think Toronto is going to be a good team. It's just they're not going to make the cut. But that's
Toronto being a good team.
They're going to be decent. They're not going to be like
who's going to tell them?
Let's do the West now. Let's do the West.
No. I like what Toronto's doing. They're just not going to be good.
Yeah, they're not going to be like.
Okay, so
I would like for Toronto to be good though.
I came back from doing my homework. Of course, you Canadian.
Korean, by the way.
So I got you. So Golden State played Washington 2 times, and they went 2-0. Okay.
Yep.
However, the Atlanta Hawks, who won 36 games this past season, they went up against the San Antonio Spurs 2 times.
Yeah.
They won 2 as well. They won both of their matchups as well. So the thing that you're pointing out as your evidence for why the Western Conference is significantly better than the Eastern Conference, that point is applicable to the Eastern Conference as well, the 9th and 10th seed specifically.
Not like this year though, because guess what? I don't think the Spurs are going to be the same 22-win team. Now Utah and Portland, I'll give you that. The East will have easy pickings on Utah and Portland. I just don't think San Antonio is going to be that bad again this year, man. Like I don't know, and I don't think the Hawks are going to be able to take advantage of the Spurs.
I think y'all a little too high. I think y'all a little too high on San Antonio.
No.
For sure. They're not for sure. They're not
San Antonio going to be a bad team.
They got
Are they going to be 22 wins bad? No.
No. I don't think they're going to be 22 wins bad. But at the same time, like these matchups, like, but okay. One,
you're picking at straws with the Spurs and Hawks. I get it though. I get it.
Well, no, I mean, you pick the team. I can go to Brooklyn, and Brooklyn won 32 games. I promise you, I'll find that they beat.
Then 10 back.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the Nets beat some really bad Western Conference teams. That's
what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is like one. The same thing that you're saying about San Antonio not going to be 22 wins bad.
Yeah.
Atlanta Hawks aren't going to be the team that's in the 10th seed likely next year because they got significantly worse. The likelihood is we probably get one of the teams that were at the bottom because they were hurt, like Charlotte or like Brooklyn, and they might ascend, or even Toronto. Even though I think Toronto is going to be a bad team,
Toronto might be a 10th seed.
They might be a 10th seed because of the defense that they bring. So like the Atlanta aren't going to be that team that's going to be at the top. So if we're doing that, San Antonio won't have to worry about losing Atlanta. Worry about losing to Toronto.
They might lose to Toronto.
You see what I'm saying?
They lost to them last year. Whether we had Pascal.
So what are the 8 teams in the West? So I think y'all gonna have more of a
challenge.
challenge.
It's a bit tough in the West.
The West.
OKC, Denver, Minnesota.
Are y'all gonna leave out the Clippers or the Clippers make?
Fuck the Clippers. OKC, Denver, Minnesota, Dallas, Phoenix, Lakers, Sacramento.
It's tough.
Can I get my hot take? So I got the Pelicans being an A seed, and then I got Memphis obviously being 9. I got Houston knocking over the Clippers.
I'm not mad at that.
Hey, hold up, y'all. My fault. I gotta go. I want to cook with y'all. You know what I mean? Gotta go, man. Gotta shut it down. I don't know. Anybody else here don't got the control. So.
Hold on, last. The Mavs are gonna win 60 games this year. Mavs are gonna win 60 games this year.
Yeah, we can move on, man.
How you gonna jump to 60?
I think the Thunder are the best team in basketball by far. I think now. That's just me.
I think they're gonna beat it. They're gonna be the second best team. They're gonna be the second best team. They're coming out of the Western Conference.
I think they'll have easily the best defense in the NBA too. I think the Thunder the Thunder are going to have easily the best defense in the league too. I think easily.
I'm gonna laugh when the Thunder get the same result as last year. I'm gonna just be laughing at niggas.
Shay is crossing up your favorite defender.
I'm gonna be laughing at niggas so hard, bro.
They'll be easy.
Y'all better not play them in the first round.
And I'm gonna be trolling
too. Y'all better not play them
like a motherfucker.
But Rudy Hood, what? Okay, I guess we can continue this in Discord.
Yeah, we can continue this in the Discord.
Like speaking
matter of fact, Brandon, join the Discord. Join the Discord, huh?
I'm on the Discord already.
Speaking of
because I really want to hear why Rudy Hood thinks so lowly of the Thunder. I really want to hear.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah. Everybody that's on this panel,
2025 champions, y'all. Luka about
everybody that's on this panel, if you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord. We're going to be doing a VC in about 15 minutes. Okay, so everybody
join up
in there.
We're
going
to
get the chopping.
If y'all ain't subscribed to Discord, FYF Discord, hey, y'all want to hear, you know what I mean, everybody's takes or their opinions. And you know what I mean? You want to see me cook people, 30 people, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you want to see me do that, go join the Discord behind the scenes, you know?
The same guy We're talking about the same guy who almost lost Draymond versus Magic.
I didn't almost lose nothing. See, that's a business history. Yeah, see, listen, y'all, I gotta do a reaction of that video.
Y'all join the Discord so y'all can find out the reason why everybody needs to subscribe to a casual sports fan, all right?
Absolutely too. Plug y'all channel. Hey, like you said,
let me subscribe. Make sure y'all.
If you want content that's not just basketball, more just getting to see me on camera, I got you. Wow.
Absolutely.
P5 actually turned his light on, guys.
That's crazy. Maybach Sports. Go check out Maybach Sports out. Just type in Maybach. Listen, hey, like I said, been dope. Chopping up with y'all. Like I said, I gotta go. Peace. Hey, In the Zone dropping later this week. We're gonna do a recording of that. So hey, peace, deuces, love to y'all. Catch y'all next time. And we out.
Peace, family. Peace.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored. We number one special when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source.